Hello everyone, welcome to this full stack web development course by Intellipaat. Have you ever wondered how web or mobile applications such as Amazon, Netflix or Spotify work? Well, let me tell you that there are two main functionalities at play. The website which you see, known as the front end, and the back end which you don't see, where all the processing happens. Professionals who specialize in creating both front end and back end technologies are called full stack web developers. Famous personalities like Mark Zuckerberg, CEO of Meta, Larry Ellison, founder of Oracle, and Steve Wozniak, co-founder of Apple, started their journey with full stack web development roles at a very early phase of their careers. Sounds inspiring, right? It definitely does. That's why full stack web development has been ranked third among the most satisfying and high-paying jobs by Indeed Job Board. Not only that, the demand for this job role has been high and always will be, even in the current times of recession and layoffs. On LinkedIn, there are 50,000 plus full stack web development jobs available, and this is just in India. In the United States, there are 40,000 plus jobs available. If we talk about salaries, guys, Glassdoor reports that in India, you can expect a salary between 8 lakh rupees to 35 lakh rupees, where in the United States, you can earn between 100,000 US dollars to 250,000 US dollars. Companies are always on lookout for full stack web developers who can develop end-to-end projects. So if you like programming and want to make a stable career in IT, it's time that you start learning the skills of full stack web development. And to help you with that, we bring you free full stack web developer course. This full stack bootcamp program has been taught by top industry experts from companies like Microsoft, Google, Meta, etc. and aims at making you job ready. This full stack web development course is curated to get you a job. We have strictly aligned all the topics in this course to full stack developer job description. Towards the end, we will also take you through the important and the most commonly asked full stack web developer interview questions. But before we get started, guys, make sure to hit the subscribe button and click the bell icon for Intellipaat YouTube channel to never miss out any update from us. Now, let me take you guys through the agenda for this session. We will start with what is full stack web development. Then we will discuss about HTML fundamentals, introduction to CSS and types of styling, and introduction to JavaScript. Moving ahead, we will discuss about ES6 Primer in ReactJs, introduction to React, introduction to NodeJs, and asynchronous programming. We are going to conclude our session with full stack web development interview questions.
So let's understand who is a full stack web developer. A full stack web developer is a person who masters all the technologies used in creating an end-to-end web application, including front-end and back-end services. Let us first understand the front-end web development. Front-end development or client-side consists of creating the GUI and visual components of the website, such as web pages and user interfaces that people interact with through their web browsers. The front end is developed using tools such as HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Now let us check what actually is backend web development. Backend or server-side development is a process to add functionality to the components created in the front end of the web application. It focuses primarily on databases, backend logic, APIs, and servers. The following are examples of backend programming languages: PHP, Ruby, Python. A full stack developer has the skill set of both front-end and back-end developers. In addition to that skill set, a full stack developer should also have a few other tools in his tech stack. Below mentioned is a comprehensive list of all such tools and technologies. First is HTML, CSS and JavaScript, then comes third-party libraries like ReactJs, programming languages like Java and Python, database CRUD operations, version control tools like Git or GitHub, computer science fundamentals like networking, data structure, and system design. A full stack developer is one of the most in-demand jobs, and the salary trend is as follows. A full stack developer's salary varies from INR 5 lakh per annum to 14 lakh per annum, while in the United States, the average income for a full stack developer is $74,958 and can go as high as $114,000 based on skills and experience. So that's all about full stack development. Happy learning.
So before I start with HTML, let me just talk about some few keywords, like there is something web designer, there's someone who is web programmer, right? Then website. See, I've told few keywords, right? web designer, web programmer, website. So what are those things actually? I know all of you are knowing this thing, but let me just, quickly talk about the same. So web designer, as you can see this picture, web designer is someone who is going to have the idea or who is going to have the vision how my page is going to look like, right? So that person, web designer, is a person who is going to design the look and the feel of a website, who is having the creative side of a website, right? The creative side, who is going to decide the layout, fonts, color, images, etc., who is going to create the visual mock-up of website, and finally rarely does the development of the website or a page. Simple, he is just going to have the idea, and that idea finally someone else has to do the programming or someone else has to do the development. So this is what the web designer role, right? Now you will ask when I'll do the coding. So let me just talk about the another role, which is nothing but the web programmer. So web programmer is the person who is going to do the next activity. What is the next activity? That person is going to bring the website mockup to life on internet. So someone who is going to create the web pages, that is what the web programmer, who is going to develop the website and host onto server, right? So that is what we are also going to do. We are going to write the code, as well as we are going to host our website on the cloud using this AWS. And that person should have the web development skills like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Java, NodeJs, ReactJs. So in this training, we are going to concentrate only on HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So using these three, we are going to create the websites. Node.js, React.js, they are the next level, the programming language. So to learn that, first you have to be very good in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Okay, so let us take to the next page, which is nothing but the website. Website, you must have observed or visited many websites like Book My Show, Facebook, right? Everything, Gmail, all the websites which you can see here, they are nothing but the websites. So what is a website? A collection of web pages which are grouped together and usually connected together in various ways like hyperlinks, buttons, etc. So website does not mean you are going to have a single page. You can have the multiple pages, and how those multiple pages are going to be interlinked by using hyperlinks or buttons. So why my website should be the best one? Because it is going to create the first impression of your business. Next is it can bring business from any part of the world. It reflects your expertise and reputation. Okay, so the website whoever is going to create, they should have a clear vision how the page should be look like. Now the question will come, are we going to behave as a web designer or a web programmer, right? So it depends upon company to company. Few companies, they will be having one set of people who will be simply designing the page, and one set of people who are simply going to do the coding, right, or the programming. And few companies, what they do, they will be having a same team who is going to do both the work, right? So it depends, like where are you placed. Okay, so this is what the web designer role, web programmer role, and the last is the website. Now a person can have both the roles together, designer plus programmer, or he or she can have a single role also. So this was all about the different kind of roles, right? Now we'll just discuss, we just know, right, using HTML I can create the web pages, but why do I need, right? Why do I need? So let us understand there is something known as an architecture, client server architecture. Now who is the client, who is the server? So just take an example of Gmail. Okay, so what we do, so if suppose I need to open my Gmail, so what will I do here? I'll simply write here gmail.com, correct? Then we get the things here, right? So how we are getting this data? That is what the question. So someone is going to respond my request. So that someone is nothing but the server. So somewhere in the world, the Gmail server is located. So the moment I sign in, I get the data from there, and that is what you see in your web page. Okay, now Gmail is a website, correct? A website is going to have the multiple pages that is nothing but known as the web pages. So you can see here, that is what the server is clear. Now who is the client and who are we? So we human being, who are we? So the client is nothing but the browser. We are the end user. The human beings are the end user and the client is the browser, because through the browser only the request goes. Though we type, but the request goes through from the browser. So you can see the client or the browser. User is going to enter the URL in the browser. What happens further? The HTTP request is submitted to that URL's corresponding server. So if I take the same example, Gmail. So somewhere Gmail server will be residing in the world. The moment I enter gmail.com, the request is submitted to the URL's corresponding server. Now, what is server? A physical machine operates server logic on the user request to determine what to send back. Now, the server is going to decide what to send back to the client, right? Now, somehow it prepares some, some data or some response, and finally that response is returned to the user or client in a form of HTML, JSON or other formats. So now the server can respond back either in the form of web page or some data or JSON. So don't worry about JSON. JSON is nothing but JavaScript object notation. Okay, so JSON is a way to communicate between the two systems. Okay, so this we can go through later on in more depth actually. After it receives the response, client receives the response, what happens? User receives the response in the form of HTML page, which renders in the browser window. So the moment the response is sent back to the client further shows in the form of web page. That's how the user or we see the response in the browser. So this is what the very basic architecture in the client server, right? In this web world, this is what the basic architecture having the client server. So this is what the two-tier architecture. There are two tiers involved. One is client and the one is server. Then there are further more architecture like 3-tier, 4-tier. So there will be multiple layers will be involved between client and server. That is what the different tiers architecture. Okay, so now I'm just going to talk about HTML. Till now we just discussed before HTML, like what is this word, what is the web word. We discussed few keywords. Now let us start with what is HTML. So HTML, as we know, it's very simple. It is known as a hypertext markup language. It is a standard markup language for creating web pages. Now, if someone is asking me, I need a page. So the very first thing I should be knowing is the HTML. I need a web page which I want to display in the browser. I should be knowing HTML, right? As I said, it stands for hypertext markup language. HTML describes the structure of web pages using markup. Some definitions are there. HTML elements are represented by tags. So here, as I said already, HTML is going to have infinite tags, and each tag will be having some or the other meaning in the browser, right? HTML tags label piece of content such as heading, paragraph, table, and so on, right? We are going to discuss anyways all of them. Browsers don't display the HTML tags but use them to render the content of the web page, right? So we have a tag, suppose heading tag is there, right? So heading tag, it is not going to display the heading, the name as a output in the browser. But what is going to do? You see here, browsers don't display the HTML tags, but use them to render the content of the web page. So this heading keyword, it is already defined in the browser. So anywhere if you see this heading keyword, you have to do this. Got it? So paragraph, anywhere you see this paragraph tag, you have to do this. Okay, so those tags already the meaning of these tags are already defined. Okay, now whatever content we are going to write inside those tags, that is going to be displayed in the browser. Fine. Okay, so now the very next question should come to us. how to create our very first web page, right? So this is what a basic HTML template. As I said, it is, just having the tags. You just have to remember three things if you want to study HTML: tags. That's it. Okay, so you can see here anything written inside the angular bracket, that is what known as a tag. So HTML, whenever we are creating any tag, there should be a closing tag for the same tag, right? So if I'm opening my HTML tag, I have to close this. How to close this? Forward slash and the same name. Okay, now the next thing is HTML is not case sensitive. Okay, so I can write here in a small letter, I can close with the capital letter, I can write here with the combination of a smaller capital, or anything you can write. Okay, but it's not case sensitive. But the good practice is we should always write all the tags in a small letters. Why? Because if you go for the advanced languages like ReactJs and all, ReactJs, they will be having, you can create your own tags. See here, all the tags are already created. Okay, in ReactJs you can create your own tags. So to differentiate between both the tags, it is a user defined, it is an inbuilt tag. In case of ReactJs, the user defined tags, they should start with the capital letter. Okay, so make sure you always write the inbuilt tags in small letters. Okay, so HTML is a way to tell it's a HTML page. Again, HTML tag is going to have two more further tags. One is head, another one is, one is head, another one is body, right? Inside head, title is written. Inside body, these tags are written. This is what nothing but known as a heading, right? H1, we'll be having multiple headings like H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, H6. Till H6, we have the different headings. The output we'll see very soon. How does it differ? P stands for paragraph, right? So this is how we have written a very basic HTML page. Okay, so let us do that. So the prerequisite for this course is going to be, there is no prerequisite actually, first of all, as this is a very basic language to create the web page. But the software which you need, again, there is no software needed. If you just have the notepad, that is also more than enough. Okay, you can write your HTML code in the notepad, but I won't recommend writing in this, because we have many more editors available in the market which is completely free of cost, open source. You can anytime you can download. But let me create the very first page using notepad. Okay, so I'll just write the same code whatever was written there. So HTML, and let us write the header section and body, and this is going to be our very first hello world page, right? So I'll just write here hello world. No other tags I have used other than HTML head and body. So make sure whenever you are opening, make sure you close it. It's not compulsory, but again, it's a good practice. All the text should be in small letters, and whenever you are opening them, you have to close them. It's a good practice if you do this. I'll save this file. As of now, I'll just save this file in my desktop. Okay, and let us have a look how I'm going to save it. So this is our first file. So let me just write first.html. The extension of the file should be .html. That's how it will recognize it is a HTML page. Okay, so this is what my first.html, and you can see we are getting the output, right? Hello world. Are we getting the tags here? Are we getting the tags here? No. But the tags, whatever they are having the meaning, that is going to be rendered in the browser. Okay. Now one more thing. Can I haven't used any other tags, right? So let me just use a tag called paragraph. Paragraph will refresh our page. Can you see any difference? No difference, right? Okay, let me increase the font size of the same. I'll use another tag known as we saw, right, headings H1 to H6. So I'll close this. Whenever you are opening them, make sure you close them also. You can see the font size got increased, right? So this is what the heading tag does. It increases the font size. And as I said, from H1 to H6, we have the different headings. So now let me use the H6 and now see the difference. You can see the font size got decreased, right? So H1, the meaning of H1 is the highest font size, H6 meaning is the lowest font size. And if I don't use any of those headings, it will show in a normal font size. Got it? Okay. So let me show it again. Yeah, very simple. So we have just written a hello world page using Notepad, but actually I should not be doing this. As I already said, we are having multiple editors. So you can download a editor known as the Visual Studio. I already have it actually. This is what the Visual Studio code, just download it. As I said, it's open source. Okay, you can download Visual Studio Code, and as I already have it, based upon the OS, you can download the corresponding one. So once you download it, you will be getting this kind of a screen. Correct? Now the next, I'm going to write all my HTML code here only. I won't be writing in the Notepad, right? Because now once I start writing, you will see that difference clearly. Okay, so what I'll do, we have to create a new file and all, right? So already I have created a folder in my C drive. Let me show you the folder structure. In the C drive, I have already created a folder called UI. Inside that, I have a folder called HTML, and I'll make sure all my HTML files should go inside this HTML folder. Fine. So I'll do the same. Already I'm inside the HTML folder. I'll create a now new file. Fine. So whatever code was there, I'll just copy paste from here. Save this file in the HTML folder. Same, I'll say suppose with the same name, but anyways the folder location is different, so it doesn't matter. And the file type should be all files. Okay, now you can see the difference. I believe automatically the font color is changed, right? So I can easily differentiate. These are my HTML tags and this is what the and this is what the content of the same. Got it? So now I'll execute the same page and we are getting the same output, right? Only the way we are not using Notepad, this time I'm using Visual Studio Code. There are many other editors also. You can use any one of them.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which HTML element is used to define the structure of an HTML document? Option A, body tag. Option B, head tag. Option C, HTML tag. And option D, title tag. Please do mention your answers in the comment section below.
Next, I'm going to talk about the different kind of tags available in HTML. So you can see here the main categories of elements and attributes. So as I already told you, there are infinite of elements or tags present in HTML. So no one can remember all those tags or element. So what they have done actually, all the elements are divided into two main categories. One is block level elements, another one is inline elements. Now what is the difference between both? The one what we already saw P and H1 to H6, right? So they are known as the block level elements, whereas the inline elements are IMG, which is used to create the image or display the image in a web page. Anchor tag, which is nothing but used to create the hyperlink. A span input element, which is nothing for the form tags. For the forms, we use this input element. Now the major difference between both is block and inline. Block will be occupying the entire width of the browser, whereas the inline elements is going to occupy whatever space is needed, only that space. Okay, so let me explain this with the example. the difference between block and inline elements. So I'll be continuing in this editor only. And earlier we did with this P, right? Now again I'm going to create another, say suppose H1, and I'll say here this is my paragraph or this is my heading. Got it? So what do you say? Should I get hello world and this is my heading in a same line, or they should come in one after another? So let us see the output. You can see here they are coming one after another because they both are the block level element. And so block level element, as I already told, it is going to occupy the entire width of the browser. Okay, so the one thing which I missed out, the browser, you can use here any of the browser. You have, the liberty. You can use Chrome, Mozilla, IE, all these. But only thing is the HTML5 features or the advanced HTML features, they are completely supported by the Chrome. So in that case, I'll recommend you to go with Chrome. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll just copy this URL and type copy paste in Chrome. Okay, we are getting the same output. Let me do Control Shift I. This is what known as a developer tools. Okay, so how I did this, how I got the right screen, Control Shift I, that's the shortcut, or you can do right click, and here we have the inspect, which is nothing but known as the developer tools. Okay, so you can see the same elements. You can see this code what I have written there. You can find out here also. This is P element, this is heading, this is entire body, this is head and HTML tag. Got it? Now just have a look on P. Okay, so check out the head highlighting part. When I select this P, you can see the entire width of the browser is getting highlighted. When I select H1, again the entire width of the browser is getting highlighted. The reason, they are the block level element. Remember, they said one more element, that is a span element, right? Which is nothing but the inline element. So let me just show you how this is inline. So after this, I'm going to create, suppose, okay, I'll create one text box. So as per the PPT, they were telling the span and the input element both are the inline elements. So let us just ask for the proof, and you can see here this is span and this is, as they are the inline elements, they are going to immediately start one after another. They won't take you to the next line. Now if I highlight this, you can see highlight part is only, this is span. If I select this, you can see only the text box is selected. Are we clear? So the major difference between the block level and the inline element is the block level elements occupy the entire width of the browser, whereas the span is going to occupy whatever space is needed to display that content. Okay. Okay, so as I said, all the HTML elements are divided into two categories. Either they are block level or the inline elements. So that's how we can design our page. Okay, so next is, we discussed about this. Now I'll be discussing very soon about how to create IMG, how to create table, form, input, all those things I'll be discussing with you very soon. Okay, so now one more thing, div and span. Span is the inline element, div is a block level element. Okay, but see, each element is going to have some or the other meaning, but only div and span, these two elements are there which don't do anything other than making a element a block or inline. So what do I mean? I'll just show from here. So suppose this span was the inline element, right? Now I'll just surround this span element with div element. As I said, div makes the content as block level. Okay, so I'll just do this. We'll see the output. Does the output get changed? Yes, because now we made the span element as a div element or the block level element. So div and span, they are very useful. We use them a lot. Div is used to convert your content into the block level, whereas the span can be used to convert your block into a inline element. Okay. Other than that, they don't do anything else. Yeah. So this is what, the elements. We just discussed one thing, elements. Now there is one more thing known as the attribute, right? So we'll discuss now the attribute. Attributes are something which give the additional information of the element. Element we already saw. When we are talking about the additional information, that is what known as the attributes. The example can be name, width, height, alt, title, ID, class. Again, they are the inbuilt attributes. Each attribute is going to have some or the other meaning. Fine. So, anyways, we discussed div currently, right? So, let me just take this example here. Div, how to write the attribute? Space, you have to write the attribute name equal to the value of the attribute. Make sure always the attribute value should be in double quotes. Again, it's not hard and fast rule, but it's a good practice if you write the attribute value in double quotes. So as it's already mentioned, attributes are something which give the additional information of the element. Now there are two inbuilt attributes. One is ID, another one is class. It is exactly same as you can think you are in a class of your college, right? And each student is going to have their own unique ID. So multiple students can belong to a same class, but each student is going to have its own roll number or the ID. Okay, so see here, this is what one of my HTML code snippet. You can see all the div elements are having the same class name, CLS1, 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 but their IDs are different or the unique, right? So if my roll number is 101, my next person roll number cannot be 101, right? In the classroom. Same here, ID should be unique. But again, it's not hard and fast rule. You can have the elements with the same ID. Okay, but it's not a good practice. You should have, we are having the same IDs for the multiple elements. So make sure whenever you are using ID concept, all the elements of the same web page should be having the unique IDs. Now, can multiple elements have the same class name? Yes, they can have. Can they have the different class name? Yes, they can have the different class name also. Okay, now I'll be showing you very soon how you are going to use these class names, right? So I've just written, see, this is what my user defined value, right? See, the class attribute name is inbuilt. ID name is inbuilt, but the value is, the attribute value is my user defined. So how you are going to use these values? So I'll be showing you that very soon, what is, how you are going to use the ID value and the class value. Clear? So ID and class, very important in your web page designing. ID meaning is uniqueness. Class meaning is multiple elements can have the same class name. One more thing about ID and class. So as this nomenclature you are going to do, make sure this nomenclature, the very first letter should be alphabet. Okay. And it's hard and fast rule. Okay. It's nothing, you have the other option. The very first the letter should be alphabet. It cannot be number, it cannot be space, it cannot be any special character. It has to be alphabet. Okay, so now you can see this div element is going to have multiple attributes. So the thing is, a single element can have the multiple attributes also. Yeah, so what I'll do, I'll also create ID and class, and we'll see, do we get any difference? ID equal to, this is my own user defined value, so I can write anything here. So we'll see, I mean, do we get any difference in the output? There is no change, because the thing is, see, I have told you have this ID, you have this class name, but where are they defined? Do they have any meaning? No, because they are the user defined. So I have to tell the meaning of this ID one, I have to tell the meaning of this CLS one. So that I'll be showing you when we start with CSS. Okay, so the next thing is, what I'll do, I'll there is one more element they are discussing here, the img element. I'll use this img element also. Now what is img element? It is simply used to display the images in the web page. img, okay, it is going to have multiple attributes. One of the attribute is you have to tell what you want to display. Where is your image, right? That is what src meaning is, source image. Where is your image? We have many other attributes, like we have width, again inbuilt attribute. Here you are going to tell what should be the width of my image, right? You can change it. Suppose the image size which you are trying to display in your web page, it's a bigger size, so you can change the width or height using the width and height attribute. Yeah, see, as I said, attribute value should be always in double quotes, but till now I haven't placed any value, so I'll be placing very soon. Then there is one more attribute which is very specific to img, which is alt. Alt meaning is alternative. If the image is not available in this source, display this alt, display this alternative. So I'll say here the image is not displayed. Are we clear? And I am closing the img element here only. Yeah, we'll see this output. I haven't given any source code, so it means if the image is not available or the path is given wrong, I should get this message. You can see here the image is not displayed, and this cross is there, means the image is not there, right? So alt meaning is if image is not available, display this alternative message, and it is very specific only for img element. There is one more attribute which is common for all the elements. You can use this, that is title. Okay, title is nothing but, I'll simply say my image. Title is nothing but when you hover your mouse on that element, you should get the title. It's not you can only use with img, I can use with anyone. So suppose with h1 I'll say title. I'll just write some title for this, my heading. It is a user defined messages. So when I hover on the image, you can see my image is coming. When I hover on h1, you can see my heading is coming. Okay, so this is what the title attribute does. Okay, now but till now we are not displaying the image, right? So let me display some image here. So I'll just copy paste some, or you can download from net, anything. So what I'll do, I'll just copy paste. I have one folder here. I'll just place it there. Okay, so all my images are inside this images folder, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, and I have to make sure I have to give the proper extension. So let me just check the properties. It is a .jpg file. Yeah, so I'll be giving the path of my image. Okay, so there can be multiple ways to give the path. So one way could be I can simply right click properties and copy paste the actual path, right? Absolute path actually. So I'll say here C drive UI slash images folder, right? It was in images folder, right? And then 1.jpg. Okay, let us check. We are getting. But the question is it a good practice to do in this way? See, if I'm doing in this way, suppose my project is running in client system and client does not have this location, right? Client does not have this JPG inside C drive UI images, right? So in that case, I'll be getting this alt message, which is not a good thing to display to the client. So you should, this is what known as an absolute path. So you are telling your image location absolutely, right? There is one more way to tell the location, which is nothing but known as a relative path. Relative path is very simple. The meaning is very simple here. You are telling corresponding to my file where you can find your image. or relative to my file where you can find out the image. So if you see the the folder structure, to go to images, I have to come out from UI. I have to go to images folder and there my image. So I'll do the same. How to come out from the folder? So there's a way called dot dot. Dot dot stands for come out from the current directory. So come out from the current directory. Now I'm outside the UI folder. Go to images folder and there you can find out. We'll refresh and we are getting the same output, right? Now no matter you are running in the client system or someone else's system, you should get the same output. So we should make a habit always to use the relative path. Never ever use the absolute path. Okay, so when I'm going to share my code to the client, or when we are going to host our website onto AWS, right? In that case, I'll be hosting this UI folder altogether. HTML files, images, and next we are going to talk about CSS, JavaScript. So everything we are going to host together, and we'll make sure everywhere it is going to be relative path, no absolute path. I think it's clear. Okay. So IMG we saw SRC. Then there are two more attributes which I haven't used till now, width and height. So you can change the width and height of the image as per your design. So suppose here you can give some number. Suppose I'll say here 50% size of my image I want to display, and suppose 80% size of the height of the image. So you can see here 50%, 80% meaning is going to be, it is going to occupy that much space from the browser. Correct? If you see here, till now we were getting a very small image. Now I'm telling 50% of this space you can occupy as a width and 80% space you can occupy as the height. Okay, so using width and height, you are going to tell the same. Are we clear? So this is how, I just covered the IMG element, and we discussed the different kind of attributes. Not all the attributes, the selected the attributes belong to IMG, the attributes like ID and class which can belong to any element. Fine. So this was all about IMG. Okay. Next, as I already told you, there are different types of elements, and all the elements are divided into two categories, block and inline elements. Right. So I'll just show you very fast all the elements present in HTML. Okay. So there is something known as a empty element. See, till now whenever we are opening any element, we'll make sure it is closing also, right? We use P, H1 to H6, span, div, right? But if you have observed this, when I use this input element, where is that? Yeah, when I use this input element, immediately I close this. So this is what known as the empty element. So there are some elements in HTML which do not need the explicit closing. There you close them immediately. Okay, so one of them is input. Then we have the BR. BR is nothing but line break. Then we have the nested elements. The nested element is as simple, element inside elements. Then we have the different kind of headings present, the paragraphs, list, tables, images, link, text formatting. So let me just talk about list here. There is something known as an ordered and unordered list. Okay, so now what is this list and all? Let me just show you with the example. OL stands for ordered, UL stands for unordered. Now if I just write OL, let us see the output. Do we get anything or not? Okay, first I'll remove the image because it is occupying so much of a space, or maybe I'll just remove the width and height so it won't occupy that much of a space. Okay, you can see when we used OL, nothing came up. Okay, now OL, UL, they are having nested elements. If you want to use them, you have to use these nested elements. LI. LI stands for listing. You are listing what your ordered or unordered list should have. You'll see the output. Yeah, so we are getting in a format of listing, right? This is nothing but known as the ordered list. Now I can simply convert into unordered. Just replace OL with UL, and you can see it is coming in a bullet symbol. Got it? So with OL, UL. Okay, now by default UL or OL, if I'm using, OL displays in number formatting and UL displays in a bullet formatting. You can change this formatting also. For that there is an attribute called type. I can tell if I don't want in bullet, I can say, you know, I want in a square format. You can see now it is coming in a square, right? It's no more bullet format. The circle is default one. You can change it to the other one, but this, you, whatever name you change, that should be, you know, supported with your browser. It's nothing you can write a pentagon, all those things. Whatever is supported in your browser, only that type you can change it. Similarly for OL, I can do this. Suppose I don't want numbers, I want, you know, with the ABCD, I'll say capital A. If I want in capital letters, if I want a small letter, I'll say A, small a. If you want in the Roman numbers, you can simply say here I. The meaning is we are talking about the Roman numbers. Got it? So this is what the meaning of this ordered and unordered list. Next, I'll discuss about the anchor element. Okay, so anchor element is very simple. Let me just show from here. So anchor element, I'll say, you know, please click here, click here. Okay, and anchor element, always you are going to use attribute called href equal to. The meaning is very simple. This anchor element is used to link multiple pages together, right? So href, if I say here, I want to, when I click on this, I want to move to another page, suppose google.com. Okay, so let me just show from here. See, we can open this google.com from here. Got it? So this is how your anchor element works. Tables, how to create the tables, how to do the text formatting using the HTML tags. Okay, so the table, as we know, table is something which is going to have some data. We are going to display some data. So to display the table, we have altogether the tag name itself is a table. So what I'll do, I'll just remove the previous stuff so that we'll be having the clean browser, and I'll create a table which is going to have some rows and some columns, right? Generally table contains these two things. To represent it's a row, we use an element called tr. To represent it's a column of that row, we use a element called td. So a single tr can have multiple tds. Are we clear? A single row can have multiple columns, right? Now suppose I'm going to create a table of students data. Okay, so which is going to have few fields like name, say you know, the department and the age. Let us have 3 columns, right? So I'll create a table which contains further 2 elements. One is tr, which is known as a table row. Another one is td, which is nothing but table data. So tr is just going to represent one row, but the data you are going to write inside the td element, right? So as I said, name, age and department. Okay, so now I'll create first one row which is having those headings, right? So I can say here th, either I can say td, name, right? Let me first show you with td, then I'll show you, introduce one more tag known as a th. Name, age, these are my headings of my table, and department, right? This is what are we are expecting. Okay, now my first row is going to have all the headings, next row is going to have the actual data. So let us have the name as Sam, the age, okay, so I'll just put 20 years, and the department, I'll say computer science. Okay, let us have the output. Okay, so let me open this. So you can see we are getting the output like this, right? So I'll just open in Chrome because that is more effective. Yeah, so we are getting like this. So similarly, we can have n number of rows, right? I can keep on writing and we'll get multiple rows. We'll change the name also. Yeah, so that's how we create a table. But generally, table contains the border, right? So, and moreover, if you see, generally the headings also, they are in bold letters, right? So to get the bold letters, there are multiple ways. One way could be you can simply use the element known as th, which is nothing but table heading. Yeah? So if I do this, you see the name, it is going to be in bold letters. Okay. Other way could be, as I told already, as I said, I'll be discussing the text formatting here. Text formatting is same as you are going to use multiple elements which they are going to do some of the other stuff. Like if I use B stands for bold letters. So it is going to display the content in bold letters. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll just put the age here inside B. Sorry. Yeah, either we can use th or I can use the B element. So here in this case, as we are talking about table, let us continue with th because that also does the same, right? Why to write the multiple tags? So I'll simply use here th. Got it? Otherwise, B can be also used to make it bold letters. Now, similarly, like anyways, we are discussing about the text formatting. Let me talk about some more formatting elements. So like how we have D, similarly we have I element. What is that? It is nothing but it is used to make it italic. The output will come in a italic format. Make sure the nesting elements, as I said, see, you can see that it's an italic. Okay, so then we have U. U stands for underline. So it's mentioned here. Text formatting, the elements are I, U, B, strong, EM. I stands for italic, U stands for underline. B stands for bold, and then strong is similar to your bold letters. Either you can use B or the strong. Actually, this element was introduced in HTML5, okay, which gives the special meaning, right? If I'm talking about strong, it means actually it is a bold letter. EM is nothing but emphasizing. We are emphasizing on that element. Okay, so these are the elements, the basic elements of HTML. So I'll talk about more about HTML, more about table tag. So let me just go back to the same, and I'll not use this and these text formatting elements. Instead of that, I'll just go with the th. Yeah, I'll just replace with this th because we have to put the border and all, right? This table does not look good. This is without the border. Okay, so let us see how to place the border. Got it? Now to place the border, we have an attribute altogether. The border, the attribute name itself is a border. Okay. So if I say here, say border, the value, as I said, all the attribute values, they should go inside the double quote, and it has to be some number. So if I say 2, and let us see the output here, we are getting the output like this, right? So which looks proper table, right? Now my TT, you can have a text or you can have a image, anything, right? So can I place the image here inside the TT? Yes. Let us give a try. And as we know, img is a empty element. And make sure whenever you are giving the path, it should always be relative. So that's the beauty of, this editor. If you are writing in this notepad, it is going to be, you have to be very conscious while writing, right? Here, it gives the auto suggestion. You can see here, we are getting the image also. Okay, so see, in this, I told you about the basic tags, right? Table, tr, td, th, all these things. We have many more attributes also. We just discussed border. We have call span, we have row span, call span attribute, row span attribute. They are nothing but to, club multiple columns or club multiple rows. So that is the assignment for you people. You have to find out how to use call span and row span. Okay, so that is, I'll clear again. Call span and row span, they are used to club multiple rows or multiple columns. Suppose, I'll just show from here. Suppose a single student is belongs to multiple departments, right? So what I need to do, I have to place this vertical line here, right? Vertical line here. I'm not going to divide department column. I'm just going to divide the data into 2 columns. So one CS, another department, right? So you are going to place a vertical line. So you are going to have 2 TDs in this TR. Got it? Along with these 2 TDs, you should have 2 more TDs for this TR. But this TR can only have a single TD for department. Okay, so we have to club 2 columns together. So here you are going to use call span. Row span, as I said, it is going to club the rows. So that is assignment for you people. You have to give a try for call span and row span, how to use them. Here we are going to talk about the form, which is nothing but is going to use to take the data from the user. So first let me show you one form, then I'll come to how to create using HTML. So this is what Yahoo website, and I'm going to create a new account for myself. So when you open this page, you can see here you are getting something wherein you have to tell what is your first name, surname, email ID, the password, the phone number. If I write something in, other than numbers, it is going to display me in red color. This is what the drop down, right? This is the gender. So altogether, if I see in this page, we have the text box. These are the text boxes which does not have the complete border, just the underline is there. Text boxes, and then we have this drop down, right? This is also one of the drop down with the different countries. Okay, and then finally we have a button here, and these are few hyperlinks which takes me to the next page, which is nothing but using the anchor element they have done it, right? Generally, any form whenever you fill, it always contains few fields like the text boxes, radio button, check boxes, drop down, and buttons. So let me just show from here. List of elements contained inside a form in a normal form. Okay, generally in a normal form, which all the elements are always present, but again it's optional. Like in the Yahoo website, they haven't given any radio button checkbox. So now first thing should be text box, which is nothing but a single row. Then radio button, in which you can do a single selection. So generally radio button we create for gender and all. checkbox wherein you can do the multiple selection, right? Checkbox, we can use it for the technologies which you are aware of. Drop down for multiple selection, wherein you can create a drop down for which all the cities you lived in. Text area and text box, the only difference between both is in both the cases you can write the things, right? In text box also you can write something, text area also you can write something, but only thing in text area we are going to have multiple rows, whereas in case of text box it is a single row option. Then we have a different kind of buttons like click button, submit button and reset button. Submit button, reset button, they both are related with your form, right? Whereas the click button is a normal button which can be used either inside a form or outside the form. Now all these elements, they should be inside the form element if you want them to behave as a form in which you are going to take the input from the user, right? So now I'm going to create a registration form which is going to have all these basic elements. To let us create a student registration form here. So how to create text box, radio button, checkbox, drop down. So one by one I'll be showing you. In the same example, I'll create a form here. Okay, as I said, whenever you are creating a form, it should always have a form element. All the form elements should go inside the form element altogether, inside the form tag. Okay, so first thing is I'm going to ask the user, please enter your name, right? So I can say here name, and it has to be a text box. So I'll say here input. Remember, we have created a text box actually by just doing this. Let us see, do we get a text box or not? You can see we are getting a text box. Okay, just we have written input element and closed it as they are the empty elements. Okay, now age, it has to be a number, but it has to be a text box only, right? Or you can make it as a drop down also. Let us just do with the text box. Okay, now you can see age is coming immediately after this. So what you feel, which kind of element it is? So yeah, you got it correct. This is what the inline element, it is coming next line itself. So in the next altogether, not next line. So if I want to put a break in between, I'll use a BR, which is nothing but line break. Okay, now we can have some more. If you want some more text boxes, you can have it. Now I'll just jump to the radio button. The next is radio button. So I'll just ask the gender of a student. Okay, now how to create a radio button? See, for all the form elements, if you want to create, it is only with the input tag. With input tag, you are going to do everything. So how, on which basis? We'll be having an attribute called type here. Okay, now based upon the type value, you are going to get different form elements. So if I say here radio, I'll be getting a radio button. Okay, so we'll just check. I'm getting a radio button here, correct? Next is, okay, so as I'm asking gender, I have to give the option male. This is one, and another one is female. Yeah, it's coming here, and the only thing is we have to place a BR so that it will come to the next line. Okay, this is what type radio to get the radio button. Now the question will come, why for text boxes I haven't given any type? So by default, the type value is always text. Okay, by default the type value is text. If I skip, then also there is no problem. If I write something wrong, like if I say anything, if I write anything random, then also I'll be getting a text box. You can see the text box is coming. By default, type value is text. You can write either text or you can do something else. It doesn't matter, because browser will never show any error there, right? It will always consider as a text box. But for if you want to get other elements, you have to specify properly. If it is a radio button, you have to say radio. If it is a checkbox, let us create a checkbox now. I'll place the break checkbox for the technologies known, or say okay, this page I am making for, actually this registration page I am making for an employee who is going to apply for a job here in this company. So this guy is searching for a job, and it's a checkbox, right? We are going to make a checkbox. So input type equal to checkbox. So this is what another keyword. So if I do this, I'll be getting a checkbox. Radio, text, checkbox. So different type values, different output. You can see one checkbox is coming. Okay, now how many checkboxes you need? You have to write those many checkboxes. So I have to give the value also, say HTML. I'll add multiple technologies. After this, I'll place a BR, because we know all the input elements are the inline elements. You can see we are getting multiple, and you can do the multiple selections also in case of a checkbox. Yeah, so we have done three things: text box, radio button, checkbox, right? Next, let us discuss how to create a drop down. Okay, now don't say for drop down we have the input type is good drop down. No, we have altogether a different tag, that is a select and option. So I'm going to use the same. So these are the technologies known to the person, and next I'll say here city, say lived in. So as I told, the drop down, see, drop down can be used in two ways. From a drop down you can do a single selection as well as a multiple selection. So first I'll show you with the single selection. Okay, so the combination, the elements which you are going to use, select. Okay, so if I just use select, let us see the output. You can see we're just getting the drop down but no options coming. To get the option, we are going to use the element name. Yes, you got it, option. So I'll say here Bangalore. Next option, say suppose Delhi. I'll just put all the metros. Okay, so let me just put only these many and we'll see the output. You can see we are getting the options also now. Right? So it's very simple. I'm just explaining step by step how to get the text boxes. Text box, can I write something? See, but it's wrong. I should not be allowed to write anything other than numbers for each. Right? So I'll just talk about that. This is what known as the validation. Name, I should not be allowed to enter the numbers for the name. It should be only alphabets. Okay, so we did text boxes, we did radio button, checkbox, drop down. Next is going to be the buttons, right? So I have to submit this data, right? So as I said, there are three kind of buttons. How to get the button? The type value is going to be button. Okay, so if I say simply this, input type equal to button, let us see the output. I'm getting a button but with no value. Generally in a button, if you see here, we get the value, right? Continue, cancel, reset, all those, right? But here I'm not getting a value. So in that case, how to get a value? There is another attribute known as a value. So again, value attribute is common for, I can use with input element, right? So anywhere I can use this value attribute. So value, suppose I say here click me. You can see the button is coming, but see, even though I'm doing something, I'm clicking, nothing is happening, because I have to tell explicitly if it is a normal button, what should happen if the user is clicking, right? Which I haven't done it. Okay, so this is a normal button. Now I'll create a submit button. Not placing the value, please make a note. I'm not placing a value, giving a value, but by default the value is coming as submit, because the type is submit. I'm getting a submit as a value. But don't think like, this output will be common for all the browser. The same page I'm running with Mozilla, and here I'm getting the value is submit query. So different browser give the different value for the submit button. Okay, so what if you want a same value? Use the value attribute. I'll say here submit form. Now I'll refresh. Okay, M got. Sorry, bad luck. Submit form here, and let us check in the Mozilla also. Here also we are getting the submit form. Okay, so make sure if you want the same name in the different browser, use the value attribute. First let me place the line break. Yeah. Okay, so this is what the submit button. Now, but what submit button is doing, that also let us check. Okay, so let me write something randomly, HTML as a name, age suppose 20. I'll select its mail, Bangalore, and click on submit form. Just have a look in the URL. Okay, first.html, it's written like this. When I click on submit form, you can see here it's coming as question mark. So the meaning is very simple. The form data got submitted. But the thing is, whom it got submitted. Generally, when I create my account here, I write my details here, right? Suppose I write my details here, right? And when I click on continue, so here the continue is the name of a submit button. So if I click on continue, the data gets saved into the server, Yahoo server, right? But here in our case, do we have any connectivity with the server? No. So how the data will be saved? No, it won't be saved. So what is happening? It is refreshing my current page. Okay, that's the reason you can see here question mark. Like the data is getting submitted, but there is no server connectivity. It is coming back to the same page. Are we clear? Okay. So that's how the submit button, and when I click on click me button, the button type value, we are not getting anything because you have to tell the functionality explicitly. Whereas the submit button functionality is already defined inside the browser. Okay, now there is one more button called as reset button. So input and if I refresh this page, reset is coming. By default the value is reset. Okay, we'll check in the other browser also. Do I get the same? It's coming same, but maybe other browser they show in different way, reset form or something else. So why to take a chance? So you can give the always the value. Okay, so now what reset does, let us see here. I'll just write something and click on reset. It resets the form. Whatever data the user has entered, it is going to erase that or reset that. Okay, so that is what reset does. I hope it's clear the difference between button, input type equal to button, the input type equal to submit, and the input type equal to reset. Okay, so we discussed only one element, that is input. with the different type values, and we got the different elements. Only thing, for the drop down, the element is select and option. But again in HTML5 we have the replacement for this select and option also. Okay, there they use the input element itself to get the drop down. I will discuss that during HTML5 features. Yeah, one more thing. Yeah, we discussed the attributes type and the value. Okay, but one thing I'll show you from here. See, as I said, radio button, there should be a single selection, right? I'll select this, I'll select this. Both are getting selected, which is violating the radio button fundamentals. But for checkbox, can I select multiple checkbox? Yes. Can I have a single checkbox? Yes. Can I select multiple drop down? As of now, no. I can select a single drop down, but you can select the multiple drop downs also. But the main problem is this radio button. I should not be allowed to have a multiple selection for the radio button. Got it? So we have to somehow do something so that that problem gets resolved. Okay, before that, one more thing. Text area I haven't discussed, right? So text area, let me just write, then I'll come back to the radio button problem. So we have a drop down after this text area to take the address from the user. Just text area I'll just place and place the BR if it is not a block label. So you can see here we are getting a space with a multiple rows. The difference between text box and text area, you are getting the multiple rows the moment I keep on writing, and you can see the automatically this vertical scroll is also coming, right? You can increase or decrease the size of the width and height of your text area by using calls and rows attribute for the text area. So I'll use this calls meaning is columns. How many columns should be present in your text area? If I say 10 here, rows, by default how many rows should be displayed to the user? So if I say 20 here, and I'll place here some address. You can see I increase the rows, right? So you can see the 20 rows by default get displayed and the calls is 10. Okay, so I'll decrease the rows now. Are we clear? Okay, so by default 10 rows will be displayed. By default 10 columns will be displayed to the user once you load the page. Okay, now coming back to the same radio button issue. We can select the multiple radio buttons together. Now there is one more attribute name as name itself. I'll just use that and show you the output. Name, I'll just tell you the meaning of this very soon. I'm just giving the same name attribute value for both the radio buttons. You can have multiple n number of radio buttons, right? Okay, so now if I say male or female, yes, it's working fine. So now what happened all of a sudden? We just use the name attribute, which is going to have the same value for all the radio buttons, right? In that case, you can have the single selection for the radio button. But why didn't I use with other form elements? Can I use here also? Let me see. Can I use here also? I'll give the same name value. Okay, there is no issue. But when I click on submit form, okay, now just have a look here. This is important one. When the data gets submitted, as of now no server connectivity, nothing is there, but just have a look on this URL. You can see here question mark gender equal to on. Till now this gender or these Keywords were not coming, but now all of a sudden they started coming. Why? Because whenever you use the name attribute, for whichever field you use the name attribute, only that attribute value is going to be displayed or is going to be served to the server. Okay, so simple meaning is, whenever you want your data to go to the server, for that element you have to use this name attribute. Otherwise your data won't be submitted. Okay, how can I make sure? So suppose I am entering, first let me just go back. Yeah, suppose I'm entering name, some values I'm entering, and click on submit form. Though I have given name and age, but name and age are not coming here in the URL, whereas only those fields are coming wherever we have given the name attribute. So looks like name attribute is very important. So what I'll do, I'll just have the name attribute for the person name. I'll say here username, and for the age, user age, username. So name attribute, let us have a look. Okay, so I'm this time again I'm entering some name, some random values, and click on submit form. Now you can see the name, whatever I have entered, it's coming. Whatever age I have entered, that is also coming. Gender, that is also coming, right? So it's coming. But see, is that clear? So the name attribute is important. For those field, whichever field you feel, right, it should go to the next level, or it should be that data should be saved to the server, or the data should be sent to the server. Okay, there all in all those places you use the name attribute. Yeah, that's clear. Now, why gender, even though I have selected male or female, why is it coming as on? So now one more important attribute, that is a value, right? Did we use value attribute till now? Yes, we used value with the buttons, different kind of buttons. So now value attribute is very important in case of radio button checkbox dropdown, where you are not writing anything, where you are hitting something. Okay, so what I'll do here, I'll say the value attribute. So this is suppose M, this value equal to F. Meaning is very simple. I'll just explain. The meaning is very simple here. User is going to see this value. Which value? In the display, user will be seeing male, female. But when I select male or female, the value which goes to the server is either M or F. It does not go as male or female. Similarly, here if I say value equal to, suppose I'll say here, same HTML, the value should go HTML, value equal to say CSS, okay, and suppose I'll say here JavaScript, which is a full name display to the user, but when the user select this, we are sending to the server a shortcut, short form JS. Okay, now let us execute our program again. I'm refreshing, write some name, say UI, age 20, female, HTML, CSS, and suppose I'll select JavaScript also, click on submit form. Name is coming, age is coming, gender is coming F, no more on, right? Tech equal to HTML, CSS, and JS. Yeah. So whatever data values are defined for each tag, that is going to be displayed or sent to the server. That's how we need it, right? So we use the name attribute, we learned how to use the value attribute also. So after this name and value, let us check out for the rate for the drop down also. But there's one thing here, you can see the technologies, the name of the technology, as I mentioned in the HTML page or in the code, the name was tech, right? So tech, all the tech values are coming as HTML, CSS, whatever the user has selected, we are getting that. Either you can do in this way, or you can have the different name values. If you want to do in this way also, you can do this. So if I refresh my page again, can see if I select only CSS and JavaScript. Submit form, you can see tech2 is equal to CSS and tech3 equal to JS. I hope that's clear. Now, this is all the text boxes and radio button checkboxes clear. Let us check how to fetch the drop down value also, or how to send the drop down value to the browser. Solution is, answer is always name and value attribute, right? So when I use the name attribute, only that value will go. If I use the value attribute, only that will go, otherwise the value will be displayed as on. Let us check out. So name equal to, here I'll say as city. Okay, as it's a single selection as of now, so I'm selecting suppose Delhi, right? Submit form, you can see city equal to Delhi. Okay, but whereas the uname and UH, they are not coming anything. The reason is already I haven't typed any value for the name and age. Okay, so city is coming as Delhi. Name. Okay, what if you don't want display as Delhi? You can have your own value. I can decide, like, I want the different, I don't want to send the big values. I can simply send the shortcut. Say BGR. Yeah, some DLH, right? So if I do in this way, this value will go instead of this. We'll refresh and cross verify again. It is selected as Bangalore. You can see the value is going as BGR here. Instead of Bangalore, that is what going at the back end. Clear? Now, as I said, okay, so name attribute we used as well as the value. As I said, in the drop down, you can do the multiple selection, but as of now, we are not able to do. Now I'm going to use another attribute so that multiple values can be selected from the drop down. Okay, so this value, the attribute name is multiple. You can see this attribute does not have the value. Generally, whenever we mention the attribute, it always has the value. Okay, so these attributes are known as the self-contained value. So even though I can write like this, or I can say multiple equal to multiple, right? The value is also same as attribute name. So instead of this, I'll simply write multiple. So in that case, I can select the multiple options, and you can see here it's coming. But how to select the multiple option? You have to hold the control key and then select. Okay, I selected two options from here. Okay, for Kolkata, I think I haven't given the value. You can see here city value is coming as BGR, DLH and Kolkata. Are we clear how to get the multiple values selected from the drop down? Okay. So we saw one more attribute named as multiple, and this attribute is known as a self-contained value. Okay, so no need to say multiple equal to multiple or multiple equal to on. You can simply leave that as it is. Like this is one of the attribute which does the same. Similarly, we have few more attributes which do not need the value. Like for the radio button, what if you want radio button to be selected by default, right? So you can use an attribute called checked. Checked is again a self-contained attribute. Either you can say checked equal to checked, or you can simply leave checked. Similarly, for checkboxes also, what if I want CSS to be selected by default? I'll say checked. Okay. So checked I use for radio button, checked I use for the checkbox also. You can see by default these values are checked. Now for the drop down, you will say, use the check. No, for that the attribute name is selected. So I'll use selected. You see by default Kolkata is selected. Okay, but then further user can change it. Similarly, CSS, even though by default is selected or checked, but user can change it. Okay, so we saw, three attributes which does not have the value or no need to mention the value. One is multiple to get the multiple drop downs. Another one is checked to get the by default checked value for radio button or checkbox. And third is selected to get a particular option to be selected by default. Are we clear? Okay, now let us go back to our PPT. The next slide. Okay, so quick revision what we discussed till now. Text box, how to create, input type equal to text. Name, if I don't mention name, it won't go to the server. Value is the default one. Say suppose if I say value equal to something here, say I'll say here John, same example. Refresh, the default value is John. If I click on submit, that value will go. Okay, so this is the default value which you are sending. Yeah. Okay, now radio button, input type equal to radio, name is gender, value equal to M, right? So value, we understood the difference, the usage of name and value attribute, which is very important you to know. Checkbox, that is clear, input type equal to checkbox, name and value. Text area, rows and calls. Okay, for drop down, name and value. This value goes to the database, and if I don't mention name and if I don't use the name attribute, the value won't be submitted to the server. And these are the different kind of buttons. Okay, now here we used one of the attribute checked, which makes sure one of the checkbox is selected by default, selected for one of the option of drop down. And one more attribute we use, multiple. Multiple allows to select multiple values from the drop down. Okay, now what we'll do, we'll discuss the other attributes also. The very first one is size. Size is nothing but changes the width of the text boxes. Now, if you see here, by default, the text size is this much only. Yeah, if I want to increase or decrease, you can have an attribute size. So if I say size equal to 20, so I think that is, just a minute, let me go to its previous size. Yeah, okay, I'll just increase the size. You can see the width of the text box got increased. Increase or decrease based upon what size value you are giving. So size attribute, it works with the text boxes. Okay, now the next attribute is max length, min length. Before that, let me just talk about the placeholder, display the placeholder value. So this you must have observed in the website, placeholder, which shows, you know, what to be entered in that text box. So I'll say please enter username. So if I want that to be displayed, I have to remove the value attribute, otherwise that is going to be displayed by default. So placeholder, another attribute, you can see please enter your username, and the moment the user starts writing his name, that will go off. Yeah, so this is what placeholder. Check selected we already discussed. Now the max length and the min length. Max length is nothing but the maximum number of characters entered in the text box. So these are most of the attributes actually we have for the text boxes. So I'll say here max length. Okay, so suppose I'll say max length is 4. So the meaning is maximum 4 characters the user can enter, not more than 4 characters. So we'll cross verify. So I'm trying to enter more than 4 and it is not allowing me to enter. Okay. Now another one is min length. Min length, suppose I say minimum 2 characters to be present in the name. Okay. So what I'll do to check this, first I'll make sure I'm entering only minimum 2 characters. So 4 or 3. Submit. It's submitting. It's working very well. Now what if I say only 1 character? Okay. Click on submit form. And you can see here we are getting the pop-up error message. Please lengthen this text to 2 characters or more. You are currently using 1 character. Yeah, all because of I use the min length attribute. So minimum length of the text should be 2, and wherein I'm just passing one character, it is showing me the error. But this error is not, the appealed one. I mean, see, if I see this kind of error in the UI design, it won't be that much appealing. So the error should be always in the red color, and it should not come as a pop-up. They should be always next to the element where the error is coming. So in this case, I should get my own error message first of all. If I again click on submit form, you can see this error message is coming. What if I want my own error message, right? So I want next to that text box in the red color, not as a pop-up, right? So that is you can do using JavaScript. So once we learn JavaScript, there we'll see how to add the uh, the content on the fly. Okay, so this one thing we saw min length, max length, but not user defined error message. It is coming as inbuilt error message. Okay, now next is multiple, we already covered. Then we have read only disabled. Read only disabled, the meaning is very simple. The data is, you cannot write anything. They are just going to be read only. You cannot write anything in those text boxes. Okay, action, method, and target. Okay, so now I'll just show you how the read only and disabled works. So what I'll do, I'll simply say here, suppose in the age, I'll say read only. This is the attribute which does not need the value. It means I cannot enter anything here. See, in the age, I'm not allowed to enter anything because it's a read only. Similarly, for disabled, if I say disabled, I'm not allowed to enter anything. Again, I'm not allowed to enter, right? But then what is the difference? So that is your next assignment. You have to find out how read only and disabled behave differently. So solution is already written here, but I want you to find out with the coding. In case of read only, data is going to be processed. In case of disabled, data is not going to be processed. Process meaning is simple. The data is going to be submitted to the server. Okay, in case of read only, that data, whatever data is already written in the text box, that data will go to the server. In case of a disabled, the data won't go to the server. So please cross verify this. Did I say correct or not? Okay, next is action. Now the form element, see, we discussed multiple elements, but the form element, which is very important, it contains one attribute called action. So it tells, it tells us, it asks you, if the form gets submitted, what action you want to be taken. Okay, so that you can do it using this. So suppose I want, when the user clicks on submit button, I want to move to the next page. Okay, your next page could be, welcome page, right? As of now, I'm just taking him to the google.com. If the user clicks on submit button, I'm taking him to the google.com. Generally, it has to be welcome if user has entered his details properly. Okay, as minimum 2 characters, submit form, and you can see it is coming to google.com. Till now, the same page was going to be refreshed. Now, as we have given the action, it is taking us to google.com. Yeah, okay. What is the next attribute? The method. The method specifies the HTTP method to be used when submitting the form data, and the last is target specifies if the submitted result will open in a new browser tab or in a current window. Okay, so what is a method? Method is, again, see, now we are talking about all the attributes of the form element. So one is action, another one is the method. So method is always, either get. These are the HTTP methods, get or post. By default, the form method is get. Okay, so we'll see, does it make any difference if I say here get? We'll see that. I'll just enter, make sure 2 characters are there, and click on submit form. and there's no change. You can see the data. Earlier also we were able to see the data here. Now I'll just change it to post. Simple meaning is how the data should be submitted to the server. Okay, which method you want, get or post. Again, I'll add some data and click on submit form. And this time you can see here the data is not visible in the browser URL. Moreover, in the google.com, that is a problem, not with our coding. The google.com does not take any post request. Okay, so what to avoid this, what you can do, instead of sending to google.com, you can send to some your other HTML page, say welcome.html. You can transfer the request to the welcome.html. So instead of saying google.com, I can send the action to the welcome.html. So method post, the meaning is the data whatever user is entering, that won't be displayed in the browser. That is the difference between get and post. Okay, so post is more secured. So whenever you are asking the user to log in, give his credentials, username, password, we need to make sure the method is always post. By default, the method is get, which is not secured one, because whatever you enter, that will be displayed in the browser, right? Suppose here, like instead of age, I'll just make it password. Okay, I'm asking please enter your password, right? So first let me remove method as instead of post, let us have get only. By default method is get, no need to mention explicitly. Okay, so I'll enter some name and password. Suppose I'll enter, okay, it's read only. Let me remove this, disabled. Okay, so I'll just enter some password, say HTML is my password, and I'll enter some name also. Click on submit form. Now do I want my password to be displayed in the browser URL? No, the answer is obviously no. So how to avoid this? In that case, I have to make the method as post. I hope that makes sense. The HTML5 forms new features. So here we have already learned how to create a basic form using HTML. Now it's time to upgrade ourselves to HTML5 form elements. We have already learned how to create text box, radio button, checkboxes, drop down, and the buttons. Buttons can be submit, reset, as well as a normal button. Now let us find out some other type values. So as we know, any text box, any form elements has to be created by using input element. And the type value, whenever we change, we get the different kind of form element. So we have already seen type equal to text, type equal to radio, type equal to checkbox to get the different form elements. Now we have different kind of types which give a different kind of element altogether. So the very first HTML5 form input type is, if I say type equal to color, you'll be getting a color palette from where you can select a color. If you say input type is equal to date, you will get a field that should contain a date. You will be getting a option wherein you can select the date from the calendar. Then we have date time hyphen local, in which you can get the date as well as the time. Now at just time, you can get only the time. So let us give a try with these input types. This is our same sample HTML page which we have created earlier. So I'll just add few more fields. So first let us ask the user your favorite color. And I'm going to say input type equal to color, and let us close it and place a BR to break the line. Yeah, we'll see. Let us see the output. You can see the color option is coming, and from here this is a color palette. You can select any color. Are we clear? Okay, so this is what the color type and the other options as we saw. What if we are asking the user, please enter your date of birth. So I'll say input type equal to date. So these options actually they are added in HTML5. You can see we are getting this color, calendar option. From here you can select the date. Okay, and next, as we saw, there is an option for time also. So birth time, let me just ask. So input type equal to time. Okay, so we are getting here the time. Are we clear? And what if you want a combination of both? Then there is a option called date time hyphen local. So I'll say job applied, say details something. I want to show you the type which gives you both the option. You can see this is coming as both the calendar and the time. Yeah, so these different types we have already seen. Let us move to the next line. Okay, similarly we have input type equal to week, which allows the user to select a week and year. And then we have a month, like how we have a calendar, a date. Similarly we have week and month. Okay, now three more. Email is important one, number and range. Okay, so now what is email? So we know, right, email validation, like there should not be any spaces in the email ID. There should be exactly one at the rate, right? And what else? There should be some after at the rate there should be dot, right? So that kind of validation, if I'm using this input type equal to email, okay, so that kind of validation is already available with this HTML form input type. So I'll show you with the example. So we'll ask him, please enter your email ID. Okay, let us have a look. So email ID, suppose I'm giving some random details with a space and all those things. As of now, no validations we have mentioned explicitly. Let us see what happens when I click on the submit button and I get an error. Please include an at the rate in the email address. At the rate is missing in this. Okay, so so you must have seen this. This is something similar kind of pop-up message what we received when I said here a min length and max length, right? In the min length also we were getting this, that kind of error message, but that error message only comes when you click on the submit button. Similarly here also, if I click on this, nothing will happen, but when I click on the submit form, then only I get this error message. Got it? So input type equal to email, if I'm using, already this email keyword is having the implicit validations. So in that it is compulsory you have to have the at the rate and no spaces and all, right? That validation is already written inside. But when this HTML5 was not there, earlier we used to do the validation by ourselves by using JavaScript. Okay, so anyways, very soon we are going to learn JavaScript also. So there we do the same. We put the validation, no exactly one at the rate, no spaces. After at the rate there should be at least one dot, right? So those kind of validations are we have to write. Okay, but in this case, the only thing is we are getting the error message, but again, it's a pop-up. The error message should always come next to the text box or maybe below the text box in a red color so that we can get to know, yeah, this is error. So I'll show you an example. In the previous lecture also, I have used the same. Here also, I'm using the same. So suppose sign in. I'm going to create a new account here. So suppose the mobile number I am giving wrong, right? You can see this red color and this underline is coming. Let me do the continue, and what it says, this is required, these fields are required, email ID is required, this is required, but for this actually it is not showing any validation. It should show like, this number should be there. Okay, let me just write for the email ID some random thing I'm writing here, say at the rate also, let me say here, that's it. Okay, I will do the continue again. Okay, now you can see the proper error message is coming. You can only use letters, numbers, full stops and underscores in your username. So we'll remove the error one by one. Yeah, okay. See, you can see the error here. It's coming. So it does not come as a pop-up what we are getting. It shows the proper error message over here. So something similar, if you want to implement, you should not use input type equal to email, because that internally validation is there and will always show you the pop-up. So in that case, if you want to display the proper error message with the red font color like how they have done it, in that case you should not use input type equal to email. You should continue with input type equal to text. Are we clear? So you should use these form input types, HTML5 form input types wisely. Wherever you feel like it is not possible without this, then only you should use it. Okay, so this is what for the email. So I'll never recommend to use this. I'll say, use the text box, and then further you write the validation, JavaScript validation, so that it can only take the valid email ID. If it is invalid, you will be getting the proper error message with the red font color. Okay, so this is fine, and there was one more input type which is nothing but for the number. Okay, suppose I'm asking user your phone number. So input type equal to number. This is again HTML5 form type, which allows you to enter only the integers. You can see if I try to write this alphabets, it won't allow me, right? It won't allow me to write any alphabet. I'm trying to type, but it is not allowing me. But if I enter the numbers, it allows me very clearly. Okay, so this is input type equal to number. But again, this should be used whenever, not for the phone number, you should use input type equal to number. You should use this thing like, for the smaller numbers, like, if you have to put the age, percentage, for those things, you should use input type equal to number. Got it? And can we write the negative value? Yes, negative values are again acceptable. Okay, but can I write the decimal? Yes, that is also acceptable. So any number you can enter, but only thing is, okay, please enter a valid value. The two nearest valid values are -18 and -17. So what I'll do, I'll just click on submit form. Let me see. So you cannot enter the decimal values, right? You can only enter the integer. This is acceptable, whereas the previous thing was not acceptable. Okay, so decimal values are not allowed, only this thing. So again, the number, you need to think wisely where all you have to use it. So don't use, like in case of phone number, I will never recommend go with input type equal to number. Better go with type equal to text, but then again you have to write the validation, right? User should not enter anything other than numbers, and the first digit should not be 0, like those validation, the length of the input should be 10, exactly 10. So that kind of a pattern we are supposed to write to do the validation part. Okay, anyways, that we are going to learn very soon. Yeah, so we have seen email, we have seen number, and the last one is the range. Range is what defines a control for entering a number whose exact value is not important. Default range is 0 to 100. However, you can set restrictions on what numbers are accepted with the min, max, and step attribute. So few more new attributes you have seen here: min, max, and step. Again, these three belong to HTML5 input types, the new attribute. Okay, so this is assignment for you. You have to find out how to use range. Okay, now again the one what we saw, step, min, and max, it's defined here. And before that, let me just show you the other input types. This multiple, hope you remember, we have used this multiple attribute where for the drop down to select the multiple values from the drop down. So that was using the drop down, but now this multiple can be used somewhere else also. What is that somewhere else also? Let me just show you with this. What if I'm asking the user, please upload your form, please upload your resume, right? So I'll just ask, upload your resume. So I'll say here input type equal to file. So this is the existing HTML form element. If I simply say type equal to file, you will be getting an option to upload the file. You can see here, upload your resume, you get this option, choose file. If you select any file from here, then that thing will come, whatever you have selected. Okay, then when you click on submit, you have to write a code so that this file has to be uploaded on the server, right? Using this input type equal to file, we are just giving the option to select the file. But then after clicking on submit, you have to write the code so that the file should be uploaded on the server. Are we clear? Okay. Now the thing is, can we select the multiple files from here? If I suppose I want to upload multiple files from here, can I do? Let me just, select control. I'm just pressing control key. It's not happening, right? I'm pressing control or shift. I cannot select multiple options, right? So for that reason, we have the multiple attribute which you can use here. So if I say multiple, in that case, you can see here now it's coming as choose files. No more it's choose file, right? And now when I say open, it is showing me which all the files you can upload on the server. So this is what the multiple attribute, this is how the multiple attribute works. Yeah. Okay, so next is, we are talking about the list attribute. Okay, so this is what, as I said already, like to create a drop down. How did we create? We always use select or option element, but now using this list, you can create a drop down also. I'll be showing you very soon how to use this list to create a drop down. It's again a part of HTML5. Okay, now the next is height and width attribute. Have we used height and width attribute? Yes, we have used for the non-form elements, like we have used with div, we have used with paragraph, all those things. But they are talking about height and width, you can use it with the input element also. So input type equal to image, there you can use this height and width attribute. Next is step, min and max, right? So this is what related with the previous line which we have discussed. I asked you have to find out. So please, check out how this is, how is the combination of a step, min, max, and the next is the type is range. Okay. Okay. So before I move to the pattern, so one thing which is pending here is the list, right? Okay, now let us, I'm going to convert my drop down from a basic drop down. I'm going to create a drop down using this type is list. Okay, so here we had, right, cities lived in. Let us continue from here. I'm going to replace this drop down created by using select. We are going to replace it with data list and list keyword, right? So I'm going to introduce one more element of HTML5, which is nothing but data list. Okay, so what it does, we want to do replacement for this, right? So I'll say cities. Yeah, so I've just used a data list element and I've just given the id anyways we know very well. Till now I haven't used the list keyword, right? So now with the input element I'm going to use the same list equal to cities. Okay, one sec. This data list has to be after taking the input. Okay, so let me tell you what I'm trying to do here. Yeah, and I'll just copy this options from here to here and remove this part. So no more select element, we are using the input element. Okay, so now what is the meaning? Remember the input element, it always gives you a text box, right? So this input is going to give me the text box, but this is somehow related with this data list. How? Because both of them are having the same value for list and id. So input list equal to cities, data list id equal to cities, right? So the meaning is in this input text box, if I'm entering anything, it is going to do the matching. So let me just show you from here. Okay, so now where it is, cities, right? So we have given input list equal to cities, and you can see in the drop down all those options are also coming, right? And see here, option value equal to, I have given BGR, that is coming DLH Kolkata Chennai, right? So if I write anything which is matching with this, okay, you can write anything here. In case of a select element, you cannot enter anything. This allows you to enter something. Okay, so if I say T, so anything matching with T, Kolkata is having T as a alphabet, so it is showing me. So this way of creating the drop down is known as a predefined options. We are giving the predefined options, you can select from there. Suppose generally this thing you must have seen in the website. So when it asks you which country you lived in, right? So when the moment we say I, immediately all the alphabets, all the words which starts with I, that come up, right? The something similar is happening here. When I say D, all the words which starts with D, they are coming here. Okay, so this is what we use a lot in from HTML5. Okay, so how to do, I'll just again tell. We are going to use input element for the same, and new attribute altogether, list attribute, whose value should be the same what is the value for data list id. So that's how this input and data list are interconnected to each other. Okay, so this is what the list attribute of your HTML5. Next, I'll discuss about the pattern. See, we have discussed about the, all the input HTML5 form input types. Next is going to be the pattern matching. Okay, so this is for that they have used a attribute called as pattern. Okay, so what is a pattern? Pattern is something, a regular expression. Using pattern attribute, you can specify a regular expression that the input value is checked against before submitting the form. Now remember, for the name or for the phone number, right, or for the email ID, right? So for all those things there should be a pattern, right? The user has to give the proper value. For the name, it can only have the alphabets. Similarly, for the phone number, it should be exactly 10 digits number. Okay, so you are going to write a pattern for the same pattern value. Okay, now on which basis you are going to write the pattern value, so that let us understand. That is what the known as a regular expression. And first let us talk about the regular expression. Okay, so now how to write a regular expression? It is common for any language. It's not only for HTML5. You can use this regular expression for any programming language. Anything you write inside the square bracket, the meaning is only that part can be entered in that field. So in our case, it's text boxes. So if I say square bracket 0 to 9, it means any numbers can be, any number between 0 to 9 can be entered. Similarly, if I say A hyphen Z, it means any characters between A to Z. Got it? If I say 0 to 9 A hyphen Z, it means it's a combination of numbers and the characters, but it's a lower case. Now what if you want the capital, the uppercase letter also? In that case, you have to say in this way. Okay, it's not compulsory you always have to say A to Z. You can come to some range also. Suppose I want the letters between A to D, so I'll say A hyphen D. What if I want only A, B or C? So I'll say either A hyphen C, or there are only 3 alphabets, so you can say A, B, C also. Are we clear? So in this case, the meaning is very simple. You can enter anything between 0 to 9 and the special characters also, like star and dollar. Yeah. Okay. Now we just learned, in the previous slide, we just learned here what to enter. Now the occurrences, how many times that should come. So as we know, the phone numbers, it should be exactly 10 digit, or the name, it should be more than 2 alphabets. Okay. So that occurrences, we are just telling here what should be entered, but how many times that should be entered, that we are going to discuss in the next slide. So this is what it is known as a quantifiers, how many times it should come. So there are multiple quantifiers like plus. Plus indicates anything you can enter between 0 to 9 at least once. So anything 1 or more than 1. So I can enter the number as 1, I can enter the number as 1, 2, I can enter the number as 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, any number. Okay, any number whose length is 1 or more than 1. If I say star matches any string that contains 0 or more occurrences. So the meaning is I can enter nothing, or I can enter a number with n number of occurrences. If I say question mark, it means 0 occurrence or 1 occurrence. 3, we are telling the exact how many times the number should come, right? So only 3 numbers I can enter. If I say 3 comma, the meaning is minimum length is 3, max length can be anything. If I say 3 comma 6, minimum length is 3, maximum length is 6. If I say only comma 6, it means minimum length can be anything, but maximum length can be should be 6. Okay, so let us implement this pattern in our program. I hope it's clear how to write a regular expression. This regular expression we are going to write using the pattern attribute. So let me just do the same with the name. Okay. So I'll just remove the max length, min length, because anyways that validation we are taking care using the pattern attribute. Pattern, and I'll say here the name. It can only take the alphabets, capital or small, A to Z, and then you have to tell how many times it should come. So if I say plus, it means you have to enter alphabet at least once. Okay. So let us see this. Okay, so I'm not entering anything. Let me see what comes here. Just a sec. Okay, I'll just remove this size thing. Anyways, we were using earlier, and just write proper things. And I hope form is closed also. Yeah, it's closed, and submit button is inside this. Okay. So if I enter anything with length 1 or more than 1, it is acceptable. Yeah, but if I don't enter anything inside this name, let me refresh. Okay, I'll do one thing. I'll remove this placeholder value also. It should not happen actually. I hope I have written correct. Square bracket, there is no space. So it is telling at least one character I have to enter. So are we doing correct? Yeah. A to Z plus enter name can only have alphabets. Okay. What I'll do, instead of plus, I'll just say 4. Okay. So exactly 4 alphabets can be are acceptable. So I'll not say 4 here. I'll simply say 2 character. And click on submit form. And now it says please match the requested format. Yeah. So if I say more than 4, then also it should say me please match the requested format. Okay. Now if I say anything, capital letter or a combination of this, because I have given, the small capital both. So this is acceptable because I have given exactly the correct value with the 4 length. Okay, what if I give the numbers? Because I know we have given only A to Z. What if I give the name as number and suppose only exactly 4 length? Let us see, it is giving us the error. Please match the requested format. Okay, now what if I give the alphanumeric of size 4? It says please match the requested format. Okay, now what if I give this starting some alphabets, then ending with like this? Okay, please match the requested format. What if I say like this, end is this? So you can do the proper testing here, and you can check here. It's showing the error message. It is not accepting the data given by the user. Are we clear? Now one more thing here is, are we getting the proper error message? Do I want to see the pop-up message? No. We always want to see the proper error message next to the text box or below to the text box in a red color. Okay, so that kind of thing we can do using the JavaScript, right? Because you have to write something in your browser. So JavaScript, it is something, you are going to modify your page. Using HTML, you can simply display the data. But using JavaScript, you can modify the page on the fly. Okay, dynamically you can change the content of the page. So that we'll see during this when we start with JavaScript. Okay, now I'll just find out what if I say here 4 comma this. So it means minimum length is 4, maximum length can be anything. Are we clear? So minimum length is 4, maximum length can be anything. So I'm again giving the wrong input. It should not accept. Yeah, it is not accepting. Okay, now I'll give minimum 4 and maximum can be anything, right? So I can give n number of characters here and it is acceptable. Okay, now what if I don't enter anything? Then click on submit button. This should not acceptable actually. Okay, now let me just try one more thing. I'll just tell you the meaning of this also. Okay, I'm not entering anything and click on submit. Okay. So this pattern attribute, it's not working in a case when we are not giving any value, right? So what I'll do, if you want that to happen also, what if you want a user should enter some value? Okay, so there is another attribute known as the required. So required attribute, it is again HTML5 attribute which makes sure the user has entered something. Wrong or right, that we are taking care using the pattern, but using required, I'll make sure the user has entered something. Okay, so now again I'm not entering anything for the name and clicking on the submit button. and we are getting this pop-up. But again, I don't want a pop-up like this. In that case, what you can do, again, we can write the JavaScript validation here next to the text box to tell I need a validation. Okay, please, this field is required. Fine. So that we'll see once we start learning JavaScript. Similarly, this I have written for the name of a person. Similarly, the password, right? Password, I'll just write a pattern for the password also. We know the password pattern should be, it can have anything. It can be minimum 8 length, and it can be a combination of capital, small, special character, right? 0 to 9 special characters. So let me just take only few special characters, and minimum length should be 8 and maximum can be anything. Yeah, so we can write a pattern like this. Yeah, let us give a try. So what I'll do, okay, first what I'll do, I'll just remove the required from here. Otherwise, we'll keep on getting the error. Please fill this required. Okay, so I'm just entering the value, but not with the 8 length. So it's not 8, it's 6 length. And I'll say submit form. And we are getting the please match the requested format. But again, as I said, we should get a proper error message. So in that case, once we learn JavaScript, then at that time you can write the proper error message. Are we clear? So that's how we write a pattern here. It can be alphanumeric between 0 to 9, right? Now the assignment for you people is going to be, you have to write a pattern for the phone number. Okay, one more thing. The pattern attribute does not work with the type as number or type as email, right? It will only work with the type as text. The reason is type equal to number or type equal to email. Internally, validation is written. Internally, the pattern is written. So you cannot override the existing pattern. Are we clear? So in that case, if you want to write a pattern for anything, you have to make sure you convert that into a text value. Okay, so I'll show you with the example. Say here pattern I'm writing for the number, and I'll say here 0 to 9, and say length is exactly 4. Okay. So for the phone number, I'm giving more than 4. It is accepting because your pattern cannot override the existing pattern. So in that case, if you want that to happen, you have to convert into a normal text box. Yeah, so you have to say, now if I say more than 4 digit, I'm getting the please match the requested format. Are we clear? So you have to keep in mind this pattern attribute only work if you are using type as text. It won't work with any other type value.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with E&ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
So before I talk about the CSS, we all are very much aware about HTML. So HTML, as we know, it is generally used to display the content. Now, if I'm talking about for the beautification, for that the solution is CSS. So CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets. CSS describes how HTML elements are to be displayed on a screen, paper, or in any other media. CSS saves a lot of work. It can control the layout of multiple web pages all at once. And finally, if you want to create the external CSS, in those cases, that external style sheets should be stored in .css files. So this is just an introduction, so you can just think, CSS is used to beautify the page. Now there are various ways. Remember the 3 ways to apply styling or CSS on HTML elements. So next slide talks about the same. The different types of styling. inline styling, internal styling, and external styling. In internal styling, we are going to apply the style on that element itself. So, for example, you can see there is a P element here, which is written my first CSS. I want to beautify this content of P element. I want to make the background color as yellow and I want to give a nice border. Right? So how to do? The very first way, inline styling. The same thing we are going to do in all the three ways. First inline, then internal, and finally external. So we are going to use another attribute named as a style, which can be used with any element. In that you write, first thing you write the CSS property, colon, followed by that property value, right? And then if you want to add the multiple CSS property, in that case you have to place a semicolon to differentiate, like this is first property, this is second CSS or third CSS, like so on. So my second CSS property which I want to apply is border solid. So all these are the predefined CSS properties, like how we have the HTML elements. Your browser can understand those HTML elements. Similarly, your browser can understand all these predefined CSS properties. So background color yellow and border solid. So border and background color, they both have predefined CSS property. So in this case, if I have the multiple n number of P elements, only this P element will be affected because I'm doing the styling using the inline styling. So it will affect only that element where you are applying the CSS. Okay, the other way is internal styling is where you don't have an external CSS file, but instead place your CSS inside a style element. So here you can see a style is working as an attribute as well as a style is going to work as a element also. So this piece of code, P background color yellow, border solid, we are going to write inside the style element. So in that case, I'm telling, on which element I want to apply CSS, I'm telling on P. So in this case, if I have n number of P's, for all the P's, this CSS is going to be applied. So this is what the internal styling. And finally, it's the external style sheet is where when you have your CSS written in a separate file with a .css extension and you reference it from an HTML link element. So very simple. Now suppose I don't want to use my inline styling. I want to separate it out. Separate in the sense I want to place all my CSS in external file named as .css. In that case, this entire piece of code I'll simply shift into a .css file. Now how to tell my HTML page? You have to link to this CSS. For that we are going to use another element named as link, in which you have to mention two more attributes. One is rel, means is relative, and another one is href, means where is your CSS file. And hope you remember in HTML we discussed you should always mention the relative path. So here also in href you are going to mention the relative path of your CSS file. So the same example let us do by ourselves. So for that, what we are going to do, I already have an HTML. I'll just create a P element here, head, and finally we have the body. And all the three ways, let us apply. So P, and I have my first CSS. Let us see the output as of now. As we know very well, there is no beautification. So I should get only this, which is working very well. And next, let us do the same beautification. I want to put the background color as well as the nice border, right? So for that, I'm going to use a style attribute. Okay, as it's an attribute, the value should be always in double quotes. And the different CSS property, the inbuilt CSS property. So first is background color. And suppose I'll pick up the same color and border as solid. Got it? Now let us execute this piece of code. We are getting, this is what the inline styling. Now the same style, instead of doing here, what I'll do, I'll just do as a inline styling. Okay, so I'll just cut this piece of code, remove the style attribute. Now the same style keyword works in both the ways, as the element as well as the attribute also. So I'll just write this, I'll just modify this code. So I want to apply for P element, want to put the background color as yellow, and the other one was border solid. Remove this double quotes and place the curly braces. Got it? So I'm telling for all the P elements, I want to do these two modifications. So I'll show you one more thing. I'll just place one more P to show it is going to be applied for all the P elements. Yeah. And at the last, this is what inline internal styling. Let us discuss how to create your CSS external styling. In that case, remember the folder structure. In the UI, we had HTML and images. Similarly, I'll create one more folder, which is just going to have all the CSS file. So inside this, I'll create a CSS file. So I'll create a new file here. I have to save it with the .css extension. Okay, so I'll say suppose by css dot css, and I'll select from here all the files. Okay, now I think it happened the groovy, so let me just delete this file from here. So yeah, Control N and save it inside the CSS folder. My css.css. Are we clear? And let us make it all files and start. Okay, now the same piece of code, I'm just going to remove it. Okay, nothing, no magic, no more coding. I'll remove this style element also, as we are not going to use it, as I'm doing the external CSS. Okay, so this is done. We just created a separate .css file and referring to the same. Okay, now how to refer? Remember, there was a link element. Link element takes two predefined attributes. One is rel, relative, and other one is href, wherein you tell where is your file. So I told very well, like it has to be always relative part. So remember, dot meaning is I came out from the current folder, then I have to go inside the CSS folder, and there my css.css file is there. Let me execute the same piece of code and I should get the same output. If you have any doubt here, I'll just change the color to make sure it's working very well. Okay, so in this this here we just spoke about how to do the inline internal and external styling. Okay, so generally in the real-time projects, we always prefer to go with the external CSS because the project size will be too much. I mean, there will be multiple files, and if you have HTML, CSS in the same file, then it is going to be very difficult. So what do we do generally? We create the separate .css file and then we refer. And moreover, in this way, I can use the same CSS file on multiple HTML pages also. Suppose in multiple pages, I need the same styling. So what I can do, I can write that piece of code in a .css file and do the linking. Okay, so that's how we'll save our work, we'll save our time, right? And the performance of the application will be fast. Now onwards, we'll be talking about the CSS3 properties. The properties which I'm going to discuss are border-radius, the very first one. It indicates what if I want a rounded corner around the elements. The shadow can be your text shadow or the box shadow. The background image is something which can be used to apply the different background images on a selected element. Gradient is going to be the combination of multiple colors on elements. It can be linear or the radial gradients. Text effects using different text font is something. By default, your system will be having a set of fonts. Now, what if you want to use a font family which is not supported in your system, right? Which is not given by default. So, what you need to do, you are going to use something known as a text hyphen face. So, for that, you have to download that font file, and that's how you will be proceeding. So, we'll be discussing about the same. Resizing UI is simple. What if I want to increase width or height of my element by dragging it out? So that is resizing UI. By default, your text areas are always a resizable element. Flexbox is something how to place the elements inside the container. Multiple columns feature something like what if I want a output something like newspaper. Media rules is something how your website is going to behave for the different devices. Devices here it can be a mobile, it can be a tablet, it can be a laptop or a bigger systems. So you can make your pages website responsive by using media rules concept. Then we have a transition. Transition says the thing should happen smoothly. So when I hover on any element, what if I want to change the increase the size? I can go use transition so that changes of the size will happen smoothly. Then we have 2D 3D transformation method in which you can move the element from one position to another position, you can rotate it, you can skew it, you can increase or decrease the size. So you can club transition and transformation together to get the smooth effect. And finally, we have the animation. In the animation, you are going to animate the element from one position to another position by changing the background color, by changing its position, and by applying all the previous properties rule. Now, what is border radius? Border radius property defines the radius of an element corners. This property allows you to add rounded corners to the element. Now, if you have observed, whenever we create a div element, we get the rectangle or square box, right? Now, what if you want a rounded corner? In that case, we use this borders radius CSS property. So let us use the same. I do have a div element and whose style is given by giving width, height, border, background color. Let us see currently what we are getting. We are getting the the corners. Now what if I want a rounded corner? So I'll use the border radius CSS property, CSS3 actually, and you just tell how much percentage you want. Suppose if I say 4%, and you can see it's little bit rounded, right? Similarly, using this you can make a circle also. I mean, try the different values until you don't get a circle. So this has become oval. You can simply play with this value and it will become a circle finally. Correct? So you have to give different trials, and that's how the border radius work. Now the other CSS3 property is what if I want to give the shadow to the text or a element. So suppose this h1 this is there, and how to give that shadow. For that reason we use text hyphen shadow. And if I want to give the shadow for a box, for any element, then we use box hyphen shadow. Now the values here what we give, this is the width of the shadow, second is the height of the shadow, third is the blurriness of the shadow, and finally this is the color of the shadow. Okay, so let us give a try with first I'll try text shadow, then similarly border box shadow. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll write something inside this, say span or h1 anything, span element, and I'll say here this is my span. Correct? And now let us give the shadow for the same. So span, and I'll say here text shadow. Okay, text hyphen shadow. And so the first thing is the width of the shadow, second is the height of the shadow, and third is the blurriness if you want. Okay, suppose I don't want any blurriness. Let us see, does it give something to us? You can see it's a shadow is there. By default, the shadow color is going to be always black. What if you want something else? You mention it. And let me give the blurriness also. Okay, and yes, you see that's how it is coming. Okay, so maybe I'll increase the browser, this thing, and you can see this thing shadow is coming. Similarly, what if I want a box shadow? I'll just copy paste the same and write it inside the div element. Replace text with the box shadow. It is going to work exactly same. Only thing is this time we are going to get a shadow for a box. Okay, so if you want to increase the width or height, you can simply change the values. Suppose it is 20, this is 30. Yeah, okay, I think I changed for this one. Text shadow I am supposed to do for this box shadow, correct? And you can see now we are getting the shadow. So using these CSS3 properties, you can come out with a good design. You can design the logo also of your company. So those things can be done using box shadow, text shadow, correct? We have already used background hyphen color till now in CSS, which is something to get a different background color for any element. Now I'm going to talk about few more background related properties, which is a part of actually CSS3. This we are very much aware. The background hyphen image, this is a new CSS3 property. What it is, you can insert the image by using background hyphen image. The other way we know very well, in using HTML I can insert any image using IMG element. But what if I want to do the same using CSS? So for that reason, background hyphen image URL is a function you are going to call, and then you are going to tell which image you want to display in single or double quotes. Background hyphen repeat, by default all the background images are going to be repeated to occupy the place. So this is a default value, and this could be the other value. So what if you don't want the image to be repeated? You can tell no hyphen repeat. So again, background hyphen repeat, it is having a set of values. You can provide only those set of values. Background hyphen attachment is fixed and scroll. So scroll is the default one, fixed one. So what is a scroll one? If you scroll, the image also goes up and down, and fixed is going to be, it is going to be fixed no matter you scroll up or down. Background position, you are telling its position where to be placed in the element. Are we clear? So let us check out all these background related properties. So go back to our code. So currently what I have a div element, and whose style is already given some width, height and border background color. Now I want to apply the background CSS3 property. I want to place image actually. So I have some set of image, and I hope this is remember. We should always use the relative path. Yeah, and slash I have an image img1.jpg. First let us see what is the output of this. So I'm getting an image. Is it getting repeated? Actually it's not getting repeated because it is occupying the entire it is able to occupy the entire width and height of the element. So what I'll do, I'll not apply for div, let me apply for the entire body. So now you can see it is getting repeated. So it's over here, again it is getting repeated, right? So it's working very well. Now as I said, background hyphen image to place the image. Then we have background hyphen position or repeat. So by default the repeat value is always repeat. Now what if you don't want to be repeated? You just say no hyphen repeat. Okay, so let us execute this. Now it is not going to be repeated. Okay, it is a single image. Okay, now then we have a background hyphen size. Background hyphen size, wherein you define the size. What should be the image size, correct? So you can tell, I just want 20% width and say 20% height. automatically the size got reduced. Okay, so whatever size you mentioned. Then we have background hyphen position. You can tell where to place it actually in your page. Yeah, so you can use background hyphen position. You tell where you want. So either you can place at the top left, right bottom, top right. So you can place the multiple places, right? So suppose I'll say colon top right, right? Okay. So I want to place say suppose bottom left. Yeah, so it should come down now and it's getting placed here. Similarly, you can place at the center also. And then we saw background hyphen attachment. The by default we'll see whether the value is fixed or scroll. Okay, currently I don't have any vertical or horizontal scroll. To get it, what I'll do, I'll just add few BR so that you can see the scrolling. Correct. Currently there is no scrolling because my page size is already very less. So I'll just keep on saving line break so that I'll get the scrolling. And moreover, I have to place it at the top also, somewhere at the center. So it's very simple. Background hyphen position, as I told, attachment, as I told, the value is going to be either fixed or scroll. So either it is going to be fixed at the same place no matter you do scrolling or not. If I say scroll, so if I do scrolling, my image will also scroll up and down. Is this clear? So that's how your background CSS3 property work. We know this very well, how to apply a background color using CSS property background hyphen color. Now the scenario is, what if I want to apply different colors on the same element? Okay, so can I give multiple colors with the background hyphen color CSS property? No. So the other way could be, so that is known as a gradient concept. What is CSS gradient? That is let you display a smooth transition between two or more specified colors. So if you want multiple colors on any element, we are going to talk about the gradients. There are two types of gradients in CSS3. One is linear and the one is radial. Linear gradients, it's very simple. You are going to tell from where to where. So it can go down, up, left, right or diagonally. In case of radial gradient, it is defined by their center. You are going to tell the this shape, which shape you want this gradient to happen. Okay. Now, as I said, if you have to apply any background color, you always use background hyphen color. Now, as we need to apply multiple colors on a same element, I'm going to use a element background hyphen image. And linear gradient and radial gradient, they both are the methods. You have to pass the parameters. So if it is linear gradient, you have to tell the direction. As I said, it can be go down, up, left, right, diagonally. By default, it always go to right. And then you are going to tell n number of colors. Correct? And background image, the method is radial gradient. And you are going to tell the shape size from the center. So it could be circle, it could be any other image size, and then the different set of colors. Yeah, so let us give a try. I'll show you what I'm having currently. I have a div element having its details, having width and height, and the background color. So what I want, if I'm doing something like this, my output is I'm getting this kind of page, but I don't want a very plain color. I want a different set of colors. So in that case, I'll use a gradient concept. So I'll do the same program using first linear gradient, then the radial one. So which CSS property you're going to use? Background hyphen image. It calls a method linear hyphen gradient. You tell which direction you want to go. Suppose I'm telling I want to go to the right direction, left to right. Okay, you have to always tell where you want to go from, not from. So it's always right from end to position. You always have to tell where to go, not you don't tell from where you are going. Are we clear? Now I'll give the different set of colors. Say suppose the very first color is beige. Then we have we have pink, we have any other color. So orange, red. Okay, that's it. Let us execute this. And that's how is the output. It looks good, right? We are telling where to go and which all the colors I want this to happen, right? So you can create a WebGuard also, anything. I cannot apply same on using background color. Okay, background color won't work here. Remember this. I'll just again trying the same. It won't work. And we know very well HTML, CSS, if any problem is there, it never shows any issue, but it won't show the proper output also. So you can see we are not getting any color. It's a white background. So make sure when you want to apply the multiple set of colors, the CSS3 property which you are going to use is background hyphen image. Is this clear? Now what if I want to send to some other direction, say to top or bottom? By default it's right, left to right, and from here you can see from here it is starting from bottom going to top. Similarly you can tell diagonally and all those things. Now the next is, instead of linear gradient I can go with the other one, that is a radial gradient. Okay, now the first parameter is going to be the shape size, what shape you wanted. So suppose I say circle. We have other defined shapes also. So you can see now it looks good actually. So this is how the gradient concept work in CSS3. The methods are linear gradient and the radial gradient. You can do something like this. I want this to happen when I hover on the element. Correct? That time I want this thing to happen. Correct? So I can take out this, Control X, write it inside this to get a n number of colors. So currently it is going to be the default one, and the moment I hover, you can see it's changing. Now we know very well what if I have to change the font family of any element in HTML. So in that case, we always use font hyphen family. We know the default font family is going to be Times New Roman. You can change it to something else. You can change it to Arial. You can change it to Verdana. So whatever font family your system supports, you can change only to them. Now what if you want a font family in such a way which is not there in your system? So how will you come out from that problem? So for that reason only we have a web fonts concept. What it does, it allows the web designers to use fonts that are not installed in their system. So in that case, so suppose you have decided, I want to I want this kind of font family for my element or my application. So once you get your font family, once you get that font, what you are going to do, you are going to include that file on your web server and it will be automatically downloaded to the user when needed. Now how to use that font file? You are going to use a keyword font hyphen face. So there is a URL. I'll just show you this URL first. So one of the font file is there in this URL. So let me just open this. Okay, so one file is going to be downloaded automatically. You can simply open it and that's how it is coming, right? So we are getting, you can see this font family. Font name is Bitstream Vara Serif. Someone has created this. This is the version true type outline. So this is how it is going to look like. If I say font size as 12, it is going to come like this. If I say 18, it is going to come like this, 24, 36, like that. So now I want to use this font family for my application. So already the file got downloaded. I've already placed in the proper folder. Yeah, so suppose I have a div element currently, right? And nothing is written here. So what I'll do, I'll just refresh the page. You can see by default, the font family is always a Times New Roman. So somewhere you can see computed. Font family is Times New Roman. Now I don't want to use this font family. I want to use my own font family. In that case, what I'll do here, I'm going to use this web. I'm going to use a font hyphen face keyword. Okay. So how to use this? Inside this, you are going to give a name, font hyphen family is this. Okay, can I give only that name? So let me just open that file again. So the font name is here, bitstream vera serif, and the name which we are mentioning here is vera serif bold. So this font family name you are giving, correct? And then you are telling where is this file located in my system. Yeah, and then you are just going to apply. So let us do the same here. So I want to change for my div element, correct? So I'll first define this by using @font hyphen face. Two values I'm going to pass there. First is font hyphen family, and the other value is going to be the src, correct? So I'll give a name. Say I'll simply say test. Okay, and now src colon, I have to give the path where is this file located. So I've already placed this file inside my images folder. So I'm just going to access the same images slash. Okay, images slash, what is the file name? Let me just check out the folder structure. The file name is vera scbd.ttf. So I need to make sure I'm writing the same vera scbd.ttf. So TTF stands for true type font. Okay, so someone has created the font file. I have just downloaded in my system and I'm trying to access it. So I've defined the font family whose name is test. Fine, I want to apply on the div element. So what I'll say here, font hyphen family. Now instead of saying Times New Roman or the existing font family, I'll simply say test. Yeah, let us see the output. And you can see now the font family is changed to something. So you can just confirm what is the font family, and now this time it is a bitstream vera serif. So this name is going to be the same what you have mentioned here, right? This is what the font name. Okay, but while accessing this font, what I have given the font family as test, and similarly I'm applying the same. Okay, understood. Now by default the font size is, I think it is coming as, we can just check it out. Check out the font size, something is coming here. Font hyphen size. Yeah, okay, it's not coming. You can give your own font size. What if you want a bigger size? Let me take this 72. Yeah, so I'll say font hyphen size as 72. Okay, and now let us refresh our page, and you can see the size got increased. So this is how you can change you can have some other font family other than your standard font families. So what you need to do, you have to download it in your system. So someone has created, or you found, or you bought, whatever, you can download in your system, and then you can easily access by telling font hyphen face keyword, correct? And the property which you are going to use there is, one is your font hyphen family, that any name, and the src keyword. I hope that makes sense.
Now, what is a multi-column layout? You must have visited the newspapers, and newspapers that contain will be always displayed something like this. So what if you want to get something similar kind of output, that is what known as a multi-column layout. So this layout is going to allow the easy definition of multiple columns of a text, just like in newspaper. So the CSS properties which can be used to get this kind of output are column count. You can tell in how many columns you want to divide the content. Column gap is nothing but the gap between multiple columns. Column rule style, column rule width, column rule color, they are something related with this rule between the columns. So you can tell what should be the style, the width and the color. And this column rule is the main property for all these three sub properties. So let us implement the same. I already have a paragraph copied here, and I want to, currently I'm getting an output like this. Now I want the same content to be displayed in the form of newspaper content. So how to get it? This is written inside a div element. So what I'll do, and suppose I want to divide into 3 sections. So I'll say here column hyphen count, and then I'll say the number is 3. And we are getting the content like this, correct? Now the other CSS property, so what if that rule, right? Rule, I want to change the color, the style. So I'll say here column hyphen rule style. Suppose I want it as a solid, yeah, and give some color also, column hyphen rule hyphen color. Let us take any color, let us take blue color here, and finally column hyphen style. Let us put the width also, say 5px, and I'll put the gap between the columns as 10px. Let us see the output now, and you can see we are getting this kind of output. So this is a rule style, width and color, and column gap is nothing but the gap between the columns. So this is all about the multi-column layout, how to be implemented in your using the CSS3, how to resize the UI. Now what is the meaning of resizing? Resizing is something when I drag that element, automatically it is going to be expanded either horizontally, vertically or both. So resize property specifies if and how an element should be resizable by the user. Resize is the CSS3 property. The values which you can apply are horizontal or vertical, both or none. So you can see here down I have a div element and I want to resize the width or height. So div element resize horizontal overflow auto. So it is going to increment the width of the div element. Similarly, this one is going to increment the height, and this resize both means it is going to increment both the things. So we know that very well, right? The text area. In the text area is always a resizable element. So let us prove the point. So already I have a div element, okay, and currently I've just given width, height and border for the same. So currently I'm getting like this. Can I do the resizing? No. So now let us implement the same. What I'll say here, div, you can be resized horizontally, okay, and I have to say overflow auto here because it has to increase, right? You can see this mark is coming, right, to slanted lines. Now just try to drag it. It's happening only horizontally. Let us do the same. I'll say here both so that it is going to be incremented your height as well as the width. Can decrease or increase anything. Now as I said text area, right? So let me have a text area here down. Let us see, is it resizable already or not? So I'll execute. Automatically you can see it is coming, right? This arrow. So looks like text area is by default, it is, you can do the resizing. So what if I don't want text area resizing to not to happen? So what I'll do here, text area, and I'll say here resize none. In that case, no one can resize my text area. By default, that is always enabled. Now you can see I cannot enhance the increase or decrease the width or height of the element. I hope I made it clear. So text area already have the resize value as auto, or sorry, both. But in other cases, you can simply implement it by giving the resize CSS3 property horizontal, vertical, both or none.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is the primary purpose of CSS in web design? Option A, to create web content. Option B, to structure web pages. Option C, to define the presentation and layout of web pages. And option D, to provide interactivity on web pages. Please do mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with E&ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
Flexbox. Now, what is the meaning of this? The flexible box layout module makes it easier to design flexible responsive layout structure without using float or positioning. So you can think of a website designing, and I want to place the elements inside another div, something like that, right? So in that case, I can do the things very well with the using of position CSS property, margin padding, all those things. But there you have to write a lot of code to do the stuff. Here we are going to talk about new CSS property, CSS3 property, that is a flex. So the flex container properties are, so now there will be a container. This outside container, that blue container, is nothing but we are calling it as a flex container. Inside this, the elements are there. So for the flex container, you can use the properties are flex direction, row hyphen reverse, column hyphen reverse. So the meaning is how the flex elements are going to be placed. Do you want to be placed in a row or a column or a row reverse or a column reverse? So by default, flex direction value is always row. Flex wrap is something, the values are no wrap, wrap, reverse. No wrap is the default one. In that, what happens? Suppose I have 10 elements to be placed inside a container. So by default, flex wrap value is always no wrap. So all will be placed inside this. Okay, but if I use flex wrap as wrap, they will be coming in next line to each other. Flex flow is a combination of first two, flex direction and flex wrap. And justify content is going to be where you want to place your flex element. Should it start immediately or should they come at the center? So the possible values are flex start, which is a default one, flex end, center, space around, space between. So let us do one quick exercise on the same. You can see here we have a div element, the main element, the container. Inside this I have multiple div elements. Okay, so let us get this kind of output here. You can see here div class container. I have few div elements, and initially I have given some styling for them. Is for the container height I have given 100% background color, and the div elements belonging to the container, the width, height, border, background color. So as of now I haven't used any flexbox property. It's a plain CSS, and this is how I'm getting the output. Correct? Now what if I want all of them next to each other in a row? So you know very well, if I don't have a knowledge of flex property, I can simply go with display, and I'll say here inline hyphen block. So in this case, my all the div elements are going to work as the inline as well as the block level element. But this output does not look very convincing. So I'll tell you why, because I'm going to use now flex output. So what I'm going to do, I'll just remove this. So all the flex properties, they belong to the container. So what I'll say here, display flex, because I want to use all the flex related properties, and then I'll say here flex hyphen direction. By default it is always row. Let me not use any direction as of now. Let us see how is the output. So I'm getting something similar what my display inline block was giving. Correct? By default flex direction is always row. I'll make it something else, say column. So in that case all the div elements will come one after another, which we were also getting without using this. Let us see the other one, column reverse. And then similarly we have the row reverse also. So in that case first element will start from the bottom, second and third. Similarly in case of row reverse, first element will start from here, second and third. I hope it's clear. Yeah, so we have just seen one CSS3 property, that is a flex direction, right? Now what is a flex wrap? Okay, before this what I'll place, I'll make sure my content is coming at the center. So I'll say here text hyphen align at center, because currently my content is not coming at the center. Okay, you can use okay, now let us make it flex direction as row, the default one. In that case no need to mention also, because by default it's always a row. Now what if I want to place a space between all the my flex element? So these are known as flex element, and this is what a flex container. What if I want to place a space between all the elements? So you can simply use margin here. So I'll say here for all the div elements, you have a margin between. So 2% if I say. So that's how it is coming. Okay. Now the next is, what if I have suppose 10 elements, 10 div elements. I'm going to talk about the wrapping feature. So I'll just repeat all these div elements. I'll just copy paste them again. So around 12 elements are there. Okay. And now currently how are they coming? They are coming one after another. So which does not look good, right? Because it does decrease the width of the div elements. Okay, so what you can do, you go to the container, you say here flex hyphen wrap. The default value is no wrap. You say here wrap. In this case they are going to come like this. Okay, what if you want 3 here? So put a little less margin. Maybe we have given more margin. So I'll just say here 1%. Or otherwise I'll decrease the width also. Yeah, that makes sense. So now all the elements are coming next to each other and width is also applied. Correct? So we have used a flex direction, we have used flex wrap. Let us see what is a justify content. So justify content is going to be the flex is starting, the flex element from where they should start. So you can by default the justify content value is always flex start. If you want to place at the center, use center. If you want to place at the end, use flex hyphen end. Space around, space between. So let us give a try. And suppose I'll say here center. You can see now the places, the gap between this border and this border is same because we have placed at the center. To understand it better, what I'll do, I'll decrease little bit less the width. I'll just decrease more and then refresh. You can see it is placed at the center. By default, the value is always flex-start. Okay, so if I say flex-start, they will be starting from here. Okay, so like we have a center, flex start, flex in, flex end. We have two more, space around, a space between. So I'll just use them also. So it is going to place a space around the elements. Correct? Now there is one more, a space between. Just replace this keyword with between. So you can see we are getting the space in between. Is clear? So we have seen these flexible properties. You can use it to make the div elements in a different way. We can do the same thing using the position or the float CSS property, but so much of code you have to write, you have to take a margin padding, all those things. But here it's very easy just by using these four CSS3 property.
Transition CSS3 property. Now, what is the meaning of transition? Transition is something which is going to allow you to change any CSS property values smoothly over a given duration. So the scenario what I want to share with you, suppose I have a div element, and what I want, whenever you hover on that div element, you have to increase the size of the div element. So how will you do? Simple. We have already gone through with the pseudo classes. So you will be saying div : hover, then you write your stuff. So that could be one way. So in that case, what will happen? The changes in the property values is going to happen immediately. It won't happen smoothly. To get it happen smoothly, for that reason we need transition. So transition, we have few sub properties. One is transition delay, transition duration, transition property, and transition timing function. So let me tell all of them one by one. Transition delay indicates we are telling after how much delay the transition should start. The duration is how long should it take to happen that transition. Transition property, you are going to tell in advance which property you want to, on which property you want to apply the transition effect. And finally, the timing function, how the transition should happen. So we have the fixed values for the timing function. One of the value is linear. Is this clear? So if you just check out this example, we have a div, and what I want, when I hover, I want to increase the width as 300 px. Initially it was 100 px. Now I want to change it to 300 px. So you are telling transition property width, the duration, timing function, and the delay. Here timing function and delay, they are not compulsory. It is up to you whether you want to use it or not. But yeah, the very first two are very important, which you have to use. These are the sub properties for the transition CSS3 property. So let us do the same example, but first we'll do without transition, then we'll do the same with transition. So I have a div element here. Okay, I'll give some style for the same. So I'll say here div. Let us give some width and height. Say 20% and height also 20%. Yeah, and let us give some border and a background color. So I want to increase the width and height. So if I don't have a knowledge of transition, I'll use one of this CSS pseudo classes, and we'll be doing like this. We'll increase the width and height. Make sense? Okay, let us execute this code. So I'm refresh, and you can see immediately it's happening. The moment I hover, it's immediately happening. But we want it to happen smoothly, so we'll just talk about now transition CSS3 property. So first of all, you have to tell, very important thing is, on which property you want to apply the transition. Okay, so I'll say here transition hyphen property. Now what is the transition hyphen property? I'll say, I want it for width. Suppose I just want to change width. Okay, so I'll just remove this thing. Later on we'll do for both. Property is done, and then I have to tell the duration also. How much time it should take? So suppose I'll say 2 seconds. Are we clear? Let us execute the same. And you can see now it's happening smoothly. Okay, is this clear? So this is what the transition. But in my case, suppose I want to apply for the multiple CSS property. So you can tell them, you can mention the same separated by comma. So in this case, what will happen? Width and height. And here also make sure you make the changes. And so meaning is very simple. Transition is going to take 2 seconds to change the width and height from the current one to the new one. Is this fine? Okay, now what if for the height you wanted different time? So you can again tell separated by comma. Suppose for the second one I want a 4 second. So 2 seconds are over and still height is changing. After 4 seconds it is done. Are we clear? Now we have some other transition property, as I told, transition delay. You can tell after how many seconds this should start happening. Say suppose I'll say after 2 second delay you start doing it. So I have hovered, it's not happening. Now after 2 seconds automatically started happening. Is this clear? So not only the width and height I can play, you can change with something else also. You want to change the background color or something else, you can do that also. Say suppose I want to change the background color also. And from azure I want to put it as a beach. Okay, so make sure I have to mention that I want to play with the, sorry, not this, background hyphen color. Let us say, I need to use 2 seconds of time. So after 2 second delay, it is going to happen, and you can see the color changes are also done. So on the multiple CSS property, you can apply this transition. Yeah, so that's how the transition CSS3 property works.
Using the transformation, you are going to allow the element to move, rotate, scale or skew elements. The simple is, for that we are going to use a transform CSS3 property. With the CSS transform property, you can use the following 2D transformation methods. So now before that, we have two kind of transformation. One is 2D, another one is 3D. So when I'm talking about 2D, it's always a x and y axis. Anything about 3D means we are talking about the z axis also. So 2D transformation methods are translate, translate x, translate y. So let me tell you the meaning of this. You are going to allow the element to move x axis 200 px, y axis 300 px. Now this is just an example. Translate x, the element will move using 200 px. So you are just shifting the position of the element. Similarly, translate y, it is going to move around y axis. Rotate is something you are going to allow to rotate the element. You have to tell the degree value. Scale x, scale y is something you can increase or decrease the size of the element. So this is the number, how many times the size should be increased. If you want to decrease it, give the value less than 1. So this example you can see scale. So increase the width by 3 times and decrease the height by 0.5 times. Skew x, skew y and skew, they are something how to tilt the element with the degree value. Now at the last we have a matrix method, which is a combination of all these methods. So first value you have to give as scale x, skew y, skew x, scale y, translate x, and translate y. Okay, so these all are the 2D transformation method. Now let us do the same. So my requirement is very simple. When I hover on the div element, I want the element to move from one position to another position. So I already have a div element here. I've just given a style for the same. Let us see the output first. I'm getting something like this. Now what I want, when I hover, it should move from one place to another place. Okay, this thing can be easily done without using transform. So without using transform, if I'm supposed to do, what I'll do, I'll simply change the position, right? Use the top left CSS property. But I'm going to use the transform and say translate. We want to bring it at the corner, so I have to use translate, give both the values 300px, 300px. So the moment I hover, it is going down. Okay, but it is happening immediately, right? And in the previous video, we have already learned about the transition. So we can implement the transition here so that the things will happen smoothly. Correct? So what I'll say here, transition. What you want to move? Position, right? So top and left, correct? And the duration. Suppose I'll give 4 seconds. So now you can see the animation is happening smoothly. Are we clear? So now I have actually clubbed both of them together, transform and transition. And using translate, which CSS property we are changing? We are changing in this scenario top and left value. So the same thing I have given here. So to change my top or left value, it is going to take 4 seconds. Is this clear? So this is what the translate method. Now what if I want to increase the size of the element? So for that I can go with scale x, scale y, or only scale. Suppose I want to change only the so around the x-axis the size will be 4 times. You can see it's happening immediately. Clear? So what do you feel? What is getting changed in this scenario? We are increasing the width, correct? So but again it is happening immediately. Can I apply transition? Let us give a try. So I'll say here transition width and duration is suppose 4 seconds. But my transition is not going to be applied. So if you see here, when I hover, okay, I'm not going to use this. What I'll say here, width is say 400px. Correct? Or if it is a 4 times, so it is going to be 100%. If I'm not using transform, I'm just showing you how the output looks like. And it's increasing in this direction only. Correct? But when I'm using transform, scale x or scale y, it is increasing the width from the left side also. Okay, but in this case, it is increasing only from the right side. Okay, so I cannot apply the transition CSS property in case of scale x, scale y. Okay, so I just wanted to show you the difference here. When I'm not doing transform, the increment of width is happening only from the right side. Whereas when I say transform scale x and do the stuff, let it be only width again. You can see from the left side and the right side, both the side, it is going to be incremented 4 times. So I cannot use transition here in this scenario. Okay, so I cannot make it to happen smoothly. So I'm just removing it. Is it clear? So we have seen translate, we have seen scale x, scale y, and scale. Similarly, like how we have x axis, y axis, and only the scale method. And another one is rotate. You can rotate the element by giving the degree value. So 180 DEG. So transform, rotate. I have given this, right? So I have to say rotate x. So let us see what is the mistake here. So it's a rotate only, and I'm giving the degree value. Okay. Div element is there. Okay, so it is not happening. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll write my now let us talk about what if I want to rotate the element whenever I hover on it. So I'm going to use another method of transform, that is a rotate. Give the value in degree and let us see the magic. So if whenever I'm hovering, it is rotating, correct? So as I have given 90 degree, so it is rotated by 90 degree. Yeah. So this is about the rotate method. Let us see the remaining methods here. SQX, SQY, and SQ. Let us implement the same. Say suppose I'll say here SQX. So let us decrease the value because now it went up out of the, you see now it is skewed, right? We have skewed the element. Okay, so this is how it works. Similarly, I can use my SQY and only the skew method, which is going to do from x-axis and y-axis, both axes. And finally, it is just a matrix method. It's a combination of all 6 elements, whatever we have learned, whatever 6 methods, scale x, skew y, skew x, scale y. This is what the sequence of all the methods. Okay, so you can apply the same also using the matrix method. So this is all about the 2D transformation. Now what if I talk about the 3D transformation? So 3D transformation, in that case, you are going to have another method, rotate set also. So let us see the output. So first I'll say here rotate x, and we are rotating by 40 degree. Okay, and then let us do the rotate z. So this time it is rotating around the z axis. Is this clear? So that's how your 2D or 3D transformation method works.
So animation meaning, I think we can understand something which is moving from one place to another place. So this you are going to do using CSS without using JavaScript or Flash. Generally we use JavaScript, but in CSS3 they have come up this animation property, so that we can do the things easily. Now the properties or the sub properties of animation are the animation name, wherein you have to tell what is your animation name, the duration, how long it should take to animate the element, animation delay, after how long the animation should start, animation iteration count, which is nothing but you are going to tell how many times the animation should happen, right? You are giving the count. You can tell the infinite also. So infinite is a keyword, so it will keep on happening. Or if you want to tell some number, so tell that also. Animation direction is, it's you can tell it's, you want a clockwise, anti-clockwise, right? So by default it is clockwise. If you want in the reverse direction, you have to mention the value as reverse. Animation timing function, so this is something similar as we have seen in transition timing function. So we have few values there. One of the values linear. Okay, so these all are the animation sub properties. So let us have a look of this example what is written here. So here what I want to do, we have a div element in a page, and we want to move this element from one place to another place, and check out the duration. In 4 seconds of time it should move from one place to another place, as well as it has to keep on changing its color also. Now the very important part in animation is this keyword @keyframes. Correct? So this keyword is used to tell, here I'm just telling my animation how what should happen. Correct? So this is just a animation name. Okay, and you are telling at the starting of the animation, make sure the background color is red, and this is the position. If it is 25%, see here animation duration is given as 4 seconds, right? So after 25% of 4 seconds, at that time change the color to yellow and shift to some other position. Similarly, at 50% of duration, we are what to do, 75% what to do, and finally 100% what to do. So it's up to you how many breakups you want to do it. It's nothing, you should always have 5. It's up to you whether you can simply say 0%, 100%, right? Or you can break into 10, 20, 30, 40 till 100. So it's basically your design, your page, your animation. So you can take a call how you want it. Here you have defined, I have an animation. You have defined the definition. Now this definition you can apply on anything. So like in this case, on div element, we have applied this animation. So animation name, same name, make sure, and the duration. So these two are very much compulsory. It is something similar as transition. Transition property and transition durations are compulsory. Similarly here, name and duration are compulsory, but other than that, if you want to use like delay, iteration, count, direction, timing function, you are free to use. Now if you want to move any element, make sure you mention the position, otherwise it won't work. Correct? We know very well left, top, right, bottom, they always work with the position CSS property. So you make sure position relative is mentioned, then only it will work. So let us try it out, the same thing. And suppose okay, so I have a div element. Okay, and what to do there, I want to move that div element, and want to, okay, so want to move that div element first of all, or first let us do the change color. So this is a keyword, and then you tell what is your animation name. Say suppose color change we want to do. Okay, and you can tell at which percentage what should be the thing. Similarly 25%. Okay, so I'll just mention. So what I just want to change the background color, right? Initially it is going to be azure. Then later on, suppose I want to some other color. Okay, then suppose after 50% some other color. Yeah, and finally say suppose I'm telling 100% directly. Okay, and let us change it to some other color, say yellow. So this is what my requirement. I want to change the color like this. Now color change, until unless I don't apply, my things won't, nothing will happen. So I have to apply this animation name on the element. So its name is color change, and duration you need to mention always. Duration, suppose it should take 5 seconds of time. So let us see the beauty. See, color is changing and it is taking some time also, right? It by default it happens only once. What if you want multiple times to happen? Use another animation related property, iteration count infinite, suppose. So it will keep on changing. So is it clear? Okay, so we are just changing the this thing. The color, I'll decrease the width and height because I'm going to move it also now. Correct? So I want to move to some other this thing, position. Correct? So I'll use position relative and then I tell where I want to move, right? So from top, initially it is going to be at the same place wherever it is. Correct? And then I'll keep on changing the value. So top is again going to be 0 px and left I'll just move it, say 200 px. Then again, and make sure whenever you are doing the animation, no, make sure you have to use the same CSS property. I cannot say here background color and next I'm talking about color. You have to be stick to the same CSS property. So top left and next time it is 200 px and this also 200. I'm making a square and it has come down right now. Okay, we are asking him to go back. Let us see how it happens. Okay, so it is going diagonally up, upside because here I haven't asked, right? So let me ask that also. So I'll add one more for 75% where to go. So from the top 200 and left let us make it 0. So it will keep on happening as the iteration count we have given infinite. Now what if you want a reverse direction? So animation direction, use the reverse value or alternate anything. So alternate, it is a combination of clockwise and anti-clockwise. So now it will go from here. See, we are just changing the background color and changing its position. You can use, to change its position, you can play with the transformation also, right? So in the previous video, we have already learnt about the transformation. You can see, what is the meaning of top left? I'm changing its position, right? So you can play with the translate method of transformation, correct? And tell what should be the X and Y coordinate to move it. So the same requirement, you can further modify it with the transformation also, correct? So I can simply say here transform colon translate and I have to tell my X and Y axis coordinates. So say suppose initially 0 0. Then it is suppose what was the number? It was 0 and 200. Yeah, next is 200 200. Okay, and next it is going to be 200 and 0. We are just telling the X and Y coordinates, so which we have already discussed during the 2D transformation. So finally we have to send it back, correct? Let us see how it happens. Okay, so make sure you give the correct value. That's how it will work. So this is all about the animation, how to perform animation without transformation or with transformation.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with ENICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, This course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
So JavaScript, it's very simple. It's some of the scripting language, correct? So JavaScript, it's a cross-platform, object-oriented scripting language used to make web pages interactive. So what is the meaning of this line? See, till now we know about HTML and CSS, right? We have gone through for the videos on HTML and CSS. So HTML is something, using HTML you tell what to display in your browser. Using CSS, you decorate that display. And finally, using JavaScript, you are going to make your website or web pages interactive or dynamic. You are going to give the life of your websites, correct? So it's a cross platform, means it can be used in any platform, any OS. Object oriented scripting language, so like how we have Java object oriented language, similarly we have a scripting language JavaScript also object oriented. So if I'm talking about the object oriented, the meaning is very simple. All the OOPS concept you can implement here. But that comes, so later on I'll be talking about this object oriented little bit. I'll be giving you some, some small glimpse on the same. So when a JavaScript is placed inside a web page, the browser loads the page and built-in interpreter reads the JavaScript code and execute. Now the question is, who is going to execute my JavaScript code? Simple, each browser, there will be a built-in interpreter. So each browser will be having a built-in interpreter. So what it does, it is going to read your code from top to bottom. Okay, it will read the code, understand, interprets, and finally it executes. JavaScript is case sensitive and dynamic typing. Simple, case sensitive. See, till now we have gone through with HTML, CSS. They are not case sensitive. You can write in any format. Whereas JavaScript is very much case sensitive. So you have to be very careful while writing JavaScript code. It's a dynamic typing, loosely typed. So the meaning is very simple. See, whenever we declare a variable in other programming language, you first tell the data type of that variable. Then you assign the value or then you declare a variable. But here the variable data types are not declared. Meaning is you don't tell the data type in advance. So to declare the variable, we use here the keyword known as var. So that's the reason it is known as a dynamic typing, loosely typed. JavaScript mainly it is used in the web pages for validating data, putting dynamic content into an HTML page and to make them interactive. So JavaScript earlier we used to use for the client side scripting language. Now what is the meaning of client side? And if something is client side, then definitely there should be something known as server side also. So client side scripting language is something wherein you are going to deal only with the browser, correct? Only the client is nothing but the browser. So browser side scripting language. Okay, so it will generally, if I'm talking about the client side scripting language, you can simply use them to make them interactive, or you can validate your data. So what is the meaning of validating data? It's simple. Suppose someone is asking to fill the name. Okay, so name, we know it can only have the alphabets, it cannot have anything else. So that kind of validation can be done using the client side scripting language known as JavaScript. Now what is server side scripting language? So when we talk about the mean MERN stack developer role, what is that mean MERN? So wherein what we do, the server side is language you are going to write using JavaScript. So JavaScript has become so much famous in last few years when this server-side scripting language has come. You can write your server-side code also using JavaScript. Okay, but here our main concentration is going to be on client-side scripting language. Using this, we'll make the pages interactive, we'll validate the data, and we'll make sure it is happening. We are able to display the dynamic content also. Got it? So this is just all about the introduction of JavaScript. Where to write our JavaScript code? So we know very well in HTML we will be having two sections. One is head, another one is body. So either you can write the JavaScript code inside head or body. And where exactly inside the head you are going to write the script element, inside that you can write your JavaScript code. So now there can be two kind of scripting. One is inline and another one is the external scripting. So inline scripting is simple, meaning is when your JavaScript code is also in the same HTML page. Okay. And what is the external scripting? When you have the JS file, you have created a separate JS file, and then you are going to tell, my JavaScript code is in that file. So that is what external scripting. So the syntax for that is script src, it's an attribute and equal to the relative path of your JS file. So let me just show you one very quick example of using JavaScript in your HTML page. So what I have done, I have created a JS folder. Inside this, I'll create a .js. So in that way I can show you external scripting. Similarly, I'll be showing you the internal scripting also. So what I'll do, inside the HTML folder, I'll create a new file. And I'll say here our first js.html. Okay, and what I'll do, so as it's a HTML file, we'll make sure HTML tag is there, head is there, and the body section. Yeah, so we have learned very well about the HTML, CSS, all those things. So now I'm going to talk about the script, how to place your JavaScript code in your HTML pages. Correct. So I'm going to make very simple. I'm going to show an alert to you. Now what is the alert? As I said, we are going to make it dynamic. I'm going to show an alert to the user. Say simply, it's okay. Fine. So what I'll do, I'll create a script element. Okay. And now what I'll say, I'll simply call a alert method here. So alert is a keyword. Alert is a keyword and it's a method. So if it is a method, there should be some class also on which you are going to call this method, right? So there will be an object known as the window. Window contains a method called alert. So I'll simply say this and let me load my page. So go to your file. So the moment the page gets loaded, I'm getting this alert box. Yeah, so this is what the alert. So when it is happening, as soon as the page is getting loaded, right? Because see, my code is very simple. I'm just displaying an alert. Actually, this is generally we don't do this, right? When I click on something, then some kind of alert should come up. So that clicking event and all that we'll be discussing very soon. So I hope this is clear. So we have placed the JavaScript code here. Okay, and similarly I'll place inside the head also. So first I just showed you how to place inside the body. Similarly I'll just place here also, and then also I should get the same output. So the moment I refresh my page, I'm getting the alert. Fine. Now the thing is, let us have it using the external JavaScript. So what I'll do, src equal to your relative path of your JS file. So I have to create a JS file. So // as I said, all my JS files are going to go inside the JS folder, and I'll create a file called myjs.js. And this piece of code, which is just an alert, we'll just place it inside that. So go to JS folder and make sure you create a file called myjs.js. Correct. So I'll just simply say alert hi. And again we'll reload our page and I'm getting the same output. So this is, I just showed you how to implement the internal and the external JavaScript. Is that clear? So we have learned here about the different kind of scripting, correct? Where to place your JavaScript code, how to declare the variable, and how to assign the value. So what is the meaning of variable? It's a container for a value, like a number we might use in a sum or a string that we might use as a part of a sentence. Simple meaning, it's a box. You can think variable is a box whose value, one of the value is Bob, another variable whose value is true, another variable whose value is 35. So how to declare a variable in JavaScript? We use a keyword known as a var. Then we tell the variable name. And as we know very well, JavaScript is known as a loosely typed. Means the data type of company name is not known. It will be known only when you assign some value. So the moment I say company name equal to SCP, automatically the data type of company name variable will become a string. Clear? Or the other way to declare a variable and assign the value can be this, and third way without var keyword also. But this way is not preferable. We should not use, it's not recommended. We should always use var keyword to declare the variable. So let me show the same with the hands-on. So what I'll be doing, I'll be using, there is a website known as the jsbin.com. Okay, so it gives you the various option. One is HTML, wherein you can write your HTML code, CSS, wherein you can write your CSS code, JavaScript, wherein you can write your JavaScript code. Console is nothing but, so what is a console? We have seen this many times. What is a console? So if I open my this page, Control Shift I, and this is what the console. So this tab, so generally console is used for the development purpose, to see any variable value, all those things generally we use it, right? It is not for the user who is using the website, it's for the testing purpose, or during the development you use the console. And there's a third option, the last option is the output, which is nothing but what you see in the browser, right? So either we can do with this, so automatically your CSS is externally attached to the HTML. Similarly, the JavaScript is also externally attached to HTML file. So we can do do by using JSBin also, or we can simply write our code in VS Code. Anything is fine. So I'll be doing using JavaScript using JSBin. So let me just show you the output. So I'll just disable console, because I'll be showing you the output in the console and output. Both are needed, because still now you don't know how to display anything in the browser using JavaScript. So I'll be just showing you the same. So how to declare a variable, var keyword, and then you write the variable name, correct? So I'll say some variable name X, right? Now I have just declared a variable but didn't assign the value, correct? So how to check, how to get the data type of this variable X, correct? So there is a keyword known as a type of. So type of, it's a method using which you can check the data type of any variable. So first let me give the some value to this, say X equal to 10, correct? So now automatically the moment I do this, automatically the data type of X becomes as number. So let us prove this point, console.log, and I'll say here X. Now what is a console.log? Log is a method which is a method of console object. Okay, so when I do this, the console, you can see the output. Now how to run this code? You simply have to click on the run button, and then that is what the output coming up. The same thing can be done in JavaScript also. Let me show here also. So I'll do the same, where X equal to 10, and we'll check the value of the same, console.log, the data type of the same of X using a, just display the value of X, correct? That's what we have done. So I'm also doing the same thing here, and again refresh this page, you can see the same output. So we can let us work in the JSBin, because we can, no need to refresh your browser. Here immediately we can see the output. Got it? So that's the only reason, for the explaining purpose I'll be using this JSBin. Otherwise, in terms of project, obviously we have to use any of the editor. Fine. So now this is what we have seen. Now I want to show you the data type of the same, that is a type of keyword. It's a method, and I'm going to surround that type of method takes a parameter of your variable, correct? So clear first and then run. You check out the data type is coming as a number, correct? So the data type won't be known until or unless I don't assign the value. So what I'll do, I'll just check out the data type now before assigning the value. So again, clear and run. You can see first time it is coming as undefined. So whenever you get anything as undefined, the meaning is the value is not assigned to that. So as there is no value assigned, the data type of unassigned value comes as undefined. So we saw currently two data type, one is undefined, another one is a number. Similarly, if I change the value, so let me just make it as a true, some boolean value, and I will again test it out, and the output is coming as boolean here, correct? Similarly, if I place something in a string, so true I have just inserted inside a double quotes, and it has become a string, and data type is coming as a string. So we have seen the different data types like number, we have seen boolean, we have seen the string. So these are the major data types present in JavaScript. And the other one is the undefined. When we don't assign the value, then it comes. Now there is something known as a null also. So null and no assignment both are two different things. X equal to null means it is pointing to the null value. So I'll do it again, and this time if you see, the data type of null comes as an object. So which is kind of a flaw, I should say, in JavaScript. For the null value, we get the data type as an object. Okay, so there is a difference. Undefined you will be getting only when the value is not assigned. Otherwise, you will get some or the other data type. Clear? Now we can declare the array also. So array I'll be discussing little more in the array chapter. But as of now, how to declare the array? It's simple, using the square bracket. So like array we know, right? In other programming language, array is something which is for the homogeneous data type elements, right? But here the array is nothing but it can be heterogeneous or homogeneous, right? So I can have the array of only numbers or the combination of numbers, strings, correct? So I'm just creating an array of numbers. Again, clear, and check out the data type of same. It comes as an object. So array data type, remember, it comes as an object because there is no data type. There is no restriction on the data type. It is a heterogeneous element collection. Though we are just passing the numbers, still the data type of array is coming as an object. Correct? So the same thing, it's very clear. We have seen the different data types. One is undefined, number, boolean, string, and object. Now the one more way to create a variable, that is what we can create the object also. So like in other object oriented programming language, we have the property and the value, or I should say the variable. So suppose I'll take an example of human class, right? Human, if I'm talking in terms of Java, the human class contains some properties and the methods. Correct? Similarly, how you can create the object of a class using the new keyword, or there is another way also to create the object of object in JavaScript using the key colon value concept. So you are going to write inside the curly braces, and suppose I am creating the object for the human class. So I'll say like this, name colon, and say it is a JS, and language colon, say English. Yeah, now we'll check out the data type of this. Let us clear and run it again, and we get the data type as an object. Okay, so whenever we create the object, that the data type of that also come as an object. So how to create the data type? This is the way, using the key colon value. Now the other way could be you can use the new keyword to create the object, which is a part of object oriented. So we the very first slide it was telling, right, JavaScript is the object oriented language. Means you can create a class, you can create the object, you can have the all hoops concept, everything, but that is a part of your advanced JavaScript topics. So this is just a very simple JavaScript object using the key colon value concept, and we have checked out the data type. The same thing is written in the slide. I'll just tell the same. We have these different variable values which we have assigned. When you don't assign any value, when you don't assign the value, let me show you this part also. When you don't assign the value, and just check out the value of the same. Okay, and let us see what is the output. When we don't assign the value and check out the value itself comes as undefined. So undefined keyword can be used with the value as well as with the data type also. So these are the different variable values: undefined, null, if you are assigning any number or a string or a boolean or array or object. So for all these different kind of variable values, the different data types, as we just saw, for an undefined we get the data type as undefined, for null we get the data type as an object, number it is a number, string it's a string, boolean it's a boolean data type, for array we get the data type as an object, and for object itself we get the data type as an object also. So this is what, the way this we just discussed about how to declare a variable, which all the values the variable can take, and what will be the data types of those variables. To check the data type, we use a type of method and we pass the parameter as a variable name. What is a function? What are the different ways to create a function, and how to call a function? So function meaning is it's a something fundamental building blocks. That is what known as a function in JavaScript. A set of statements that perform a task or calculates a value. So to use a function, you must define it somewhere in the scope from which you wish to call it. So first of all, you are going to create a function, then further to use it, you have to call it. Function can be created in many ways. It can be function declaration, function expression. Then we have something known as a IFI, that is a immediately invoke function expression also. So let us discuss all of them one by one. The very first one is function declaration, in which you are going to use a function keyword and you are going to tell what is the function name. Correct? And then this small bracket indicates the input parameter. We can pass n number of parameters there. Inside the curly braces, you are going to write a body of a function. A function can return a value or it cannot return a value also. So if it is returning a value, make sure you write a return keyword. If you don't write it, the meaning is it is not returning anything. Now this is what we have declared a function, but how to call it? By telling the function name. So square 10, it will return me the output as 100. This is one way to create a function. There's other way also, that is known as a function expression. In that you are not going to give the name to the function. You are going to assign that function value to a variable. Then how to call this kind of function? Again by variable name, and you will pass the input parameter. So these are the various ways you can using which you can declare the function. So let me also write a function. So let us write a function for calculator wherein we are doing the addition of two numbers. So I'll come to this thing and let us do the same. We have a function which is doing the addition of two numbers. So to how to declare a function which is doing the addition of two numbers, so you'll be writing the function keyword, the function name, and the input parameter. And make sure in the input parameter you are not going to define the data type, because we know very well in JavaScript we don't have any data type concept. You use var keyword only to create a variable. Okay, so now I'll say, because I want something to be returned, so I'll simply say num1 plus num2. So I've just declared the function. So if I run this, nothing will happen because no one is calling that function. Now let me call the function and I'll say addition and I'll pass the parameter. Let us see the output. And I'm calling that function, but you have to display the value using console. You can see the output is coming as correct. So we have declared the function. This is what using the function declaration concept. Let us convert the same into a function expression. What I'll do, I'll simply remove that function name and return it to a variable. Correct. The way of calling is again going to be same. So I'll just clear it and run it again, and we are getting the same output. Same function we have created in two ways. One is using function declaration concept, another one is using function expression. Let us move to the next screen. Detailed description about the function declaration. What are the things you need to mention in the function declaration? You have to tell the name of the function, a list of parameters to the function enclosed in parentheses and separated by commas, the JavaScript statements that define the function enclosed in curly brackets. So the something similar we have done. The function expression. Function expression can be again divided into two sections. One is anonymous, another one is a named. So the whatever we have done, that is a anonymous because the function was not having any name. Other way could be you can give the named function expression, which is a combination of function declaration and the anonymous function expression. So let us convert the same code. So we'll just execute this and still I'm getting the same output. Correct. So this function is having the function name and the function expression also. So in both ways we are doing the this function creation. But the recommended way is always go with the anonymous function expression. Okay, now the other one, as I said, that is a IFI, that is immediately invoked function expression. So let me show you how that thing works. So again the same function we are going to create, but in a different way. So immediately invoke function expression meaning is very simple, something which is going to be called automatically. So what I'll do, the same function I'm going to write. And I'll say here so this is the closing, and I'll simply say here console.log. So let me talk about all the keywords. And as of now we are getting NaN because I'm not passing the value, right? So I'll pass the value here, say 10, 10. And we are getting the same output. So this is what known as the immediately invoked function expression, IIFE. Okay, now a few keywords which are completely new for you, this arrow symbol. So this is a part of advanced JavaScript. Now it's very simple. I'll write another function, same function addition, same function, I'm just writing it again. Okay, and I'll say num1 comma num2, and here I'll say return of, say we are doing the subtraction this time, this method is for the subtraction, and I'll say here num1 minus num2. Got it? Now what I'll do, how to call this function we know very well. You can simply say subtraction, and that's how the function gets called, right? Now I'll just convert the same into a function expression, correct? So I'll say var subtraction equal to subtraction equal to this, correct? So we know this also very well, how to create a function expression. Now what I'm going to do here, I'm going to talk about something known as a arrow function. Arrow methods, you can convert the same function by using the arrow method concept. Now what is the meaning? I'm going to remove the function keyword, and there's something known as this arrow symbol. So arrow symbol left side is always the input parameters of a function, right side is nothing but the body of a function. So this method, if I'm calling this function, if I'm calling, so it will also produce the same output what previous one was doing. So say 10 comma 10, I should get the output as 0, and let me just display using console.log. So clear, and we'll just execute it again, and I'm getting the output as 0. Same function, the subtraction method I have written in different way. This is what known as the arrow method. Using arrow left side is always the input parameter of a function, and right side is always the body of a function. Now there is one more nice thing about this arrow functions. What if so this method I'm expecting some output to be written, right? Because I'm using the return keyword. So you can again minimize the coding of this. How? You can simply remove this curly braces and remove the return keyword also, and that's it. Yeah, and we'll see the output again, and again we are getting the same output. The meaning is very simple. So as I said, the body should be always inside the curly braces, correct? But if it's a single line statement, the body is just having a single line and which is returning something also. In that case, you can skip the curly braces. So if you skip the curly braces, the meaning is going to be again same. You are talking about the return of this. Okay, so either you can do like this, or you can do the other way also. Got it? So you can see here and we're getting the same output. So as I said, arrow methods, uh, they will be saving a lot of space. The coding is going to be very neat and clean. Correct. It's very easy to understand the arrow functions. Uh, so it's very simple. You will be writing this arrow function, arrow keyword. Before this, whatever is there, that is the input parameter. After this, whatever is there, that is the body of a function. So this is all about how to create a function, the different kind of functions, how to call a function. Now the next I will be just talking about one more thing, that is nothing but the scoping. So already we have discussed how to create a variable, correct? Now there are different kind of scopes for a variable. So when you declare a variable outside of any function, that is called a local variable, global variable, because it is available to any other code in the current document. When you declare a variable within a function, it is called a local variable because it is available only within that function. So the variable, whatever we declare, we can declare inside a function as well as the outside the function. So whenever I'm declaring inside the function, the scope will be only available inside the function. Whenever you are declaring any variable outside the function, the scope of that is going to be global for all the functions. So take this example. We have a variable x declared outside function as a global variable, and I'm going to call, further we are going to create an example function which is having a y variable inside, which is a local variable. So if I display the value of x and y, the value of x is going to be the same because it is outside the function. The y value is going to be this inside function. Clear? Now if I say console.log outside function, I'll be getting this console.log x, obviously I'll be getting, but when I say console.log of y, it won't be available. You'll be getting the error. So y value, because the scope is only inside the function, it cannot be accessed outside the function. So I hope that is clear, the difference between local and global variable. Moreover, JavaScript, as we know, it is an interpreted language. See, you won't be getting the error if any syntactical errors are there. You won't be getting to know. You'll be getting to know when you execute the program. So JavaScript is known as the interpreted language. Same scoping concept I'll just try to implement to show you. So it will give you the better understanding. What I'll do, say here only, I'll declare a variable inside the function. I'll say var x equal to and say test. Fine. Now I'm going to access the value of x outside the function. Correct? This function is over, and let us display the value of x, console.log of x, and we'll execute this, and you can see it is telling as x is not defined. I'm not getting any compile time error. It is a runtime error. When you run, you will get to know what is the error. Because the scope of this variable is only outside, only inside the function. So what I'll do, I'll just take it out and write it outside the function, and let us test it out. And this time it's working very well because the scope is nothing but, as it's a global variable, it is available for the entire page. Till now we have seen how to create a variable. So till now the variable was holding a single value. It can be a number, it can be a boolean, a string, null or undefined. Now what if you have the requirement wherein you are going to suppose to insert the multiple values? So in that case the array is going to help you out. So array can hold many values under a single variable name, and you can access the values by referring to an index number. So in array, the indexing starts from 0. Array can consist homogeneous as well as the heterogeneous elements. The iteration of the array can be done using any of the loops. So check out this example. We have an array whose values are John, Toy and 46. So this is what the array whose name is person. Correct? So the indexing will start always from the 0 till the 2, and in this example you can see this array is consisting the heterogeneous elements. The meaning is all the elements data types are different. So first two are string, whereas the third one is the number. Now how to iterate the array? For that reason we are going to use a loop. In this case we are going to, as we know, the indexing starts from 0 till the length -1. So I less than person dot length I plus plus. And whenever I say console.log person of I, it is going to print the values of each index element. So that's the reason we are getting this output. Let us see in action once more. So I'll show you how to execute the array here. So I'll create an array and let us have the array of the heterogeneous element. So few names are there, few numbers are there, as well as some true false value. Okay, so this array is there and we are going to iterate the array elements using the for loop, and that is what the indexing, as I said, it always starts from 0 till the length -1. So I'm going to say here I less than arr dot length I plus plus, and if I say this console.log arr of I, the output will be, let us check out, and you can see the output is coming as whatever values are there inside the array, we are getting those values. So this is how you declare an array. You declare an array, and this is how you iterate the array elements. As I said, the indexing always starts with 0, and this I value you are going to reach till the length -1. That's the reason it's less than is written. This length is a property using which we can get the length of the array. So if I simply display this console.log of arr.length, then let us have the output here. So if you just check out here, then the output is going to be 3, which is nothing but the length of the array. So as we know, array is something, it is a collection of homogeneous or heterogeneous element. Now the question might come, what if I want to add or delete any element after creating the array? We know very well how to create the array. So after creating it, what if I want to add a new element, delete any existing element at the different position, then how to do the same using JavaScript methods. So array contains many methods. One of them is known as a push or a pop, when I'm talking about anything to be done at the ending index. So like see, this is an array. What if I want to add a new element at the end? I'll be using the array.push. If I want to remove from any element at the last position, use the pop method. Similarly, if I want to do anything at the starting of the array, that is a unshift, wherein you are going to add any element, and array.shift when you want to remove any existing element from the 0th index. So this I'm talking about if you are doing any adding or removal of element either from starting or from the end. Correct? So now what if I want to do something in between the position? Okay, so how that is going to happen. But before that, let us do a quick example which is covering all these 4 methods. Then I'll be talking about what if I want to perform any operations between the length of the array. So our example, let us just have a look here. So we already have an array here. So let me first clear it. Okay, and later on I want to display I want to add an element arr.push and say I want to push some string, say it is a new element. Okay, and let us see, you can see the new element is added here. Similarly, if I simply say pop method, before that let me just do the unshift also. So unshift will add the element at the starting, and you can see here. Now what if I want to remove the element? So I'll simply say shift, it will remove the very first element, which is John is removed now. Similarly pop, in case of shift I have to remove this also actually. This is correct. Now what if I want to do the pop? So first clear and then execute. can see it is going to remove the last element. Got it? So we learned very well push, pop, shift, unshift to add or remove elements either from the starting index or at the ending index. Now let us have a look on the other method. What if I want to perform any operation in between? Before that, let us have a quick look on the remaining set of methods also. What if you want to reverse any existing array? We have an inbuilt method arr.reverse, which reverses the existing array itself, right? It does not create a new array, it will reverse the existing array values. So if this is the input, then the output is going to be the reverse of the elements. Sorting of an existing array, it will sort the existing array elements. So same array, if the sorting happens, it is going to have in a ascending order. What if you want to convert an array into a string? So you will be using a toString method. The output will be something like this. Now the important method, the slice and splice. So slice, as we know, we are taking out a slice from something, right? So whatever is the meaning of slice, the same concept you can simply apply on the array. So slice method slices out a piece of an array into a new array. Slice method returns you a new array altogether. Just check out the index. It's you have going to tell from where you want to slice until where you want to slice. So if I am telling 2 comma 4, so again the same array 0 1 2 from this index till the 4 minus 1, so 20 and 12 will be the answer. So it will create a new array whose value is this. Now there is one more method, splice method, which can be used to add or remove items into existing array, and this is what I was talking about previously. Like what if you want to add or remove element in between? In that case, you'll be using the splice method. The same splice method can be used for addition or removal based upon what you want to do. So this is what the very first input parameter is nothing but the index where you want to perform the operation. So 2 comma 0 means it's very simple. I want second parameter indicates do you want to remove the element or you want to add the element. So if it is 0, it means you want to add the element and remaining elements are going to be added. So you can see at the second index 0 1 2, at the second index 10 and 30 are going to be added. So output will be 24 27 10 30 and the remaining one. Correct? That's it. That is what the output. Now what if I say 2 comma 2 on the same array? So from the second element remove the 2 element. So 0 1 2, so 20 and 12 will be removed and output will be 24 27 28. Now the next is, you can see it is a combination of all two. It is going to remove the element as well as going to add the element. So just have a look. So second index 0 1 2, one element only to be removed. So 20 is going to be removed and later on the 11 22 is going to come. So 24 27, 11 22 and 12 and 28. So this is what the output. Let us just check with the in action. Correct? So let me first show you arr.reverse. I'll just remove the pop thing from here. We are getting in a reverse order. Similarly, the sort method. Okay, now let us just have a look. Does sort work or not? So we are getting in this way, the sorting is happening here. And finally, I'm going to use the slice and splice method. So let me just add some more elements so that we can see properly how the this thing is working. And let me add few more here. So some number I'm adding. Fine. So now what I want to do, I want to do the slice method. I want to take a slice of this array. Okay, so I'll say here arr.slice and suppose I'll say here 2 comma 4. Okay, so what will be the output? Output is going to be the same. Remember I told the slice and splice method creates a new array altogether. So If I want to see the output, I have to declare another array, then display its values, right? So I'll say ARR1 and ARR1. And you are getting the slices happening from the second index till the index -1. So true and new string will be the output in this case. Similarly, what if I use the arr.splice method? So as I told you, splice is nothing but you can be used to add or remove any element in between of your array. So suppose if I say 2 comma 1, the meaning is very simple. At the second index you want to remove a single element. So 0, 1, 2, true is going to be removed. And it is going to create a new array. So ARR1 value is nothing but true, and that's the reason you can see this. What if I'll just display the value of ARR? So that will be still the same. So splice method, what it does, it is going to remove the element or add the element from the existing array. Clear? So this time I am doing this ARR from the existing array. The same thing is going to happen. You can see now that true is removed. Let me just write something else. Say 2 comma 2 and we'll execute it again. This time you can see that two elements got removed, right? Now I'm telling suppose 2 comma 2, say let me just write 1 here. 2 comma 1 means at the second index remove the one element, and I'm going to add few more elements also. Okay, so as per me the output should be, so from the second index remove the 1 means remove the true, and then add 10 and 40. So output should be John 20 10 40 new string 30. John 20 10 40 new string and 30. Clear? So that's how the splice method works. It is going to add or remove elements in the existing array. Is this clear? So this is all about the array methods. And let us discuss one more thing, that is nothing but the string class. So it's very simple. See, array, as we know, it is a homogeneous or heterogeneous elements, right? Now when I'm talking about the string, it's very simple. The JavaScript strings are used for storing and manipulating text. Now a string does not mean it can only have the alphabets. It can be anything written inside the double quotes. Okay. Now how to create a string? It just you are going to declare a variable with the double quote value, and that becomes a string. So a string, if you see the string, the elements are going to be stored in a form of array. So if I talk about company, where str equal to company, at the 0 index I have C, 1 index is O, M, P, A, and Y, like that. So if you are going to run the str.length, you get the output as 7 in this scenario. Similarly, 2 lowercase, 2 uppercase. And then as it talks about the indexing, as we know, the string values are going to be stored in a form of array. So indexing starts from 0 and char at 3, like that you will be getting the output. Either I can say char at of 3 in the small bracket, or I can simply say str of 3. As we know, a string is nothing but an array of elements. What is the trim method? It removes the white space from both the sides of a string. Then we have an index of method. Index of method is nothing but you are going to search whether a particular string is present or not. If it is present, it will show the index, else it will display the -1 value. The slice method, as we saw just now for the array, similarly it is going to work here also. 3 comma 5, so 0 1 2 3, from third index 3 comma 4, so PA, it should be actually PA, correct? So let us just give a try for the same. So I'll say here where str equal to company, and I'll say console.log We know the slice method, what it does, it creates a new array. So I'm just printing the new array value, str.slice, and say 3 comma 5. You can see the output is coming as PA. Got it? So from the third index 0 1 2 3 till the 5 minus 1, that is 4. So PA is the output. So this slice is same as the array slice. As we know, as I told many times, string is nothing but, you can assume it's a collection of this company. If you say it is going to be divided like this, something is written like this, COMPANY. Got it? So this is all about the array and string methods.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is JavaScript primarily used for in web development? Option A, defining the structure of web pages. Option B, styling web pages and adding colors. Option C, enhancing the interactivity and functionality of web pages. And option D, creating databases for websites. Please do mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with ES6 Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
Now, what is the meaning of event? Events are the actions or the occurrences that happen in the system you are programming, in which the system tells you about, so you can respond to them in some way if desired. For example, if the user clicks a button on a web page, you might want to respond to that action by displaying an information box. So it's very simple. The events are something which is going to happen, and you are going to take a control what to be done. So the example as it's given here, when the user clicks on a button, or when the user enters any wrong information in the text box. So any kind of those actions or the occurrences are nothing but known as the events. So there are different kind of events in JavaScript. All the events are divided into few categories. One of the categories known as the mouse event, in which we are going to talk about any mouse event. Whenever it happens, automatically that event is going to be fired. So on click, on double click, on mouse enter, on mouse leave. So these are nothing but the mouse related events. Then we have few keyboard events, which are nothing but whenever we press any key from the keyboard, that event is going to be fired. So like on key press, on key down, on key up. Next is nothing but the form events, which are nothing but we have learnt about the form, right? How to create in HTML. And these events are only associated with the form, like on submit, on change, on focus, on blur. And next is nothing but the document slash window event, which is related with the page loading and all. So there's a event on load, on unload, on scroll. So these are the events which is available. Next, these events, when it gets fired, what to be done, that is what known as the event handling. So now the each available event has an event handler, which is a block of code, usually a user defined JavaScript function that will be run when the event gets fired. So when such a block of code is defined to be run in response to an event firing, we say we are registering an event handler. Event handlers are sometimes called as the event listeners also. So as in the previous slide, we have seen the different kind of events. Now when that kind of event happens, how you want to handle, that is what event handling. How do you handle it? Using some function definition. So suppose what we'll do, as soon as your page as soon as you will be having a button here, whenever you click on a button, I want to display an alert. So earlier we were displaying the alert as soon as the page gets loaded. Now we want to do, when I click on a button, then I want to display an alert window. Got it? So let me just create a button here. So how to create a button? It's a input type equal to button and say value equal to click me. Then I am going to use a event known as a on click, which is a one of the mouse event. And I'll say, I just want to display an alert. So I'll simply give the method name as display alert. So I have given this definition here. This event, whenever it is going to fire, it is going to call this function called display alert. So I'll call this function, create this function, and we'll simply say alert here. And let us display in the output. You can see there is a button, and when I click on click me, you can see this alert is coming up. The alert window is popping out. So let me explain again. Few events are there. Whenever those events are going to be fired, you can handle those events by calling through a function. So when the on click mouse event is happening, this event is going to be called automatically, and the corresponding method is going to be called, which we have already defined in our JavaScript code. That's pretty simple, right? So this is what about the event and event handling. This is just a starting. Anyways, we'll be seeing more about these kind of events. So on click, on double click, these are nothing but, so if I say on double click, in that case I have to click on a button twice. So see, I'm clicking, just a moment, on DBL click. Yeah. See, I have clicked on the button twice. That's the reason we are getting it. Similarly, we have on the keyboard events, that is a on key, press on key change. Whenever any key is going to be clicked, automatically the event is going to be fired. Now let us have a look on the form events. First, let me show you the window events, right? Like on load, on unload, on scroll. So what I'll do, as soon as my HTML page gets loaded, I want to display an alert. So this function should be called as soon as my page gets loaded. So how to define? So what I'll do, I'll go to the body and I'll say here on load. So on load, on unload, on scroll, they are going to be a part of your body tag. So I'll call the function from here. And the moment when your page gets loaded, you can see the page got loaded and immediately I got this alert. Got it? So now let us just discuss about the form related events. That is just the pending one. So what I'll do, so I'll just remove it. Otherwise every time it is going to happen. Yeah. So I'm having a text box. And now I'm going to talk about the form related events. So we know very well, right? Form is something which is used to, we used to take the user input, right? So what I'll do, I'll surround this inside the form element, around the form element. Okay, let me do in this way because we are going to talk little more in depth. I'll just copy this code and paste in this file. And I'll make sure the script src is there. So my.js.js. Okay. So I'll just explain again. We have a text box here inside the form and a button. Clear, right? And let us define this display alert method also. I'll just take this code from here. Okay, pretty simple, right? Now what I want, whenever we just saw this on, click on, double click, all are the mouse event. Now let me discuss about the form event, which is nothing but we have on focus, we have on blur, we have on change, on input, on submit. So let me show all of them one by one. So on change. Suppose I am calling the same method. Okay, and so let us see when this method is going to be called. So I'll reload my page. We have a text box and a click me button. I'm not going to click on that because otherwise that method is going to be called. So I'm typing something. The moment I take out my cursor, I'm getting this. The method is getting called. Are you getting? On change event is going to be fired once you take out the focus from that element. Now similarly we have another event, that is a on input. On input, let us find out the difference between both is on input is going to happen as and when I'm going to type anything. You can see as and when I'm going to type anything, your on input event is going to be fired. So I hope you understood the difference between on input, on change. On input is going to fire as and when you are typing. On change gets fired only once when you take out the control from outside of that box, outside of the form element. Clear? So we have seen on input, on change. Then we have on focus. Now what is the on focus? The moment any element gets focused, that is going to at that time that event will be fired. So till now no event, but the moment I am placing my cursor inside the text box, it got the focus. Clear? Similarly, we have on blur. On blur is going to be the moment when your page loses the focus, it is going to be called. So let me refresh the page, and as of now nothing is happening. Once you take out the cursor, it is going to call the method. Correct? So on focus, on blur, that's how they work. So these were the major form event. Now the important one is just one more, that is nothing but on submit. On submit is going to be fired when the form gets submitted. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll create a submit button here. We know very well how to create the different kind of buttons, right? I'll just remove this. On submit event goes with the form element. So on submit equal to, and let me call the same method. Correct? So I'll just remove from here and I'll say here display alert. Refresh and write something, and this is a submit button, and you can see that alert is coming up. So on submit event, it goes with the form element. This is going to be fired only when you click on a submit button, not on a normal button. Okay, be very clear. So suppose I have a normal button also. Let me do it again, and when I'm clicking on this, nothing is happening, but the moment when I click on this, I'm getting an alert window. Is this clear? So on submit gets fired only when you click on a submit button. So let us first understand what is DOM all about. DOM stands for Document Object Model. It is a cross-platform and language independent application programming interface. that treats an HTML document as a tree structure wherein each node is an object representing a part of the document. The DOM represents a document with a logical tree. So you can easily understand. So whatever page we have, the HTML page, the DOM is going to represent this HTML page or a document with a logical tree. So DOM is nothing but the DOM tree is going to be created by someone. Who is that someone? That browser itself. So whenever the page gets loaded on the browser creates a DOM tree or the logical tree for that particular document. The top node of any DOM tree is going to be always a document, which is a keyword, and DOM will be having the multiple elements in a form of node. So you can see here HTML, head, title, body, H1A, all these are nothing but they are the elements of your HTML. So for all these elements, you will be getting a one node. So HTML one node is getting created. Under HTML, we have two children, head and body. For the head is having another element known as title, whose value is my title. Then body is further having one more element H1, whose text is a heading. Again, another element as a child of body, which is a anchor element, which is having some attribute as well as some text also. So DOM is nothing but it's a logical tree for any document. At the topmost node of that tree is always a document, and then further all your HTML elements will come one after another. So they will be having parent child, parent grandchildren, right? So that kind of relationship will be there. Okay, so this is all about the DOM. Now what is the use of having just a DOM, right? I should talk about some methods and all. So why I'm asking, because suppose as we know JavaScript is some which is going to make the pages dynamic, which is going to make our website interactive. Now what if I want to change the value of H1 when I click on a button, or when I do some activity, I want to change the heading from a heading to something else, say changed heading. So how it can be done using JavaScript, right? So to do that, first of all, we have to understand the DOM, which we understood very well. The next, somehow I have to get an access of this H1 element, then I can easily change it. So first I'm going to talk about the DOM methods using which you can get a hold of the HTML elements. So these are the DOM methods. The very first method is document.getElementById, which is nothing but you are going to pass the ID of any element, and automatically it will return you the very first matching element. Say suppose this is the example paragraph, which is whose ID is my ID. So when I say document.getElementById of my ID, I'll be getting the very first matching element, which is having the ID as my ID. To make sure why I'm telling always the very first, because by mistake, as we know very well, HTML does not throw any problem, even though if you write correct or wrong. So what if my HTML page is having many elements having the same ID, which is actually it's not a recommended practice, but suppose by mistake you have done it. So the document.getElementById will return you only the very first matching element. So as we know, all the HTML or the web pages, they always gets executed line by line from top to bottom. So the moment it gets any element whose the very first matching element whose ID is my ID, only that particular element is going to be displayed. So document.getElementById gives me the hold of that element whose ID is my ID. Is it clear? Now next is document.getElementsByTagName. You can see here the difference between both is this is just a single element, and here we are talking about the get elements and number of elements. It returns an array containing all the elements on the page of a given type. So get elements by tag name. Suppose I have multiple paragraphs. When I say this, it is going to return me an array of elements whose tag name is P. So in this case, I should get both the P element. So this will return me an array of elements. Next is get elements by class name. This is again, you can see here S. So this is also going to return an array containing all the elements on the page of a given class. Suppose I have a class, I have a HTML page having few elements with the same class name C1. When I say document.get elements by class name, it will return me an array of all those elements whose class name is C1. So this was all about the ID selector. We call them as a ID selector. This is a element selector, and this is what the class selector. Okay, so in this case you have to remember three methods which is doing all these things. The shortcut can be, you can simply go with the two more methods, query selector and query selector all. How these two methods work, it is going to work similarly as how we learned the CSS selectors concept, which can be ID selector, the element selector, the class selector, or the universal selector. So when I say document.query selector of .c1, it is going to return me the very first matching element whose class name is C1. So I'll be getting just a very single element, the very first matching element. When I say query selector all, it is going to return me all the matching elements as per the selector. So that is the difference between query selector and query selector all. Query selector is going to return the very first matching element, whereas returns all the matching element as per the selector. And in the double quotes or single quote, you are going to mention the CSS selector concept, like dot with the class name, hash with the ID name, and just a tag name. Got it? Then further you can talk about you can use the combinator, CSS combinators concept inside the double quote or single quote. So what I'll do, I'll also create a HTML page and I'll be using these methods, and frankly speaking, we recommend to use query selector or query selector all whenever you are doing accessing any element. The reason is very simple. In this scenario, you just have to remember one method or two method. In this case, you have to remember the different set of methods, and simply we are increasing the burden on us. So we can simply go with these two methods also. And what I'll do, I'll create an HTML page. What I'll do, I'll create, suppose, so my comment was when I click on H1, so initially it is my heading, correct? And when I click on a button, I want to change the heading. So as of now, we just discussed how to fetch the element. Manipulation I haven't discussed. So first let me show you, are we able to get an access on the H1 element or not. So value equal to click me and on click activity, the event, and I'll call a method, say, get change value. As of now, I'm just going to get an access because we don't know how to change the value. So I want to fetch this H1 element. So as we know, there can be three ways. One could be with the ID, second is with the class name, or third one is the element name. So suppose I'm just doing with the element name. Go to the JS file and write it down there. So your JS file, and say there document dot query selector and your H1. Got it? And what I'll do, I'll just display that element, whatever it is coming there. I'll say console.log of element. Run our page and click me, and you can see I'm getting this H1 element, correct? So I'm getting that H1 element here, but further my requirement is I have to manipulate this H1 element, correct? Now what I'll do, let me just have few more H1 element, and let us see which H1 element value comes. First heading, second heading, and the last is third heading. The very first heading, as I told, query selector returns you the very first matching element. Now what if I'm just using the query selector all? It is going to return me an array of all the elements who are having the who are having the element name as h1. Refresh, and you can see this time you are getting the three elements, all the three in a form of array. Clear? So this query selector all we used. Now what if I'm playing with the id and class? So say suppose all the h1 elements are having the class name as c1, and this time I'll go with this and just write dot c1. See, if I'm doing this without using query selector all, I have to use the methods document dot get elements by class name. If it is id, get element by id. If it is a tag name, get elements by tag name. But here we can simply work with these two methods, query selector or query selector all. Again, click on a button and you can get all the three elements. Got it? Similarly, if suppose they both all of are having some id, so I can give the id using the hash symbol. If I simply say query selector, in that case I'll be just getting the very first matching element, so which is nothing but my first heading. Okay, so this was all about how to use these methods to select the element. Now the next thing is, as we want to change the element value, correct? So how to manipulate or change the element content, let us discuss the same. Now in this example, we are going to modify the below fields on existing drop-down tree. So what I want to do for this p element, when I click on a p element, I want to change the content of this p element from my paragraph 1 to changed paragraph value. Got it? So how they fetch the element? Using the document.query selector, they'll be getting the very first matching element. Then I'm going to use few more keywords like inner HTML. So it's an attribute which is going to, using which you can change the element content. So let me just show you the same here. So you got the value, and then you will simply say element dot inner HTML equal to changed value. So when I click on a button, my h1 element content is going to be changed to a changed value. See, the value is changed to changed value. Got it? So I place a semicolon also, right? Remove. Is this clear? So how to change? So there is a property inner HTML. Then there is one more property known as the inner text. But there is a difference also. First, let me show you what is the output of inner text also. Refresh and click me. I'm getting the same output. There is no change. Now what I'll do, I'll simply use italic. Italic we know, right? The tag. I'm going to use the italic tag. And again refresh. There is no change, but I is also added here, which does not look good. What I'm going to do here, inner HTML. And you can see we are getting the proper value. So the meaning is very simple here. What I mean to say, the difference between inner text and inner HTML is inner HTML takes care of your HTML elements, whereas inner text does not take care. That is the difference. The similarity between both is they are used to change the element content. You can see here the value is changed to this. Is this clear? So we just learned how to change the element content. Now next is, what if I want to apply some CSS styling? I want to put some background color when I click on a button. Got it? So how to do that stuff? So again, fetch the element dot style is a keyword. I want to place a background color dot. Okay, so suppose I just want to change the font color. So we know color is the CSS property to change the font color. So let me just put a blue color here. You can see we have just applied the CSS using JavaScript. Got it? Now, any CSS property you can mention here. But one thing to be noted here, what if I want to change the, put some background color also. So we know how to change the background color. We have a CSS property background hyphen color. But whenever you are writing using this JavaScript, any CSS property having the hyphen, you are going to replace them by using this camel case coding convention. So background hyphen color is going to be converted into background color with C in capital. So let me just put some random color. Let us make it little zaggy. Okay, so it's very simple how to change the CSS property using the style keyword. Then you are going to mention the CSS property, but make sure if any CSS property is having any hyphen, remove the hyphen and just write the CSS property in a camel case coding convention. Next is, we just discussed about how to change the element contain, then the CSS, and the last is nothing but how to add any attribute. So suppose on this h1 element I want to add an attribute as title. Okay, so how can I add the title? So I can simply either say element dot title equal to my title. So when I'm placing my cursor here, you can see the title is coming here. Got it? So I've just added an attribute. You can see here title is also coming. Correct? So this can be one way to add any attribute, and otherwise we have one more way by using the method set attribute, which takes two parameters, the type, the attribute name and the value. So either you can do like this using the set attribute method, or you can simply do using the attribute name. So my title using method I'll mention so that we can easily see the difference. My title using method. Got it? So this is how you can manipulate the DOM tree. You have changed the element contain, you have changed the CSS property, as well as we have changed the attribute. We have added the attribute also. Okay, so this here, what are the things we discussed? We discussed about what is DOM. As we know, it's nothing but it's a logical tree of your HTML page. Who creates? Your browser creates it. And then after we discussed about the methods to access the HTML elements. Then after getting an access of HTML elements, how to play with them, how to change the element content, how to change the CSS property or apply the CSS property. Similarly, how to add any attribute. Similarly, you can remove the attribute also. So just have a look. Do we have a remove attribute method? Suppose I want to remove the style attribute. So initially I am applying, but later on I am removing also. And you can see the style is no there. There is no color, no background color. Correct? Because I have just removed the style. Got it? So you can add the attribute, you can remove the attribute, all those things can be done. So it's very simple example. We have a paragraph. When mouse enter, which is a mouse event, the add node method is going to be called. When it leaves the paragraph, we are going to call the delete node method. So just have a look on add node. What we want to do, I'm fetching that p element, creating a new element using a create element method, and finally adding that element to the parent element. So let me explain from here how to create a new element in JavaScript. You are going to use a method create element. Then once you create the element, you have to put some content also, right? So for that, either you can use text contain, you can use inner text, inner HTML, all these things you can use to give some value. Now you have just made an element ready, but then after you have to set somewhere inside the DOM tree. So how to add the element? For that you tell who is your parent element, then the dot append child method, and finally the child element. Similarly, how to remove any element from the tree? You have to tell parent element dot remove child and the child element. So you got a clear picture. Append child and remove child are the method to add any new element or the remove any element. So again we'll come back here. We have added the element, created the element, and then how we are adding? We are adding, so this element, the p element is going to be my parent element, and that again I'm going to add a p element. Similarly here in the delete node, you can see here this is a parent element, and from there I'm going to remove this paragraph. So it's simple, meaning when the mouse enters inside a p, I'm adding another p. When it leaves, I'm removing that another p from this p element. Maybe we can also try the same example, something similar. So what I'll do here, so I have a div button, div element, and say it is a my div. Okay, so when I say this, I'll say add, I'll say add element. Similarly, another method, that is another button to remove the element. So my scene is very simple. I have a button, two buttons. When I click on add button, I want to add a new p inside this div element. When I click on remove element, that p should go off. Simple. So add element. So function add element, and I'll say document.query selector of div. Got it? And then what I'll say here, I'll just remove the unwanted stuff, and say web child element, which is nothing but document dot create element. And what is my element name? It's a p element I want to add here. Correct? I'll put some content also in this. So child element dot inner text equal to, I'll say added para. Yeah, we have made sure our element is ready, but then after I have to place it inside this parent element. So element dot append child, and then you tell what is the child name. Let us see this. So my and you can see the paragraph is added. You can just have a look here. Inside div B, we have the P paragraph. Similarly, we can have this remove child. In that case, I'll simply remove it. So what is my method name? Remove element. I'll simply copy paste this scenario. So first fetch this, and no need to do this. Say query selector. Okay, I'll use the combinators concept to get an excess of this P and remove this, and it is going to be just remove child. So append child and the remove child. So added, removed, added and removed. Does it make sense? So first is we access the parent element, then I'm accessing the child element, and I'm simply saying remove from the parent. So this is how these are the methods: append child and remove child to add or remove any existing node from the DOM tree. Update, we know very well, that's what we did using inner text, inner HTML, or changing the style or changing the attribute. That is what the updating any existing element. So here we discussed all the different kind of DOM methods, the manipulation, addition or removal of any existing element.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with E&ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
I'll tell you, my experience with Create React app. No doubt that, I've been working with Create React app for a long time, and then I'm quite used to it. But not only that, okay, so I've done hundreds of trainings across. So what I've learned is if we add too many libraries to work, say, for example, Wheat, no doubt, the implementation is very easy. Next is also very easy, but you need to have some background in Node before you can start. So with Create React app, no doubt this application is very bulky. It's about 250 MB. And every time you say npm start, it actually goes through a build process to get your applications ready. So that's the twist. But with others, you have the ability to leverage on JavaScript's module loading abilities, which were not there in the previous versions. So one reason why they were using Webpack and Babel and things like that. Now those things have changed. So you can also take this from me. 2 years from now, whatever React has started to promote will also fade out, because someone will figure out another smarter way to get the same job done. See, it's all about survival, right? See, each of these libraries have to survive, isn't it? They cannot let this technology die. So they will keep inventing new things, or they will make the old things work better. And then you'll always have some learning curve. But should you always keep learning? Yeah, you volunteered for it. So any front-end technology would have some learning curve. Not only that, I see that most of these technologies now do have some changes. Okay, so learning is forever. Okay, so coming back to the context, let's delete all of these files. Let's delete all of these files. And to make this process little quick, I will go create some templates. I suggest you also do the same. Of course, we don't need any template on HTML, but we'll go create a new file. I'll refer this as templates.txt file. So I'll keep all my templates ready here. So you don't have to watch me type all of these. This is trivial example. You don't need to watch me do that. So index.js file. In the index.js file, we'll import React DOM from, we'll import create root from React DOM/client. So this create root method helps us identify an element on which we can render the React application. So we'll say create root document.getElementById root, and we'll render whatever we really want. So in this case, we would want an h1 tag to be rendering welcome to your life. Okay, so let's get this started. So we'll cd to steps and we'll say npm start. Come on, make it quick. Sometimes, the build process will take some time. This is one of the things that, I hate about Create React app. Okay. But the transition to learn React would be quite smooth with Create React app. Create root is other component. What we mean by that? So create root is a method with which we select the DOM element on which we will render. So if you say, is h1 another component? I would say yes. Okay. It says successfully compiled. See, this command we will do several times to create a React application. So it makes sense that, we can add this in our application. This is one more thing that I would like to add here. Okay, so we'll go create a component. Usually it is called app.jsx. And this will be a class-based component. And should have a render method which gets called when this component is initialized. So export default app. This render method will return, I would prefer a div tag. See, there are, you may see some examples online where they would use an expression like this. I suggest try and avoid this. Maybe you may ask, Vijay, why you want us to avoid this? See, this is frankly useless unless you are habitual to do something like this. See, for many people who come from other flavors of programming language, like Java, for example, or C, they have the habit of creating all these, let's say now, if you want to create a class, they would not create it like this. They would create it like this. Okay, and if they have to write a render method, they would probably do it like this. So one reason why they have the habit of creating an expression on the same line, and this would return like so. Okay. Or let's say, no, I have a requirement to wrap a div, and inside the div, I will do this. Okay, so I have an expression here, and I've exported this. I should now be able to import it. So I will remove this and replace this with my app tag, app component, that is. I'll save it. So the same example, just that, this now should be in lowercase. And sure enough, it is working. But see, why do you want to do all of this? Just because, you cannot overcome a habit that you have been practicing. So in my opinion, do this instead. Okay. Just because, you want to create this div in the next line. See, this would work. So it is working, but this would not work. Okay. So in order to overcome this, in order to avoid this, you can use a bracket here and closing bracket here. Okay, which will make the boat sail. But I suggest you always begin the syntax on the same line where the return statement is. It's just a practice that you'll have to get used to. And then, you'll always be doing something like this. Just my way of working, right? Okay, so let's move on. So we have got a component here, and I would want this component to have a state so that we can manage it. So what I'll do is create a state. State in React is always an object. Okay, and this state is something that is immutable. Now, what is immutable? You understand what is mutating, right? So which keeps changing. So immutable simply means that the one that does not change. Now you may say, hey Vijay, this has a property called power. Let's say you have assigned a value 0, and I want to use that here. So how do I use? I'll use an expression like so, and I can now refer to that state value using this dot state dot power. See, state is an object that has a property called power, so I can access it with the dot notation. Nothing strange here, isn't it? So if I get this, it's working. Now, if I want to update this power, how can I do it? Because the documentation clearly states that the state is immutable. You cannot change this state. So you cannot mutate the state. You can replace the state. So usually what will happen is that when someone clicks a button, we are actually not increasing the existing value. We are replacing this object with a new object. Now, what React developers have found over a period of time is that if you access the property and then update it, there are some places where this reference or memory would still be available, so which may be reflecting the old value. So if you replace that with a newer object, then you will never go wrong, isn't it? So the new value is bound to be updated. So one reason why they have kept this practice, and you'll see that consistent across React. So just get used to it. So how do I replace this state? So on the click of this button, so we're using the synthetic event here where I have a function, and this function will say this dot set state. Set state. And inside this set state, I would be passing an object. This object, okay, will be replacing this object. So here I will say power, and I would want to increase it by 1. So this can also be an expression where I will say this dot state dot power. So I'm accessing that power here. I will increment 1 to it, and I will generate this object. This object will be replacing this object whenever this button is clicked. So that way, this power keeps incrementing now. So if I run this example, the power keeps increasing. So you see that you are actually replacing this object with a new object here. You're not mutating. I hope this is clear. If it is clear, please put your hands up. So I know you are clear. Perfect. So I see about 9, 11 hands have gone up. If you are replacing it, let's say, this is a simple object. Imagine an object that has about 100 properties, and those 100 properties can be huge arrays. Now imagine replacing that all the time. Okay. So that's like rewriting every time, isn't it? For which, we in React use other libraries as well. So as of now, just accept that this has been researched and found that replacing this object has been efficient by the React community. So we're not replacing this with so we are replacing this object with a newer object. We are not modifying the existing one. Another small context. So this is not going to work because this state cannot be modified by us without using the set state. Even if we modify, then we'll have to call the force update. So it is not a good practice. That's what it says. So is this the only object? No, you can create your own object. Say, for example, I want to create a property called heroes. This heroes is going to be an array. And let's say we'll have Batman. Can I access this heroes somewhere? I can, right? So I can come here and say, I'll remove this welcome to your life. I'll use a UL tag with some li, and I would want to bind that value. Bind this dot heroes dot, or maybe heroes square bracket 0. So I'll then be displaying Batman. Okay, watch. Now I want to mutate this. That is, I want to append a value to this. So what is mutation? I'm using this hero's existing value, and then I want to append a value to that. So what I'll do, I'll create another button. Okay, so I'll say add hero. What will this do? This will say this dot heroes dot push a new value to the existing array. So whom do we add? Let's say we'll add Superman. Superman with uppercase S. So now we are mutating this. We are modifying it, isn't it? So there is this existing value still stays there, but we are adding a new value to it. Now, if I run this example, you'll see that the value gets added, but we'll not get to see it here. Why? Because that React has already completed its cycle to render this. Now, because you updated a property, you'll have to call this render method once again, but there is nothing that is triggering it. So one way to do it is, you'll say this dot force update. Come on. I think, this is not accepting it. Let's wrap this into an expression. That would work, because this way you will now be able to run it in 2 different lines, isn't it? So if I go back and I'll ask who is the second hero, as of now, this should not render anything. Okay. If I click on this, Superman gets added. So now you are mutating this object, isn't it? You're not replacing this. Now, what is replacing? Instead of this, if you do replace heroes, and I would say heroes equals another array where we'll have Iron Man and Hulk. So this is replacing. You agree? Now let's run this. So this will be adding, this will be replacing. Okay, so this is mutating the existing object. This is replacing that with a newer object. Clear? We are passing this object, which will be replacing this. So this entire code gets replaced with this. Okay. Now, just as an example, I will add another property called info. Info is my new info. And now let us say I would want to display this .state.info. Does this info exist here in this object? No. But when I click on this button, I'm actually increasing, that is replacing the state with a newer object, which will have 2 properties now. First is power, then the info as well. So if I go back, see, if I click on this, I'll also get this my new info here. So that clearly tells you that this object is now being replaced, isn't it? Cool. So let's go to the next step. So what did we understand here? That states are immutable. It will always be replaced with another object. Okay, so what is next? So we saw that the state can be updated, or we can replace that with a new value. Okay, so I will call this as step1.txt file. So I have the power property, and my intention is to increase the power only. So no other property is required, and we get rid of all of these other syntaxes. So we can straight away focus on what is the next topic. I want to increase the power. So what's happening here is that now on the click of this button, I'm able to invoke this function, which will increase the power. Clear? So let us say we want to do it in another way. That is, let us say I have a function here already. Increase power, which is a function. And I want this function to call the set state. So I can cut this logic here, paste it here. Yeah, I think, a bracket is missing. So let me add that. And now I want to call this function. Okay, so can I simply say this dot increase power like so? What do you think? Can we do something like this? What do you think from your past experience? Will it work? Not work. So if I click on this, it throws an error. It says this is undefined. Now, why am I getting this is undefined? Where am I referring to this keyword? Am I referring it here? Yeah, you are, isn't it? And are you referring it here? Yes, you are. You are using this keyword here as well. So these are two places. Of course, this is not the error because here, we can see 1. So if I increase it to, from 0, if I increase it to 1, you'll be able to see 1 there. The error is being caused only when I click on this button, which tells you that either this or this has a problem. Okay, now let me tell you, this doesn't have a problem because it is actually able to call this function. So if I throw an alert here, hello there, that would work. So click, see, it's triggering. So the problem is not here. The problem is here. So why is that we are not able to access this keyword? If you have attended that basic workshop, you know that this increase power and render are siblings to each other, correct? And React will make this keyword available for the render method because render is a built-in method. This increase power is not a built-in method. That's a developer-defined function now, user-defined function. So I've defined it. This guy cannot access this keyword. And because, this component that we have extended does not allow you to do something like that. Now, how do we bypass this? There are a couple of ways to do it. So one way, just keep making a note of all of these different techniques because it's important that you understand the purpose behind the code that I've written, or else there will be a lot of mystery as to why this is happening, why that is happening. So I can, wrap this into a fat arrow function and then call this. And this would work. See, now if I click on this, oops, of course, what am I doing here? Increase power, power plus 1. This is not working, isn't it? That is because I did not call the function. Come on, Vijay, click. Yeah, call the method. Yeah, I had forgotten that. Okay, so even here, you did not have to call the function because on click you are referring to that function. But here, because I wrapped it into an arrow function, I have to call the function. One way to do it. Okay, so let me show you another way to do it as well. So why this would work? Because inside an arrow function, the context is automatically set to the parent's context. That's how it would work. Okay, so now there is another way to get this to work. You can get the same program, this one, to work here. See, as of now, it is not working. You know that it would cause an error. But how do I overcome this error? We can use a constructor. So inside this constructor, we can say this dot increase power equals this dot increase power dot bind to this. I hope you remember the keyword bind. Okay, call, apply, bind, remember? So we can use the bind method to bind the context here. Of course, you need to call the super method or else this would throw an error. So we are done. So it should now work. There's another way to get this to work. Now, so just to set the context, why do you want to use a constructor? So we'll remove this. Okay, now is there any other way to get this to work? Of course you can. You can convert this regular function itself to an arrow function like this. Agreed? So this increase power is nothing but a property which will become a function. So I'm using an arrow function here. That way, this program should still work. So for all practical purposes, this would be the shorter way to work, isn't it? Instead of using this, there's one more way. Okay, you can use the bind and then get this to work as well. So if you wanted to know another way, we could have done this as well. Increase power dot bind this. That would also work. Okay, so here increase power with bind. So this is also working now, but this is a longer syntax. And if you have to write this, call this function a couple of times, you will have to write a lot of code compared to this. This would be a lot easier, isn't it? So I would use this technique. Which one? This one. Top. I think, because this guy already, okay, so if, see, this is already launching this. That's why you should not be using these brackets. Okay, so now kind of, it calmed down. But see, there is an error. So how do I bypass this? You can use an arrow function and call this function. So of course, I forgot to call this now. I have to call this function, and this should work. Instead of doing this, instead of using all of that here, I would convert this itself to an arrow function. That way, I don't have to do all of this. I'll simply refer to that function when the user clicks on this. I guess because, I had to make some changes there. Wait, stop. Yeah, so now we're back to business. So this is the approach that I would be using. So be my guest. You can use several other techniques. Now let's see. If we are able to increase the power on the click of the button. What if I wanted to increase the power on the click of this range? Input type range. So you will know that we have this input range. I want to take this value and then increase here. So how do I do that? So this has one challenge now. We have to take the value from this input and then update or call this increase power, which will set the state's value, the power, not from the existing state, but from this input. So how do I do that? I'll comment this out. I'll recreate this. Increase power from range is what I'll call this. This increase power from range is what I want to call on the input. So here I can say on input is an event. I can call this dot increase power from range. And this should work. So every time I increase, this works. So this should be 0 and this should be 100, but that doesn't seem to work, isn't it? It is going beyond 100 now. And this should be 0. This should be 0. It is not accepting. That is because we are no way calculating the inputs value and we're passing it to this function. Okay, it is simply changing the existing value to 1. I mean, incrementing by 1. So we'll remove this. So what we'll do is, when we are calling this function, we have to capture this event, pass it here. So this event will be passed to this. And from this event, we'll derive the target value, and then we assign it to the power. Okay, so there is a problem. It says, sorry, you cannot use this event. So what we can do is you can use something called as $event. Event is restricted from being used. $event also doesn't work. Don't tell me. I think, we have another way. I'm using Angular's code here. Give me a minute, guys. So we don't have to use it here. Okay. We will implicitly get, no, you don't have to import anything. No need. Okay, watch. Because see, if you try doing this, okay, this button anyhow is useless. We don't need this. Just stay focused on this. See, now we have to pass this event to this function call, isn't it? So how do we get this? We'll use a arrow function, and this arrow function will get that event object. We pass that event object here, and this event object will get passed here. Okay, and that is how we'll get this to work. So if I now increase, see, this is 0 and this is 100. This is 0, this 100, 0, 100, 0, 100. So we are actually getting the value from here. But there is a mistake here. There is a small error. Okay, there is a bug, in fact. So we can see what it is. See, on the input, I'm able to get the value and do it. That's fine. But if I now try to increase the state with another function, okay, what would happen? So increase power is also capable of increasing the power, isn't it? So let's say this button, okay, I will use this button itself. Okay, so the previous code is also available. There is this button is also available. So I can see, click on this, it'll increase. No doubts, correct? So click on this, the same state is being used here. And if I do this, that will also work. Now, where is the bug now? Where is the problem? Watch. So if I now click on this increase power, you'll have a problem. See? Now, this is unexpected, isn't it? So why, what happened? Because see, here we are deriving this value from this event.target.value. This event.target.value gives you a string, not a number. So the very first time you increased, you are actually working with a number property. Okay. And now you are assigning that number to a string. So now this is a string. The moment you start interacting with this input, it became a string. Now, if I click on this, it will take that string and concatenate a number to it. So that will become a string. So how do you overcome that? So whenever you have these inputs to work with, so working with forms is a big thing in any React application. You cannot encounter a React application where you don't have a form, isn't it? So whenever you're working, just keep in mind that, no, these are some issues that you would encounter. And how do you overcome that? You will use a number constructor, convert this to a number. So that way you are adding a number here. See? Working. Let me upload this file. So I hope you got this, small bug, and then how you can fix it. Let's move on. I'll show you another way to do it. Let's now create an input, type number, and on the click of this, maybe I'll put this below and use a BR tag. Maybe a couple of more BR tags. There's some distinct space between them. So I want to increase this power by 7 now. So if I click on this, I want to take the value from this input and then assign the value here. How will I do it? So this button click should be capable of getting the value from this input. So when you click on the button, can we change the range? Okay, try that on your own. How do you do that? You go to this input and you can set something called as min. What is the value that you want? 1 to 1000. Okay, the minimum is 1. By default, it is 0, isn't it? And the max is 1000. So this way, this will be 0, 1, 2000. 1 to 1000. Clear? You can change it. Play around with this. Okay, so now this button has a responsibility. It should take the value from this input and then set the value. How do I do that is the question. So how do I take the value of this input? Again, this class has a property. So far, we have learned something called as state. Okay, we have learned something called as force update. We have learned props. We have learned about, I think, yeah, those are a few things that we have learned. Now, there is another property that this class component has, okay, for which we need to do some importing here, which is called useRef. So create reference. Okay, so we'll go create a variable. We'll call this as ipref. Any name is fine, equals react dot create reference. Create reference is a method which allows you to create a reference. So this reference can now be associated with this input, as something called as ref. Ref is this dot input ref, ipref. So with this, what we have done is we have bound this value, which is generated from this create reference, to this input. And when the user clicks on this button, I will call another function. So we'll go create another function, increase power from number. Again, we are not expecting an event this time, okay? But we are expecting this value, ipref. How to access it? You can say this dot ipref. Okay, ipref would give you the input. From this input, we will extract the value part of it and then assign it to the power property. Clear? So let's take this button. On the click of this button, we'll call this dot increase power from number method. On the click of this button, that's what should happen. So I will increase it, let's say 2. Click. It says nan. Why nan? Nan is because, I guess, this is wrong. So you have something called as current. I forgot to add that current. So what is current? See, this input reference could be assigned to many inputs, but the current element that has the reference is what we refer with this current property. From that current, we can extract the value, and that should work. So let us say 3 this time. See, it is set to 3. So we can take the value from this input, set it here. So I've kind of explored few possibilities here. User can click a button, call a function, invoke a property to change. Correct? You can have an input, and the change of the input can invoke a property to change. We can also have a situation where there is a form. The user will enter some data into the form, and only when the user clicks on a submit button, will be able to derive the value from this input, okay, and then set it to the state. So I've shown you a couple of flavors here, isn't it? So I'll now upload this file on Pastebin. You guys can enjoy, copy, paste it, and make sure this is working. And do let me know if you have any queries on this so that I can spare a minute for you and I can take you to the next step. Now, I would not say it is a two-way binding. It is a way to affect the state's value. And if the state value is changed, see, as of now, we already have two-way binding in place if you think about it, isn't it? This is a demonstration of a two-way binding. This H1 tag is reading the value from the state, correct? Okay, and now can I read the value from the state and assign it to an input? Can I do that? Okay, so that would make it a two-way binding, isn't it? So what I can do here is this. This main here, this input here, not main, this input here will take the value and bind it to this dot state dot power. Isn't it two-way binding now? So if I keep increasing the power, don't you see that this guy is moving? I mean, of course, we have set a value of 1000. let's reduce it to 100, and that way you'll be able to see changes. Isn't it two-way binding? Yes. So if I increase it, is this not changing? So this is implementing two-way binding. Pretty easy. So one-way binding is where you are binding the value from the state. Two-way binding is where the input is also, without the force update. This is no force update. But what is the trick here? The trick is that we are using the set state, and which gets called every time the state is changed. So this is an example for two-way data binding. So you are binding to the state and derive the value from the state as well. Okay, cool. Now, two-way binding is usually inside the same component. Okay, so it is not from parent to child, child to parent. So of course, that would be called as communication. Of course. Okay, so that is called communication, right? So you are communicating. So because your data is going outside from one component to another, which is not referred as binding. Binding is where the property is bound to a component's value within the same component, not outside. Of course, if you want to communicate outside, if you want to send the value outside, that is referred as a communication, because the component is trying to communicate something to the outside world. Okay, I think that would be the next topic. Okay, so I will take a backup of this. See, it does not provide two-way binding like the way Angular provides you by using an external module. Okay, in Angular, you actually implement a module which does that for us. In case of React, we are implementing a two-way binding by using something called as controlled inputs. So that should be your answer. Okay, so I did not explain that concept clearly to you, but when we move on to forms, we will talk about that. See, this example would not have worked without this event here. This would throw an error. Okay, because of this event, this will work. So this is referred as controlled inputs. So this inputs value is controlled by the state. So the state is getting the value from this input. At the same time, state is controlling this input, isn't it? Watch. So if I don't use this, you'll get an error immediately. I'll cut this. I'll save it. So now I'm trying to do a one-way binding from the state to this input. If I go back to the browser, you'll see that there is an error. See, you provided a value prop from a form field without using an on-change handler. This will render a read-only field. If the field should be mutable, use the default value, otherwise set the whatever. So what, I guess, correct. So controlled input can have two-way binding. Control inputs are two-way binding. That's the definition of it. Okay. So, they cannot use the same name, so they use something different, but the idea is still the same. So what is two-way binding? That's something that you should understand. One-way binding is from, when you are using the state's value onto an input. That's one-way binding. If the input is updating the state back again, that's a two-way binding. You all agree with me on that? One-way binding is you derive the value of an input from the state. That's one way. If you derive the value of the state from the input, that's two-way. And if both are done, right? So now that error will be gone. That is because, see, you are extracting the value and we are setting the value as well. Okay, so now that we are done with this, guys, we'll change gears. We'll again, come back to something very trivial. Which one? Okay, I don't need, I need nothing of this. So you have learned a lot, isn't it? So with this one example. The next thing that we will learn is how to communicate from one component to another, which is partially learned actually. Just that we'll now have to figure out to do it two ways. Okay. Let us say I want this component to send this power to another component. So I'll go create another component. I call this child.jsx. So this is a child component. Copy this entire code, replace it here, replace the app with child. Come on. Child component. This doesn't have a state, but this should render, this will render this text. Similarly here, I will render app component. I go to this div, assign some style where we set this configuration to have a border, 2 pixel, solid red. Let me copy this. I like this idea of styling. So I'll paste it here. Blue. I think I'll also add some padding here. Ten pixel. So I've got this app component, and inside this app component, let us add the child component. The child component will now be added here. Compiled with some errors. Child comp is not defined. That's because we forgot to import it. Now that should work. Padding should be added here as well. See, as you create, you want to improvise it. Okay, see, there is this parent, there is a child. I would now want to communicate from parent to the child. Okay, and React documentation is quite clear about this, that in React, the communication is always one way. That way, you'll always communicate from parent to the child, never from child to the parent. Always from parent to the child. Okay, but we developers will always have the toughest job to do. Whatever is not possible by the framework, that is exactly what will be our requirement. We would want to do a two-way communication. How do you do that? I'll show you. There's a hack to do that. I'll show you. First step is how to get the communication from parent to the child. Now, this is easy. You all can, you all have worked with this before. You all probably know the answer as well. I'll use the button, increase power. On the click of it, we'll call this function is an arrow function. We'll say this dot set state, and we'll replace this object power with a new value. This dot state dot power +1. Easy. So now this increase power will have to be called here because this is already an arrow function. We don't have to do much of coding here. We can simply say on click, I would want to call this dot increase power, and that should work. So if I click on it, the power should increase. Now, who will show this power? Here. Power is bind this dot state dot power. So power will be displayed here. Okay. So I'm using HR. So here, power is increasing. Now I want to send this power to this child component. How can we do it? Anybody? How can I do it? As an attribute, correct. So you send it as an attribute, which is this dot state dot power. So what is this attribute? A prop that we can go to the child component. We can now extract that power is bind this dot props dot power. So if I keep increasing, it gets communicated to this component. Agreed. So we are doing a one-way communication where the parent is sending information to the child component. Agreed. It's working. Now we want to send a value from the child to the parent. Okay, how do we do that? So let's do something like that. Let's say along with this power, we'll also have a message property. This is an empty string, and this is what we will send from the child. So as of now, I want to just display this message as well. So I'll use an h3 tag where power will be displayed and message will also be displayed.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which ES6 feature allows you to declare a variable that cannot be reassigned? Option A, const. Option B, let. Option C, where. And option D, final. Please do mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with E&ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
I will say this is the default app message. This default app message is here. I would want to change this from this component. So in the child component, we need something that can update the parent. How do we do that? So this is where, there is a small trick. If you have worked with JavaScript enough, you know that these components will be nested, correct? This app component is containing this child component. So if an event is triggered in the child component, all the parents can listen to it because of a concept called bubbling in JavaScript. So events do bubble in JavaScript. So that's a very interesting topic. I suggest make a note of that. So what is bubbling in JavaScript? And Google out, you'll definitely find one resource. So what happens is that the child component, when an event is dispatched, it actually goes to all the containership hierarchy and keep broadcasting that, hey, there is an event that happened. And now with that event, we are also allowed to send an event object. That event object can contain any message that we want. We can simply attach a message to it. And that message will go along with the event, and then we'll be able to capture it on the parent component. So this again will happen only one step at a time. Okay, so you can either capture it on this parent, and this parent can send it to its parent if it has any. Okay, so it can only happen one level at a time. Similar to this prop. So you can send the prop only to one immediate child, correct? Not to all the children. You will get a requirement like that also. I'll show you how you can do it using something called as context. But you can do this with a simple step using something called as props. Let's go back. And now let us say this message will go create a method to change message. The change message will change the message property. And let's say this guy is expecting a new message, an end message, a new message, and this new message will be applied here. So this message has the ability to be updated if someone calls this method and pass this parameter. Now, how do we do that is the question. So what we can do here is this. See, on the child, let us say there is a button, send message to parent. This is doing nothing, simple button here. On the click of this button, we'll call a function on click. See, this is done in two parts. The first part is implemented on the parent. So parent should have the ability to change the state. Okay, because child itself will not be able to come to the parent and change the state. No, because the state is a component's own property. Who can change it? Only that component can change it. Now, child has a requirement to do something like that. So how do we expose this parents method on the child is what we are doing here. Now on the child component, on the click of this button, I will say this dot set message. What is set message? A function that we will write here. This is an arrow function, and we will yeah, maybe what I do is we don't need this, okay, but let us wait, okay, because there is another shorter way to do it. I just thought that I can revise what I have in my mind to shorten this for you. So here the child component has the button, but this button is doing nothing as of now. What we'll do is we will make this button call the parents method. How do we do that? On the parent, this change message will be passed on to this child component like this. So we'll call this as CM. CM is for change message, equals this dot change message. So what is CM? CM is a prop as of now, correct? Like the way we pass power, the CM is also something that we can pass on the child component, on the click, on click. Instead of calling a function, we'll use an arrow function because we are about to call a function now. I'll say this dot props dot CM, and we'll pass in hello from child. So we are now passing this function as a prop here with a name. You can actually have the same name. That would not be a problem. I'm deliberately using a different name so that you know, okay, what is CM and then how things would work. Let's go back and see if this would work. So if I click on this button, see, it's changed. Now, if your question is, no, Vijay, this is not fair, I would like to see a custom message. We'll use what we have learned in the past. Input, type text. We'll create a reference. IPref is not a reserved keyword. Okay, I keep using that. So don't think that, oh, yeah, Vijay used IPref, so that might be a reserved keyword. No, you can call that a potato if you want. I'll say React dot create reference. So that way this reference can be assigned to this as a ref attribute. This dot, okay. So from this reference, we'll use the current property, this dot IPref dot current. So this current represents the input on which the value is assigned. Okay, so in this case, this is the input that we are able to access with this reference current. Okay, current represents the element. Now on this, we'll use the value property, and that would be set here. That would be set here, sorry. Okay, because we passed that here. And this change message is what we'll be calling. So this just to denote that, you have a method, you don't have to expose the same method to the child. On the child, we are exposing it as CM. Okay, so child thinks that there is a method called CM, but do you have a method called CM? No, it's called change message. So we can create an alias. So if I go back, hello there, and we send it, so we get that message here. So are we doing two-way communication now? So you know how to send information from the parent to the child, and now you also know how to send information from the child to the parent. So in the next two examples, I guess 2 or 3, we'll be done with the class components. I am probably planning to wrap the class components part within 10:30 today, so that we can start with function-based components, and then we can move on. Let us see how it goes. Okay, so I don't want to rush up, but you know that we have another couple of days of React training. That's it. Okay, so because we have what so far 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I think, totally we'll have about 24 hours of training, correct? According to the curriculum, you can check. And since, we had a small break here on one of these days, so we'll not account that. So we'll still have about couple of more days, and within which we should be able to, around 8 sessions, isn't it, Viren? So we should be able to complete all of that. But yeah, again, I don't want to cut short on few things. Would like to be a little slow and give you the concept in its glory. Trust me, all of these will still become trivial when you start developing a real application. Okay, but without this, you cannot start anyways, isn't it? Okay, so let's move on. So the next example, we'll understand something called as conditions. So what are conditions? How do you work with this? Let us say there is a property called show. Show is true. And because show is true, I want something to display. Okay, so let's use an HR tag, and I will create one div, which will have terms and conditions. I'll use an S3 tag. I'll use a paragraph, put some lorem some content there. Now, if I go back to the application, so there is this terms and conditions. No, Viren, no, you don't. Okay, so that's where we'll understand something called as routes. Okay, see, as of now, we have started to work with a single page, and see, now your expectations has increased. Like, no, Vijay, how do I work with multiple pages? No, you will not have multiple HTML pages. This entry point will still be index.html only, but we will have multiple components which work as an interface for us. Say a login screen, a welcome screen, a product screen, a logout screen, and so on and so forth. So that is achieved with something called as routes. Okay, we should be able to do it in the next couple of exercises. We'll get to that as well. But ideally, you will have only one root element. Yeah, you can, I suggest you explore this on your own. There is a concept called portals in React. Okay, see if you can explore that. If you could not find it, if it is not understood by you, just message me in the next class. I will send you an example with which it becomes a lot easier. Okay. Because I'm not planning to cover portals, because that's a very rare requirement. Anyhow, we will have something even more powerful called routes. Okay, so I'll be covering that instead. Okay, so let's move on. So we have got this terms and conditions. So now my intention is this div should be shown only if you want to display these terms and conditions. So how will we get that done? So I'll use a input type checkbox. So because now this is a checkbox, we'll be able to wrap a label, okay, and show terms and condition. And this input will now have an ID, which should match with this for. So I'll call this as terms. Any name is fine. As long as they both match, this will be linked to this. So if I now go back, so there is a show terms and condition. If I click on that, I want to show the terms and conditions. If I uncheck it, I want this to be removed. That's my requirement. How do I conditionally show this element is the question. So how do we do that? See, we have a property called show. We can bind this to this input. Okay, like this. So I'll cut this. I'll use a condition. Okay. Using if. Okay, so you can use a ternary operator as well. So I can use a if condition as well. So in this case, if this dot state dot show, if it is true, display this. If not, display hidden. Terms are hidden. So go back. See, as of now, this is true, isn't it? This value is true. Let's make it false. Because it is false, see, it says terms are hidden. So if you click on it, it becomes true. And then we should show it. But now when the user clicks on this input, how do we change this state? So that's easy. We've learned that before. So what I can do is I can listen to this on change event. I will now use a arrow function because we are not writing any external function. We are just calling it right here and say this dot set state. We pass in this object where I'm only affecting the show property. So what will happen with the power? If there is a property that is already existing, that will stay. Okay, React will take that responsibility of doing it. If you're trying to add more properties, that will also work. If there is an existing property, that will stay. That will not be removed. Okay, because it will create a alias object and then apply there. So coming to this context here, I will say show equals this dot state dot show not. So if it is true, this will become false. If it is false, it will become true. Let's go give it a try. Duck, duck, right? So now you have a ability to work with conditions. So I'm showing you a ternary operator, how you can use conditions to get this to work. See, you should always keep this thing in mind. We are inside a return statement, correct? So this render is returning this template. So we have some limitations to the kind of programming that we can do inside here, isn't it? We cannot use an if condition inside the return statement. Optionally, what we can do is, we can decide the return to be something different based on a condition. You agree? But inside the return, what can you do? This is one of the ways. You can also use something called as a circuit operator. What is a circuit operator? Basically a logic gate, which tells you what to do and when. So I'm showing you another example here. So this logic gate only works like a OR. So if this first expression is true, then the second expression will work. If this is true, if not, this will not work. That's it. So if this is true, this is displayed. If not, this is not displayed. So go back. If it is true, it will display. If not, it is not. In this case, we don't have a fallback. That is why I removed this else part. So let's move on. Okay, so in the next example, we'll learn about something called as life cycle events. And this is going to be really important because this acts as one of the turning points in your React journey. Now, what is life cycle? Better we go to the documentation. Break, please. 10 o'clock is the break time. Okay, Indian Standard Time. 10 o'clock, we'll take a break for about 5 minutes. And you guys are free to take a break anytime. Okay, just pause me talking to you on your machine. You can take a break, come back. Anyhow, you'll have the recordings that you can watch. The break is by 10 to 10:05. Trust me, I need a break. Today, even the last week and the next couple of weeks are going to be really hectic because I have other trainings to deliver in the daytime and in the evening, this training. So it's quite jam-packed that way. Okay, so let's move on. So what is that I'm trying to explain you here is that there is something called as life cycle for component in React. So for a component, for React, a component is created, it is updated, and then it is destroyed. So basically, what we mean by created, a component actually is created virtually, correct? It will be attached to the DOM, it gets updated, and then it gets destroyed. So let me show you all of that in context here. So let's say power, if it is 5, or if it touches 10, I would want to hide a component. Maybe we'll add a component here. This hero component, I'll just copy whatever I had in the app. I don't need any of this. I'll simply call this as hero comp. Now I want this hero comp to be assigned here, where here. I'll use an HR. Hero component is imported. We should be able to get this to work. So there it is. Okay. So when the hero component realizes the power is anything more than 10, he will go out to the battle. So he will not be here. That's the whole idea. So how do I make that happen? So we have the state, and what we'll do is use this condition. We'll use this dot state dot power. If it is less than 10, then we display this component. Else, we put this message, hero is fighting. Let's see how this would work. I'll keep increasing. So you see hero is fighting. So he's gone, he's not there. So you are basically able to show this component, hide this component as well. But let us say we would want to show some value inside this component. So this component gets some data. So I will create another property, power is. So bind this dot props dot power. So we are expecting a property by name power to get the value. So how do we do that? So comp will have a power property, and we'll set the value to this dot state dot power, like so. So if I go back, see, we are getting the value, and then this component is out. So this illustrates the entire life cycle of a component. So hero's life cycle is what we are trying to understand here. So what are the different life cycles the hero component goes through? In fact, it has about 7 different life cycle events. Out of them, not all of them are important. Of course, all of them are important, that maybe they are not relevant for us. I'll give you an overview for all of them. I'll also give you a diagram that you can use to learn more. But whatever I'm about to show you is good enough for you to know, even to do a sizable React application. You do not need to know everything. You don't have to become an encyclopedia of React, isn't it? Go to reactjs.org. So we have these many lifecycle events. So you have something called as a component. Did it mount? Did it get an update? And you also have something called as component unmount. So I think, this unmount is not here. Okay, yeah, right there. So these are 3 different events. You see all of them being used here. These are the only important ones. Of course, there are others which are available. So we have something called as component did catch error. I'll show you that when we are talking about error handling. So we have constructor, which is also a lifecycle event. We did not speak about that extensively. You also have the render method, which is a lifecycle event. You have this snapshot before update. This one. Force update is something that we have already learned. Component will unmount, component will update, component will receive prop, component will mount, component did update, component did mount. Okay, there are many of them, correct? But we don't have to learn all of them. Obviously, after this training, I suggest please take some time out, use all of them. I'll give you an overview of most of these. But these that you are seeing here in the example are the most used ones. Okay, so component did mount gets called once when the component is mounted. Okay, so it gets called when the component is attached to a parent. And that way, you can get a cue as to, okay, the component is now being seen by the user. You may want to do something. So fetching some data would be an obvious thing that you do, but you may want to set up some initial configurations because the component is now being viewed by the user. So you can request some data, load them, keep it ready, conditionally create some components or some inputs, keep them ready because the user is seeing them. And now if the parent wants to send some update, we can store that update onto the component so that we have a reference of it. Okay. So that's where the component mount, component update comes in. So component mount is called when the component is mounted. Component, when it receives an update from the parent, will be able to call this function. Later, when the component is removed from its parent, we'll have the component will unmount event. Okay. Apart from that, you have various methods to validate. The constructor is the first thing that a component gets called. This is also a lifecycle event. One reason why, whenever you see these lifecycle events, you have the ability to call the this keyword without even having to use an arrow function. So in the render method, you can use the this keyword because render is also a lifecycle event. Component mount also has this because that is also a lifecycle event. Component update also has the keyword this because this is also a lifecycle event, isn't it? So if it is a lifecycle event, React will manage the state. If not, if you are using increase power, which is your own event, that's where you'll have to explicitly manage the state, or else the state is automatically managed by React. So let us see, all of these different types of events in action. So I go to this component. I think I've already copied this, but let me do that here. Is one of the events. We have the constructor as well. The render is here. Before we return, we do something. So we'll use component update. We'll use component will unmount. So we have 5 lifecycle events here. A constructor, component mount, component update, component will unmount, and a render method. All of these are lifecycle events. Let me see if there was a diagram somewhere here. I'll see if I can get access to that. We'll also be using something called as effects at a later point, okay, which is another way of using these lifecycle events. Okay, I don't see the chart because this is a new document, so they have changed. So we'll go to legacy and see if we can access it. This one, okay, docs, main concepts, lifecycle. Because they had a beautiful pictorial view that would help you understand better. Let me see if I can get that. Is what I'm here for. Okay, so this is an exhaustive list. It has all the types of events. But see, they themselves are referring it to show less common life cycle. Okay, so which means to say these are not very common to be used. Which one? The get derived state from the props. Okay, get snapshot before update. React updates DOM and ref, whatever. So all of these are not regularly used. These are the ones that are regularly used. Okay, you can make out of this document itself. So you have mounting phase, updating phase, and unmounting phase. In the mounting phase, you have the constructor, you have the render, and you have the component mount. Okay, and then when the component is updated, you have the render method. See, the render gets called and the component update gets called. And when the component is unmounted, it's like saying goodbye. It'll only call this. And in our example, we have implemented all of them. A constructor, a render, component mount, component update, and component will unmount. We have called all of them. If you say, no, Vijay, show me all of them, click on this. Please try this and this and this. there are 3 events that I'm missing because of shortage of time. You don't, frankly, that is one aspect. And the second aspect is these are not very popular, and this I doubt if you would be using them often. So stick to something which is commonly used, and that's what we will use here. But if you want to learn everything, I've given you the diagram so that you are aware of it. See, when you go for an interview, you need to know a lot of things, isn't it? So that's why I'm helping you. Probably, I'll also give you one sentence for each one of them. Okay, so you can rewind and watch this recording and then probably make notes of it. See, the constructor gets called first when the component is mounted. That's the first thing that is called by the component. A constructor is called. Then it will check if the component is getting any properties from the parent. Okay, this is the life cycle of a component in React. So how a component lives through a React application is what is explained here. So basically a component is mounted because it's already created. It gets mounted to your application, correct? And then a component may get an update from the parent. So when it gets an update from the parent, this event is fired. Get derived state from the props. And notice that this is a static method. Because it is a static method, you will not be required to use this keyword. You can actually ask all the class methods as if they existed. So you don't have to say this dot set state. You simply can say set state, and that would work because this is a static method. It's a class method. Okay, so this method is used to take any states from the parent. Take any props from the parent and set it onto the state. That's the purpose of this one. Then here you can also validate. You can check if the value that has been obtained from the parent is appropriate or not. If it is appropriate, use it. If it is not usable, don't use it. Let us say I was always expecting an incremented value, and now the parent component is sending the same value. Then I don't have to re-render the component, isn't it? So you can do all sort of logic with this. Okay, and once you have derived the state from the props, so notice the name itself quite significantly tells you that you are deriving the state of this component from the props that you have received from the parent. So who will give the prop? The parent. Okay, what are we updating from the prop? We are updating the state. That is why it is referred as get derived state from the props. And now, once you have derived, you can look for a condition here. Should component update? This function should return a Boolean value, true or false. If it returns true, the render function is called. If it returns false, the render function is not called. In other words, if the condition matches, you will render the component. If the condition does not match, you will not render the component because the component is now not rendered. The values are not updated in the component. It will not show you the new values. Okay, then let's assume that you have got an appropriate value. You got a value. You decided that the value is updated, appropriate, and then you rendered. Now that you have rendered, this is the time when you would want to take a snapshot of what values were previously available and what were they updated to. Okay, so let's say the previous power was 0. Now you have updated it to 1. So you may want to take a snapshot of that. So get this, get snapshot can access the prop, can also access the state, and it returns an object for you. Okay, that object can be updated to a temporary variable using this component did update. Again, this is a very rare requirement. You may want to use it. So you have the ability to create a snapshot so that you can store that object onto some place. Okay, then you will call the component did update. Okay, see, the render was called, render has updated the component, and now you have this lifecycle event component did update being called. Then we have the component will unmount if the component is removed from the parent. So this is all that will happen but you don't have to know about all of them. Just this is good enough, and which is what we'll use in our example now. So coming back here, component did mount, component did update, component will unmount, constructor is here, render is here. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 methods. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 methods, all of them which are common are discussed here. So what we'll do is, we will simply do a console.log here. So what we'll do here, okay, I think, we had some extra lines. That's okay, I could have kept it, but nevertheless, I will now say hero comp was called. What was called? In this case, the constructor was called. In this case, component did mount was called. In this case, component did update was called. In this case, component will unmount was called. In this case, the render was called. So now if I run this in the console, you'll be able to see all of these, and you'll also see what is the sequence of these events. How do you type in 4 different places at once? Is that a VS feature or a Windows feature? It's a VS feature. It's called multi-cursor. So you can hold Control on a keyboard and create multiple cursors, and then you can type in all those places at once. Control D is to duplicate. Okay, say I want to look for all the called, so I can say Control D. I will select all the called. Okay, yeah, with that also you are selecting multiple occurrences of the value, and then you can use multi-cursor. Okay, or you can use Alt and then click many places, and then you are creating multi-cursors. Okay, coming back to the context, guys. No, most welcome, Jamal. So coming back to the context, see, we have all these lifecycle events ready. Of course, there are a few things that I'll have to do here. Yeah, I don't think I would need anything. Let's see. I will run this program. If I find an error, I will come back and then do something. See, now there are a few things. Hero components constructor is the first thing that was called. See, I'm not showing you anything different than what you have here in this slide. In this document, you can clearly see constructor is the first thing, then the render, then the component did mount. Is it any different here? Constructor, render, component did mount. Correct? Constructor, render, component did mount. On the mounting phase, when the component was mounted, when the component gets an update, so when I increase the power, the component gets an update. So when the component gets an update, these are few things that will happen. See, when an update happened, the render is called, the component did update is called. So that's exactly what happened here. The render was called, the component did update was called. Clear? This lifecycle method will have a reference of this and state. See, yeah, it will have the reference of the state. You're right. Okay, the state is nothing but this. Okay, you may also say, okay, what about the state object? The state object is different. Okay, I'm referring to the context. Yeah, the context will definitely be there. So if I had a state, I should be able to update the state in any of these places. After rendering, component did update will be called. Of course, see, okay, I think, if you miss the first statement and read the second statement, it will sound a little weird, isn't it, Ajit? So you should know that, this component did update will be called after rendering in the update method, correct? Not in the mounting. Okay. So in the update method, the render is called first and then the component did update called. If the component is removed from the parent, the component did unmount will be called. Okay. So when will that happen now? So if the power is beyond 10, the component will be unmounted. Yeah. So read all of these. I guess, that will be easy. And in this example, I've illustrated all of them. Constructor is the first thing that the component will do. Constructor is a lifecycle event, no doubt that it is mentioned here. And then the render will be called. And before this render, there is another method that we did not discuss to save time. Get derived state from props. Okay. And then you have a logic method, should component update. This should return a Boolean value. If it returns true, then it will render. If it is false, then the render is not called. Simple. And when you have rendered, or when you have decided to render much before it is rendered, you can take a snapshot and store it. Then you tell that the component was updated and the component is removed. You simply call this function component will unmount. Now, why these are important or relevant is because, see, when the component is being displayed, you may want to make some API call, load some data and display it. That's where this will be useful. When there is user updates, you may want to do something. Okay, so that's where this is useful. And when this component is removed, you have already subscribed to some data source here, correct? To expect some data to come in. But after the component is updated, you may want to stop receiving any information from the server side. So you can unsubscribe here. Okay, so you can subscribe to any updates. You can update, you can unsubscribe. And this sequence continues. So a simple example to illustrate what are the different lifecycle events. Now you may ask, Vijay, what can I really do an Ajax call with this? We are very close to doing that. Now let's get started. So what is this lifecycle event used for? Ideally, this is used for making API calls. So the component did mount lets you know that the component is about to be loaded. Okay. And then component will unmount will let you know that the component is removed from the parent. So you can stop subscribing to it. So as of now, I'll use some third-party API. Later, we'll be creating our own API using NodeJs. As of now, let's go to request.in. Okay, request.in gives you a request response of a JSON. I mean, you can use this. This is something that I know I'll use. You also have something called as JSON placeholder. Okay, so this also is something that you can use. There are a couple of them. Go to JSON placeholder, you'll find some resources. Okay, so this is what we'll be using. Yeah, you have a couple of choices, just that Axios is more profound, so I'll use it. So how do I add this? Remember in the last class, we used the prop types library, something similar, we'll install Axios. So go to the packet.json, you see, these are some dependencies. Now we need to add Axios as well. So step one, we'll say npm install Axios. This is the command. Okay. Please don't ask me to copy paste it. Can you not type just 4 or 5 alphabets? Come on, do it. npm space I space Axios. So if you install Axios in this project, it'll take you a few seconds. Once it is installed, you'll be able to see Axios now added here. The current version of Axios is 1.3.4. That's what you'll find on their website as well. Okay, you can view it on GitHub. I think the version will be available. And you can download the entire source if you really want to. Okay, so you see 1.3.4. This is the latest version. And we are using the latest version. So I want this hero component to make a request and load all the information. What do? You go create a state. State will have an object. I call this users, which is an empty array as of now. It's an empty array. It's expecting some data to come. And now what I'll do is, now that Axios is made available here, Okay, you go to the hero component and we'll import Axios. This Axios is a default export. So you'll import it from Axios like so. So from this Axios, you can also use something called as Axios. Now I think I'll just use Axios. You have other methods of Axios as well that you can use. So there is a working example right here. Get started. Oh, no, on this website you had, right? So we have installed. Yeah, we have imported. I'm just seeing, what are the other methods? Yeah, I think I'll use just this Axios, and it has a get method that we can use. It has the post method as well. Okay, so I think this is good enough. Let's go use Axios. And when can I make an Ajax call? When the component is mounted. So I will say Axios dot get. So you have this get URI, you can use this, or you can use the get method. What will the get method do? It'll take a URL. So what is the URL? We are about to make a request to this URL. So copy this, paste it here as a string. That's the first parameter. So the next, when you call the get, it'll give you a promise back. You see that? Did we have to create a promise? No, we know how to use a promise. We also know how to create a promise. That's a different story. But usually you would end up using a promise. So we'll use the then method. So what will the then method do? We'll expect a response to come back. When I get the response, I will say this dot set state, and we'll use the users, push this response to it. So when we are working with Axios, you get a property called data, which gives you the data. And in this example, the data that we get also has a property called data, which gives you an array. Okay, so if you see raw, you'll see this object that you get has a property called data. That data has an array, correct? It is up until here. Okay. This is what we'll assign to these users. So Axios gives you response.data, which gives you the entire object. From that, we'll extract the data property and assign it to users. Easy. If we encounter an error, you know what to do. We'll use the catch. And what will catch help us do? Capture the error object. And once we have the error object, we'll do the console.log and find out what is the error. As simple as that. So as of now, when we get the response, we'll assign it to this. And now from this state, we would display it somewhere here. So I'll use a paragraph. And inside the paragraph, we'll do the bind. So this dot state dot users dot to string. So I'm converting it to a string and then displaying it. Okay. So let us see if all of this would work. We'll have to start this program. I go back to the browser. Yeah, so I got object. I can also use JSON stringify method. JSON dot stringify. What will this do? It'll take this and convert it to a string. See, now you got the string. So which means to say when the application loads, you are able to make an Ajax call and load the data. No big deal, isn't it? So if I now want to display it somewhere, so we'll use all the things that we have learned so far. So my intention was to display the data. No doubt this is working, but this is not impressive, isn't it? We would want to display it in a UL with some LIs. So this LI will iterate for every value that we get. So remember, we have dealt with something like this. We'll say this dot state dot users will be an array. We'll map through it. We'll call a function, and this function will have two things. The first one is the data. Second one is the index. So as of now, we don't need the index. We can do without it because the user data that we get actually gives you an ID that you can use, isn't it? So we'll take this. See, because it's a single value, you don't need this brackets. And we will render an li tag, and we bind the value user. See, user is an object. This object has a property called name that I want to use. And that name will be displayed. Apart from this, you also know that when we are iterating using a map, you will also need a key property so that React can identify which one is unique. I mean, if the username is updated, it will use this unique key property to identify. Yeah, so Kannan has said ID, so we can use the ID. So what ID? User.id. ID is the name or the name of this property. So which is what we'll use. Let's go back and see if this is working. Not okay. Okay, so I'm able to see the data, but I did not get the. Okay, sorry, this should be first underscore name. I'm not sure why I did not get that first underscore name. Okay, see, I get this George, Janet, Hema, blah, blah, blah. All this is working fine. Easy. So I'll make this an OL tag if I want to. OL will give you the order as well. But this is the entire data that we have got. Now we can also render an avatar. That is, we can also render his photograph. How? We can go to this LI. And render an image as well. The source will be bound to user dot avatar. Avatar is the name. Yes, this one. And you see the images have already started to populate. I would probably put this image above and the names below. Okay, you got all of these images. Of course, the images size are really big, so we'll assign some width to it. Width would be about 50 pixel. You don't have to pass this as a number only. It can also be a string. Working. So you saw how easy it is to make an AJAX call and load some external data. So it's not a big thing in React. You got all of them. So if you want to render the rest of the values, you have pick an email and then maybe render it, whatever. It's pretty easy. Okay, so now you have made an AJAX call, right? You want to unsubscribe. Okay, that's where you would use the component till unmount. So you can subscribe, you can also unsubscribe to it. We move on, guys. I'll show you a very important concept in React, which you should definitely know, referred as higher order components. And this is something that you can do with functions. Okay, so not necessarily classes, but functions are used to make this. So you'll understand, what is the significance of that moving forward, because most of the libraries that we download from the React libraries website will give us a higher order function. Okay, what is a higher order function? Basically, if you have a repetitive task a repetitive property that you would want to, that you have used in more than one component, you can isolate them, put it into one place, and refer it as a higher order component. So this brings us to a point where we need to have same logic, same property being used by a couple of components so that we can isolate them into one. Okay, watch. So first we'll create some exercise where we have a problem, and then we'll solve them. Okay, so let's close all of this. I think I've already saved this file, so you don't need. I've already taken a backup. That is, the hero is not needed. Delete this. Let's say I will create two different components. One of them is called Avengers.jsx, and another one called Justice League.jsx. Both of these components will have a list of heroes. Okay, and it will have the same logic to iterate. So we go to this app, we'll go create a list of Avengers. This will be an array of Avengers. Iron Man, Hulk, Thor, to name few. 3 is good enough. Now we'll have Justice League, an array. Batman.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, in Node.js, which core module is commonly used for handling file operations such as reading and writing files? Option A, HTTP. Option B, file system. Option C, URL. And option D, operating systems. Do mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with E&ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
Superman, Wonder Woman. Cool. So we have two lists here, and I would want to use this list in these components respectively, and then I would also want to pass in these titles. Okay, so watch. So go to this Avengers. Of course, I would not need all the code. I would not need this as well. This is fine. So this will render the title. This will use this OL tag to render the list. Okay, and this should be named as Avengers component. The H1 will render the title. So I'll say this dot props dot title. So any title that we get, we'll be able to use it here. So let's copy this Avengers, add that in our application. So you don't need this increased power. Yeah, do we need it? Okay, let's have it. Okay, and let's add HR. Avengers is loaded here. Is what I get to see. Why 1? Yeah, that's because I don't think we have done any iteration here. Let's do that exactly like the way we did for users. Now you'll use this dot state dot map. state dot Avengers. Sorry, not state. We are now getting it as props, right? So this dot props dot, okay, as what? What are we getting it as? So we get this Avengers here. The title will be Avengers and the heroes list will be curly braces will be this dot state dot Avengers. So we'll now get this heroes list property. Props has a heroes list property, which is an array. We can map through it. Map will get a value. This time, when we are sending, we're not sending any index. So this is something that we'll have to manage. So I'll use an arrow function and I'll expect the hero and the index. And now what do I do with this? I will return an li tag where we render the hero and we'll render the key, which will have the IDX. Perfect. See, I got Iron Man, Hulk, and Thor. So if I go to this app, all of this remains the same. Justice League. Justice League is also the same. I go back to this app. We get this Justice League component. It's imported. Justice League now will be referred as hero list. And you get to see this is working. Isn't it? I'll use a BR to put some space between them. So essentially, both of these components are doing something similar, isn't it? Not only this, let's go to Avengers and we'll create a property. Total power is a number. We'll increase it on the click of a button. So there is a state and there is this button to increase the power. So on the click of it, increase power is a function that I want to call here. This is an arrow function. Set state will set the state. Total power equals this dot state dot total power plus 1. So we'll implement the same logic here as well. See, we need some common factors that we can use. So there is this state which has total power 0. Increase power will increase the power. So we had created. The template also remains the same, isn't it? It's more or less the same. Hardly there are any differences. There you go. So go back. See, you can increase the power. I can increase the power. Increase power button is missing. In shorthand assignment will work. Shorthand assignment will work in React. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Can you explain? Yeah. It will work. So, Kandan, this is not React that we are working. We are working with JavaScript. Will it work in JavaScript? Of course it will. Okay, so working. React is still JavaScript, isn't it? Okay, so now you see this has a state, it has the increased power, it also has the ability to get the state and a lot of things. No problem, you're most welcome. Okay, so here we have got two components which are quite identical, just that it has a different name, but the content more or less is the same, isn't it? These are some situations where you can use a higher order function where we can extract the properties which are common out of these and then create a component which can supply the value to both of these components. Okay, so this is very useful feature because it will help you identify common use case, commonly used methods and put them into a higher order function. What is the advantage? So it will be easy for you to maintain. So if you make changes in one place, all the components which are using the higher order component will get the benefit of it. Okay, so how do we create one? Watch. So we'll go create a, okay, in this case, I will go create a file right here. I call this as heroes underscore HOC. HOC stands for higher order component. What is this? It's something that we've already worked with. Okay, this is called a composition, wherein a function will return a function after taking a function as an argument. So we spoke about that in the promises exercise, if you guys remember. Promise was a higher order function. Promise would take a function, which in turn would take two callbacks, the resolve and the reject. Remember? Something like that. So what we'll now do is we'll go create a function which in turn gives us a class. I mean, it has a class and that will return that class. So let us go ahead and create a function. Usually these higher order functions, they start their name with the keyword with. Okay. I'll call this with hero props. What is this? A function. What will this do? It'll return something. Let's say that we are actually passing a component here. Just thinking, what else can we do? Yeah, I think we'll pass in the comp. Oops. And this guy will have a class, extends a component, and will now have a render method. The render method will return the comp that we passed. And we'll export default with hero props. So what is this with hero props? A function that is expected to get some value. Okay, sorry. I have made a mistake here. I was wondering what happened. And you guys also did not correct me. So this is wrong, isn't it? This is how it should have been done. We can also remove this and convert it to an arrow function. See, the syntax is now correct. So what do we have here? And this will return the temp comp. I forgot to return that. Okay, job done. You can either do this or you can return it right here. That way you don't have to do this. So whenever you call this with hero props, this guy expects a component, which is what will be returned here. Make sense? So a simple higher order function. So now that we have got this with hero props, we can take this, go to Avengers. We will not return Avengers directly. Will you return with hero props? Pass this Avengers to it and see if this would work. Hero list is undefined. This props hero list is undefined. Is that so? Yeah. That is because, see, we are not getting these props here. We'll deal with this in a minute. Okay, we'll deal with this in a minute. I'll just comment this out. Just stay focused. Yeah, because this will now not get the props. Okay, we will pass the props. I'll use an H1 tag and say this is Avengers. Just to make this really simple. See, this component is now loaded. We'll do something similar because, see, this computation requires the prop. As of now, we would not be passing it. I'll tell you what happened, and we'll fix it in a minute. Okay, for now, we'll just comment this out so that we focus one step at a time. See, these two components are rendered. But we are now using a higher order component here. See, the way they are displaying did not change a bit, although we are using a higher order component. Okay, so this Justice League is passed as a comp, which is what is returned here. Now the question is, what if I wanted the parent to send a prop to this? Okay, so this title and hero list that you pass actually gets passed here, okay, to this component. And now you can take that property and pass it here. So what are the properties that we are passing? Title and hero list. Copy this as it is. And on the HOC, title is derived from this dot props dot title. Hero list is derived from this dot props dot heroes list. So now that we are passing whatever the parent passes here to the children, these should get it. So you can now safely uncomment this. And we are anyhow getting this list, so we don't need this Avengers. See if it is working. See, it's working. Same here. But now you may say, this is not higher order function. You have just passed this, props to another component which is passing it here. But where is the leverage? Okay, how do I realize that these similar methods are isolated? Okay, we'll get there in a minute. See, what we can now do here is this. I go to this Avengers. See, what are the methods that I need? What are the properties I need? State and increase power is required. I will actually add that here. State and increase power. Okay. And in Avengers, I will even remove it. Now we'll have a problem. Okay, the state and the power is not being displayed. See, state is null. So I don't get that here. Now what I can do here is this. See, I have the state, I have the power. Now I can take this state total power, pass that here on the component so that I get access to that here. Total power and title was already there. This increase power is also a function that will be looking for a event to fire, which is now no longer here. It is in the higher order component. So let's go back here. We'll pass this as total power itself. Wow, okay, what is that we are referring it as in Avengers? Total power. Okay, so we'll refer it to the same name. Total power equals this dot state dot total power. So this total power that you pass here gets captured as props dot total power, correct? But we'll have a problem here because when the user clicks on this button, we don't have the increased power. That's okay. We go here, this increased power is what we will pass here. Equals this dot increase power. We have learned this as well in a couple of examples before, right? In the communication example, to be more precise. So if I now go back, see Avengers is still working. I can increase the power, not working. Something went wrong. Okay. I think this would have caused an error if I'm not mistaken. No error, no output. That is because I think, in the Avengers, we'll have to call this function. No, on click, this doesn't have anything, right? This dot props increase power. See, working. I mean, this is now called on the props, isn't it? Same thing. So now you see from Avengers, we have removed all the logic. We have kept it on the higher order component. Frankly, these are the same things that would be required with Justice League as well. So we can get rid of Justice League. And since that would be already passed here onto this comp, we have this increased power and total power anyways. So we go here and say, instead of using the state, okay, you'll use props. And here, this increased power will also be on the props. Job done. See, Avengers code is missing. Justice League's code is also missing. We have now attached it onto the higher order component. So this is how you can leverage in React, unless I have made some errors. Let's go check. It's working. This is also working. So these components behave exactly like the way they used to behave in the previous case. But now we have leveraged the idea of higher order component, and we have isolated those common properties and methods into a separate component. This component will pass the values that are required to these components. So Avenger will get the property from the higher order component. Justice League will also get it from higher order component. There's one caveat here that I can probably address now. Since I'm expecting title, hero, list, all of them, it'll come to this higher order component as what? Props, isn't it? So I can, instead of sending this, see, this is a lengthy long list, isn't it? I can. So this is one way to do it. So let me retain that. So this component Avengers comp is passed to this higher order component. Higher order component will create a empty class and will return this class. It's returning it right in the same line, isn't it? So now that we have passed these. So where was I? Here. So these are coming as props, isn't it? So I can remove both and simply spread this as it is. I'll remove all of this. So I'll spread these props. As simple as that. So you can use this title equals this dot props dot title, hero list equals this dot props dot hero list. The one way to do it, hasn't it? I mean, if there were multiple properties. No. No. They are different. Okay. They're different. Kannan, they're different. They have different ideas behind the. So if I go back, it's still working. If there were many properties, you could also expand the state and then pass here. Would work.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
What are the different types of components that you will find in React? So you will find two types of components, stateful and stateless. So what do you mean by stateful? A component that provides you a state is a stateful component. A component that does not have a state is called stateless component. So by convention, people refer to function components as dumb components. Why they are dumb? Because they don't have a state. Okay, so they will simply borrow whatever parent tells. So they don't have anything of their own. So usually they had these conventions of calling stateful and stateless components. Now that is not true, because function-based components do have states. You can use a hook called useState and create a state. Not only one. Okay, so in case of class-based component, you can only have one state. In case of functions, you can have many states. Sir, you got two types, class and functions. But that's not the end of the story, Neha. There are many more. Okay, so in this workshop, we will explore these different types of components. I mean, I can actually reveal the secret right now and tell you that these are some of the components, right? But let that curiosity be around until we complete this. So I would like to create a small example so that we can illustrate this idea. So what I'll do is I will go create a component. Okay, so frankly, there are 4 types of components, okay, that are available in React. I mean, I'm sure, people will give a lot of descriptions. There is also something called as a presentation component. Okay, there is also something called as a data component. So these are behaviors of a component. So essentially, it's a class-based component which is acting as a presentation. It is also a function-based component that is acting as a presentation. It can also be a class-based or a function-based component that can hold some data in it. But essentially, there are 4 different types of components. What are those? So we have a class component, isn't it? The class component that extends this component here. You also have another kind of component that extends something called as a pure component. Now, there should be a difference why they both exist. Pure component, in my opinion, is quite efficient compared to this component. But then why am I using component all the time? I mean, if I know that pure component is more efficient, then why should I use component? Why not go for pure component? Because that also comes with its own negatives. It has its own flaws. It has its own negative side as well. So this component is more popular. There are 4 kind of components. I kind of make a list of this. You two guys can make a note of all of these. But functionally, there may be other utilities. So we have component, that is class-based component, and we have class-based pure component. Come on. And then you have the function component. You also have something called as a function-based memo component. And then, based on their functionality, you can divide them like, higher order functions or higher order components. But what is higher order component? It is nothing but a function-based component itself, isn't it? Now, and then, you also have something called as a presentation component. And you also have a data component. Okay, so you will find these are different types of components that are available. But these are the basic classifications. So far, we have seen 2 of them, this and this. We have not seen this and we have not seen this. Why? Because we never got it, an opportunity to drill down and then find out about them. Now that we have come, we'll do that. So we'll go create a class-based component first. So I would like to show the traits of a class-based components so that you can understand what a pure component is actually doing. Okay, which one is better, and in which case you would want to use component, and in which case you would want to use a pure component. Similarly, in which case you would want to use a function-based component, and in which case you would want to use a memo function-based component. Okay, higher order component is something that you are aware. When will you use it? If you have same logic or same code being used in multiple components, you would want to group them together. You would want all of these components to leverage on this higher order component. Presentation component is usually meant for presentation. They don't do much. They don't interact with the user. They simply have some data or some chart that they will be presenting. They will do nothing more. So you give him some data, he'll simply render a chart in front of you. Give him some data, he'll render a data grid in front of you. So those are referred as a presentation component. A data component simply stores some data. Their purpose is to hold and pass the data to the next child, or to the next level of component. They merely do nothing. So you would want 2-3 components to share the same data, which is similar to this higher order component, but you can also do this with the data component. So if you have Avengers list, let's say, is used by 2 different components, can you not put them into one component and then pass it on? So you can basically put that Avengers information on a component, and all the components that are depending on it can be nested into it, isn't it? So that's another way of looking at it. So let us see what is the difference between each one of them and when would you use these. So in the components folder, I'll go create a file called as class comp.jsx. So this is a plain class-based component. So I'll go create a class, call it as class comp extends component. And here we'll use a render method. The render method will return a div, and it'll render 2 things. Let us say power and version. Oops, there are 2 things that this component will display. And let's export this. Export class-based component as a default member. And now in the main application, I would like to add this component here. So this is how I get to see. So this is, okay, of course, there's nothing here. Let's put some text here. H1 class-based component. See, class-based component is displayed. It has power and version. So power is something that we will send from the parent. Version is also something that we will send from the parent. So this power that I have is quite useful. I can send it here. Power is bind this dot state dot power. Similarly, we'll have another property called version, and I will set this version to 101, or maybe I'll set this version to 0, and I will create a button to set the version to 101. So we will have another function, set version. We're interested in this version, and we set this value 101. So this set version is a function that we will call here. Easy. So if I'll also have to display it. I forgot to display them. This dot props dot power and this dot props dot version. So working version, is it set? No, version. Okay, so I can increase the version, I can set the version. Now, just to illustrate this point, what I'll do is I'll go to this render and use a console and log this message. Class comp was rendered. Okay, and I want this to be unique. So I'll say math.random. Every time this console logs, I'll get some random number. So that, I can keep logging. Okay, so let's go back and debug, open the console. Oops, open the console here and run this example. See, the class component was rendered. Why was it rendered? Because the class component got an information about this power. Power first was undefined, but it was assigned to 1. So the component has to render to show the change. If the power increases, the component will render again. The power increases, component will render again, because that is how this component can give you an updated information. Remember that force update thing is happening implicitly. So the component is actually getting rendered again and again. So this render is logging this message. Agreed? Working. So the component, the class-based component is getting rendered. So if I increase the version, okay, no doubt this was supposed to render, but if I click on this again, see, there is no update in the component. See, visually there is no change in the component. If I click this set version several times, every time I click, this component will have to render itself again and again and again and again. There is no update in the view, but the component will keep rendering again and again and again. So this is quite problematic. Imagine a component is not having anything new to display, but it will keep rendering itself again and again. That will make your application go slow. So what we can do is, instead of using this component, we can use something called as a pure component. I'll go create a new file. I'll call this as pure class comp.jsx. So I'll copy the code as it is. Okay. So this is pure class component. I'll call this as pure. Okay. So now let's add this pure class component in the app here. And I will send the same parameters to this component as well. So of course, this time, both of them will be rendered. See, increased power, pure class-based component, pure class component, both of them rendered. But if I go to the pure component here, instead of extending this component, if I extend this pure component here, which also is coming from React. Now, what pure component implicitly does for us is it does a shallow check on the property that it is receiving from the parent, and it'll check if the property is the same as what the component already has. If the answer is yes, it will not render. Okay. If the value is changed, then the component will render. If it is same, it will not render. If it is different, it will render. So that's quite efficient, isn't it? So if I run this example now, see, in this case, I'll increase the power. Both the components rendered. It's not catch. No. It actually does a check, Jitendra. Okay. So if I click on increase version, see, both of them got rendered. If I click on this again, see, the class component is quite a stupid component now. It is rendering. It's thinking that something happened. See, but the pure component is not rendering, isn't it? But if I increase the power, pure component will render because it has something new to display. But if the version is increased, pure component will not, because version is already set. Does that make sense? So pure components are used for performance enhancement. So if you have information that you would want to pass to a child component, and in situations where the same property may be sent to the child components, in such case, you should use pure component, not the regular component. This one. So what is the advantage? If the property that is sent from the parent is same as the value that the component already has, it will not render itself. Okay, so that's a huge performance improvement actually. So now you are aware of what is the difference between class components and pure components. So you make a logical decision. When should you use a pure component? Okay. So if your component is expected to get similar kind of data or the same data from the parent sometimes, then you don't want the component to render itself again and again and again and again. So you will then use a pure component. But there is one catch to this. So why you should not use pure component is doing a shallow check, not a deep check. But imagine a situation where the parent is sending an object. that object may have some deep nested property which may have changed. In such cases, pure component has the tendency to ignore those changes. Okay, so if you are sending simple properties, I think pure component is a huge performance advantage. I suggest you use pure components whenever you are expecting similar data or same data that can be passed from the parent to the child. And if you find that the component is not rendering, only then change it back to a component. Okay, or else you can use the pure component. Now, similarly, this is the same advantage that you get when you work with function-based components as well. So what I'll do is I will go create a function-based component. I'll go create a funcomp.jsx. So this is the function-based component. Let funcomp equals a fat arrow function that returns a JSX element. So in this case, we'll return a div, use an h1 tag, and say this is function component. And we are expecting the same two parameters, which is power and the version. Okay, and here we will use a console and log was rendered. We'll export default funcomp, a simple function-based component. We'll use this funcomp on the application. The fun component will also get the same properties, which is version and the power. And in my component, I will render them here. Props.power and props.version. Now, where do we get this props? We get it from here. That will be passed. Oops, I didn't want to save it like that. Save. Okay. So now we have got this. The function component also will be rendered. Let's relaunch. See, all three components were rendered. I forgot to add that math.random. Or else it will not have a new log every time. Okay, so now if I check, increase, see, all of them increased. Class component, pure component, and a function component. And all of them were rendered. But I increased the version. All of them will be rendered because this is the first time that we passed it. The next time, class-based component and function-based components both are getting rendered again and again and again. See, it's getting rendered again and again. Now, how do we implement the same idea here? So we'll use something called as a memo component. Memo funcomp.jsx. So I'll copy the same code here. Okay, now instead of sending this as it is, we'll use react.memo. Now, what is this memo here? Memo is something that we have borrowed from React. So this memo is a higher order function. You know how to implement it, right? Because we have implemented something similar. So I'll import React from React because we are using this property. Another way to do it is, you can import memo from that, and that way you don't need this React. You simply say memo. Easy. So now we'll say this is a memo function. Component was rendered. Let's give this a shot. So if I go back, the all four components, okay, I did not add this yet on my app. Now all four components are implemented. You got the class component, you got the pure class component, you have the function component, you have the memo function component. You see all of them are rendered. I'll increase the version. All of them were rendered. If I increase the version again, see, the memo component and the pure component are not being rendered. I mean, they are not called the render method because they are pretty smart. They know, hey, this is the same value that I already have, so why should I render myself? But on the other hand, class component and function components keep render. They will keep calling that render method every time, isn't it? So using this pure component and memo component is an advantage. Okay, and at the same time, both of them have the same problem as well. It'll do a shallow check, not a deep check. So you may want to give this a shot. If things are not working the way you expect, then you can change it back to a function component or a class-based component. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll upload all these files. I'll give you guys a minute to go through this. I hope this was shallow check means does not check nested values. Yeah, deep nested values may be ignored. Okay, but what I have actually checked is that, I've checked sending an object. Okay, that object has an array and one of the values of the array is changed. Okay, in such cases, the pure component has actually rendered. Okay, it has not ignored it, but the documentation clearly says that, some deep nested components, deep nested properties may be ignored. That is why there is a caution that is attached to, using these components. That is all. I have not experienced it. Okay. But that's what the documentation says. So that is what I am also teaching all of you guys. Okay, do it. But in my experience, I've used pure components several times, and even deep nested properties. I mean, if it is immediately nested, it's like I send an object. Usually, I would have a large user object, and the user object will now have a product purchase that is being added, or his points gets updated, or his I've worked with few projects where we increase his walk step, let's say. So I'm adding that, in this day, he walked these many steps. So that property will be added, or it will be changed. And in one day, he can actually have several activities, isn't it? So he'll have several exercises or several walks, and then, his step count will increase. In such case, I find that the pure component still renders it, but the documentation says that, it may not. Okay, so use it with caution. So that's what I'm asking you all to do. Okay, so just keep this in mind. If you find it a problem, if you find that, okay, it is not working as you expected, then come back and change it. Okay, so we have the class component, pure class component here, and let's add function components, memo function component, and finally the app component, which uses everything. I will create a file here, call it steps.txt, and that will also have all the files. Okay. Okay. So just to distinguish between different exercises, we'll call this as a step 2 example. If I were in a position to dictate that, I would always go for a function-based component. There are a couple of advantages to it. One, because the function-based components are a lot slim. They are faster. They give you a better performance. And as a developer, it is also faster to write. But is that the only parameter that you would want to consider is the question. In most of the cases, when I enter a project, that project is half-baked. Somebody already has written some part of it, and there is some new issues, bug fixes that needs to be done, so new features that needs to be added. In case where I want to add a new feature, I would prefer to use a function-based component. But class-based components also have their advantages, correct? So you have seen that. So function-based components are very easy to implement. Okay, so just take that in mind. And class-based components is pure component and memo component used only in child components, right? Yeah. That is because is pure component and memo function components used only in child components. See, what is the criteria here? We need to get a prop from the parent, isn't it? So if the prop is not obtained from the parent, then there is no point. Okay, you'll not be able to find any difference between any of these. Let's assume a situation where there's a component, it is not getting any prop. Now, does it really matter whether you are using a pure component or a function-based component then? Because the render cycle will not even be calling the render method, isn't it? So then there is no point. So pure component or a memo component or any of these components that we just discussed will have an advantage only in a situation where the parent component is sending a prop. If the prop is not received, the component's lifecycle will not ask it to render. End. Okay, so that should be your understanding. Yes, you're most welcome. So guys, let's go to the next step. Okay, so in the next example, we'll talk about hooks. Now again, this is a turning point, okay, in the React workshop. Why? Because we are taking a leap into a new way of working. Go to reactjs.org, okay, and let's say we would want to learn about hooks. Okay, so you have built-in React hooks. So you see there are several of them. Okay, do you have to learn all of them? Yes is my answer, but do you want to learn all of them from me? No. Okay, so just learn few of them. Most of them are very easy. Okay, and some of them are very rare. You will not use them at all. So for example, I have never used some of these hooks, like this use imperative handle. Okay, I've never used. And this use there is this use layout effect. I've never used it. Okay, most of my use case would be to work with use callback, the use context. Use debug value is also meant for debugging. Deferred value is also meant for delaying a value to be updated. Again, this is meant for debugging purposes. Use effect is very popular. Probably you'll use it. Use ID, I've not used it, but I've seen people using it, and then they get advantage of that. So I'll kind of give you a one-liner for most of these, but you don't necessarily have to learn all of them immediately. But as time progresses, please go check each one of them and learn. Okay, let them be in your memory in case if you want to use it, you know what to do. Correct? So you have this use memo. We just learned about the memo component just now, remember? So again, this creates a memorized version of a value that you want to pass to the dependencies. I'll kind of, show you this with an example, then you'll understand. Then you also have something called as use reducer. So use reducer is a step above the use context. Not use context, use state. Okay. And use ref is something that's very simple. You can, we have seen how to use the react.createRef, correct? React.createRef will work inside a class-based component because you can create a property. But when you're working with a function-based component, how will you create a reference? You'll use a useRef. So most of them are very easy to learn on your own. So I suggest you can, click each one of them. There will be an example, see how to implement. Okay, so what I will now do is I will show you some basic examples. Again, I'm picking few hooks which I find they're very trivial. You should definitely know about them. Without knowing, you cannot claim that you know React. Okay, so I'm only such hooks I will explain. And they are quite good enough. Okay, so if you know these, you can create a sizable application. What are those? I'll show you how to work with use state, how to work with use ref. I'll show you how to work with use reducer. I'll show you how to work with use callback later, maybe. I'll show you how to work with use context. I'll show you how to work with use effect. The rest of them, they're like user ID, use ID. All of these, you can use. I mean, you can create an example to learn on your own. So you don't really need someone teach you all of that. And trust me, once you are through with some of these hooks, the rest of them will become a repetition. Frankly, all these hooks are nothing but a function. Okay, a function that accepts some parameters and does some magic inside and gives a value. That's it. So you can also be creating your own hooks. And usually these hooks that you see here are quite useful. So when you're writing a custom hook, you'll probably use one of these hooks inside them. So I'll show you how you can implement it It's pretty easy, no worries. Let's go to the next step. So I have already taken a backup. So what I'll do is I'll delete all these files. Delete. Now I've got this app. So you saw that now this is a component-based, class-based component. I would now like to convert this to a function-based component. Watch. So what are the things that I need to consider is the question. So step one, you see this class here should become a function, isn't it? So I will try to recreate that in front of you. So you'll see. So I'll say let app equals a function that returns this value. Of course, I've deleted all of these components, so you don't need any of them, isn't it? Neither do you need this comment. No clutter required. So we just will focus on this. Okay. So this is exactly what I would need here. So I'm returning this. Let's remove all of this. I'll just cut this on my clipboard. Okay. Because we are not using these components, I can remove this. And since I'm working with a function-based component, there is no need for you to extend a component. Job is done, isn't it? But now you have some challenges. You still have this increased power. Let us just make them dummy as of now. Okay, so we have got this function-based component, and this function-based component is already being used here. So let's go to the application and see if this is working. Refresh. Working. So we've got a function-based component here. Okay. Now inside this function-based component, there are a few things that we would want to do. One, we would want to display the power. How do we add? Because you cannot have a state property here. Okay. So what we can do inside a function is, in order to create a state, you'll use something called as use state hook. So the way you'll do that is like this. So I'll go create a variable equals use state. Now there is some unique behavior of this function. I told you that this is a function, right? So when you call this function, or see, this function is being called now, correct? When you call this function, this gives you an array back. Okay. So what we are now doing here is that, we will wait for that function to be called, and when it gives you the array back, we will destructure that array. If I want to just show you what we get out of this use state, we can go to the console and log this use state, just to show you, what do we get out of this use state hook. So go back, relaunch, you get an array. Okay, so you see that this array has two values, undefined, and it has a function which is referred as dispatch set state. Now I'm sure you guys know what is the set state method, correct? So what this use state is doing implicitly is it is creating a state for us which we can go give a name. It doesn't have any name as of now. We can go give a name. The second thing is we can use a function, or we can create a function that will be responsible for updating the state. So this use state will give you an array back. So what we'll do is we'll destructure that array. So use a variable, we'll destructure that array equals use state, and whatever we get, the first one we call the state. You can call that a potato if you want. Okay, that's a made-up name. The second parameter is a function that is capable of changing the state. So I can call this again, state handler or something like that. Manage state, state handler. These two things are okay. So we've got. So what do we get out of this function call? We get a state and we get a function that can manage the state. We can also set an initial value here. So let us say power should be 1. Okay. So if in this case, if I want to just explain the power example, so the state here will be power, and we'll call this as set power. Now, the idea here is if I want to use this value, I can simply do this. I don't need the this, nothing. I simply use power. Easy. And now if I want to manage the state, so if you call this function, of course, you cannot call it, so you'll have to wrap it inside an arrow function. So when you add 1 to it, sorry, not 1 to it, I mean, you are setting it, it's already 1, isn't it? So we'll make it 5. I'll say increase power to 5. So let's comment this out now, because we are not using this as of now. Version, we'll add that version in the next minute. So we have now created a state, which is called as power. We have used this power here, and we have set up a function that will manage this power, which is called set power. Set power will take a parameter which will be set to the power. Let's go give it a try. If I click on it, power is set to 5. It's as simple as that. If you say, no, Vijay, what if I want to increase it? And then you can say power. What is power? This value will be assigned here. I will say power plus 1. And that way, power will be automatically incremented every time. I can remove this increase power, 2 on the label of the button. So increase power will work. So if you see, this is a lot easier implementation compared to what we learned earlier. You agree? Now, you have the ability to add multiple states as well. So let us say I have one more use state, and I want to create a version as well. And set version is the function that I would be calling. The default version is 101. And this version can now be used here. Version is now used here. And I can have this button to set this version to 201. And we'll have this set version called. Okay, so we'll have to use this arrow function so that we can call this and set it to 201. Initially it is 101. It will now be set to 201. Working. So there is no limit as to how many states you can have. So in this case, I can add as many states as I want. You can also say, hey, Vijay, earlier we used a state as an object. Can we do something like that? Of course you can. See, in this case, this power was a value. Can this be an object? Of course it can be an object. Okay, but then now that we have started working with states, we have the ability to set our state. Now we have one overhead. I'll explain that. Power gets a value of 1. If you don't pass anything, it will be undefined, isn't it? You don't pass anything, it will become undefined. So we can set a value. We can set an initial value. Any more arguments can be passed or no? This argument is the value for this, isn't it? If let equals use state, let us say I want to now create a property called state and set state. So what is state? State can be an object. This will have a power property. I'll set it to 1. It'll have a version property. I'll set to 101. You see, now I have a difference here because earlier this power was 1 value. I mean, it was just the number. In this case, I'm expecting this state to be an object, isn't it? So this is an object now. So I will now be able to use this as state.power and state.version. Make sense? And then we have the set state. In both of these cases, copy this, paste it. So here I have to pass an object and say the power is the power, whatever it is. And okay, sorry, we have to increase the power, right? So I'll say power plus 1, and the version is whatever the version is. Okay. Similar to this, the power will be as it is. If the user is clicking the button to increase the version, then the power will be as it is, and the version will be changed to version plus 1, let's say. Okay, I'm increasing the version by 1. So if I now go back, power is not defined. Why? Sorry, this cannot be power. Okay, isn't it? This cannot be power. This can be state dot power. Makes sense? Go back, see, this is working. If I click on it, the power is increasing. If I click on this, the version is increasing. But there is a shortcut to do this. So you can either use this. Let me comment this out. So let us say in this case, okay, I will just update the power property. And in this case, I will only update the version property. That was your question, correct? But there is a catch here, isn't it? Because see, we are expected to pass an object where two properties are residing, and we have to update both of them. That's a requirement. In this case, Gunashekar asked a question, right? So can we not modify one property? Because we always did something like that before. So now if I do that, there is a side effect for that. Okay, so there is a problem that we may expect. So if I increase the power, working, but notice, the moment I increase the power, the version is gone, it's missing. So if I click on increase the version, the power is gone, missing. So why this problem is because, see, we were expected to pass an object which will have two properties, but we returned an object with only one property. What happens to the second one? Missing. It's undefined. Yes, you're right. So that is why I carefully use this approach, where when you're using this set state, you have the obligation to update both of these properties. Now, this will become a pain if you have more than 5-6 properties, and then it will become a pain, because every time you're calling, you have to use the existing value. See, that this is using the existing value, isn't it? So this you'll have to use the existing value and override only the one that you would want to change. In that case, what we can do is use something called as destructuring of the object. Remember, we had this topic as well. I use 3 dots to destructure an object. Now, what do? I take this state, I destructure it here. Okay, watch. I'll say ... state. And then I will only override. Okay, so this is inside an object. So we'll say ... state. And I will only override the power equals state dot power plus 1. So what happened here is that, I will take the rest of the properties, I'll destructure them. So I got all the properties, even power is there, but I will override the power property. Easy. So that's what we will do now. Okay, so we'll remove this and say ... state. The entire state is passed. I will only override the version. Now with this technique, it really doesn't matter how many properties you will add. You can use this and create a clone of all the existing states and only override the property that you don't want. You want to update actually, isn't it? So this is much smarter. So click on this, working. So we are using this idea called destructuring. Okay, we destructure the object and we'll just increment the power in this case and increment the version in this case. See, when you're learning something new, you need to use that word several times so that your mind can remember it. So if you talk about that to people, or if you discuss about that with your friends, you have better chances of remembering it. You agree with that? Correct? So because in this virtual environment, whom will you go talk to? Your parents? Can you go tell them, hey, I learned about you state? Like, what did you do? Come have dinner, isn't it? So I suggest use that in the classroom, use it with your friends, or if you are working as a team, use that often, and then you'll not forget it. Makes sense? Okay, so let's go to the next step. Understood hooks, but we'll need to go through recordings and practice to understand the arguments usage. It's not all that difficult, isn't it, Archana? Or anybody who has that doubt. The arguments here depends on what you're trying to create here. See, if you're trying to create a state, which is a number, then you'll have to pass one value, a number. If you are creating a state which will contain a string value, then you'll pass in a string here. If you are creating a state which is going to be an object, then you'll make it as an object. If you are using a state which is an array, then you'll make it an array. Simple. So there's no special arguments that you will pass. These arguments will denote what is the state. That's it. So in case of class-based component, it was easy. Whenever you are creating a state, it was always an object. But here, it is not always a state. It can be a number, it can be a Boolean, it can be an array, it can be an object, it can be anything. Yeah. So what do you want the state to be is the question. If you want the state to be an object, go pass an object. If you want the state to be a number, pass a number. If you want the state to be a string, pass a string. If you want the state to be an array, pass an array. Isn't it? Okay, let's go to the next step. So what we have learned so far is that we have learned about use state hook and use effect hook. We have learned about use state hook. That's it. Now we will learn about, sir, I have observed that at many places that people use const for creating function components. Then let. Yeah, that is because you don't want accidentally to change, okay, the properties of that particular function. Because you have assigned it to a constant, then the framework will not allow you to change it, isn't it? Agreed? So if I use let, then I have to be very cautious. If something is not, assigned by default, by mistake, sorry. If someone comes here and says, okay, what do we have here? App, isn't it? In some case, okay, so if I say app or, app equals hello world. Yeah. No, what happens with the const is that the internals can change. The type is constant, actually, isn't it? So in this case, if I change this to a const, now we'll have an error, okay, because you're trying to assign. So this was a function. Function is the type of this app. Now I'm changing the type to a string. That is what will cause an error. So now that we have created an app, which is a const, and you're trying to reassign it, it should throw an error. See, invalid assignment to const app. If I did not, if I used it as a let, then this will be a big mistake. See, it doesn't know what it is doing. Okay, there is an error. Okay, so you created an error for yourself. See, this situation will never arise because I know what I'm doing. Okay, but when you're working with a team, large team, you don't know who's doing what, isn't it? So it's always a good practice that when you're creating a function-based component, use const, not let. See, these are few things that you'll learn when you get seasoned. Okay, why is it called hooks? Any built-in method or function comp? Sorry, there is nothing called a stupid question. Okay, so all these are valid questions. So it is called a hook because you have the ability to, okay, according to the document, okay, you have the ability to invoke it whenever you really want. So you may also say, hey, function can also be doing something like that, isn't it? See, these hooks do have some relevance. Okay, it does trigger the render method to be called again implicitly. Okay, so when you create a function, it may not have the ability to do something like that. Okay, so hooks are nothing but functions which may call the lifecycle to re-render. In most of the cases, these functions do call this render method implicitly. And to denote that this is a hook and this is a normal function, we use this the prefix as use. So whenever you find the use prefix to a function, it should be treated as a hook. So again, hooks are nothing but functions that can be shared across multiple projects. That's it. Or multiple files. So hooks are nothing but a regular function. You can also simply say, let's say, use React. Okay, you create a function which will have a prefix as use, and that immediately is referred as a hook. Okay, so let's shift gears. We'll go to the next hook, which I want to cover. See, we'll be understanding several of these, and my intention is to at least help you understand about 4 or 5 hooks today. Yeah, so that you can go home and then spend time on the rest of them. So there are few of them which are slightly complex, not very difficult, but slightly complex. So I will schedule them in the next couple of minutes. But as of now, let us see if there is something even more easier. Okay, so we have this use ref hook. What is the purpose of this use ref hook? Let's go create an example for that. See, I've already copied this. I think I have. Let's check. I'll call this is use ref hook. Okay. So what is use ref hook? Like, for example, we'll do something simple. We've got this power property. We don't need this. Power is power. We don't need this version. We need this now. We don't need any of this. Simple. Set power is what I will call, which will set the power +1. That's it. Okay. A simple example. Let's go check if it is working. Now, what if I don't want to take the value from this button? I want to take the value from this input type number. I want to take the value from this and increase the power, or I can say set power. I want to take the value from this input and then set the power. So what we have learned in the previous examples is that if I want to derive a value from this input, I can create a reference, isn't it? So we can say let ipref equals react dot create reference. You have seen me do something like this before. Now this ipref that I have, okay, can be passed on to this as a reference. That way, when I want to set this, I will convert this to a number, and I'll say ipref dot current dot value. So whatever is the value, I will take the value, convert it to a number, and set it here. Let's go check. Okay, React is not defined. That is because we did not add React here. He should not be happy. Okay, so let's 4 is the power. So I have captured this value and I've set it. Okay, there is another way to do the same using the hooks. So I'll say let ipref equals use ref hook.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is the primary goal of asynchronous programming in software development? Option A, to make programs run slower. Option B, to improve the efficiency and responsiveness of programs. Option C, to remove all forms of parallel processing. And option D, to ensure that all code runs synchronously. Please do mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with E&ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
So that way, now you don't need this React thing. You don't need this create ref. You would simply have this IP ref, which is the use ref hook. If I now go back, this should also do the same job. Okay, so you see how this hook is setting the value onto this variable, from this input. So it will set this variable value from this input. In other words, this input will be set to this variable with the current property. So this variable dot current is now this input. Which one is better? I'll leave that to you. Okay. So you have hooks. I suggest use them. Okay. But just because you've learned, okay, more popular, of course, this use reference is hooks. Okay. Hooks are more popular. But now that you know this, can you not use this? Of course you can. Isn't it? So just be flexible. That's it. Okay. You should know that there are different tools that are available at your disposal. Which one you want to do? Sometimes you may have a choice. Sometimes you may have a specific reason to use one. You can use that. Okay. So as of now, I would suggest stay away from this, the one that I have marked, because this is specific for class-based components and this is specific for function-based components. So use this. Okay. I hope that makes sense. So out of all these hooks, okay, there are a couple of hooks which took some time for me to learn and get my mind around that. One of them is this use effect hook. You may ask, Vijay, why? Because this is quite tricky. Even if you go by the documentation, this is quite tricky. Let me open this document. Okay. So you have something called as a setup and you have something called as dependencies. And what on earth is it? If I scroll down a bit, you'll see that you have, where is it? Okay, yeah, you have it here. You have something called as use effect, which is accepting a function. And this function is returning a function. It also takes a dependency array. Okay. Now, what is this? So let me simplify this for for all of us. I would prefer to use 3 different examples to illustrate a point, and then I will merge all of them. Then you'll understand what this is doing. Okay. Watch. So what is the purpose of this use effect hook? This use effect hook will replace 3 different lifecycle events. What are the lifecycle events that we learned yesterday, guys? The component will be mounted, a component gets updated, and a component will be unmounted. Correct? Those are 3 different lifecycle events that will happen on a component. You all agree with me on that. Correct? And those lifecycle events can only exist on a class-based component. It does not exist on a function-based component. But what if I want to add those methods or invoke those methods on a function-based component? What I will do is then I will use effect hook. Okay. So this use effect hook takes a callback function that will be called whenever the component is mounted, and it will also be called when the component is updated. Okay, watch. Let's remove all of this. I think now we are done with this. Let's remove this. In this case, I have nothing here in this component. I will create another component called child.jsx. You know that the lifecycle event requires this component to get some props from the parent. So that is why I created a child component. Exactly what we have here. I will refer this as child component. And this child component will be added on to the parent component here, like so. The parent component will have a state. Let power set power. I think I could have used that previous example itself. Use state 0. I want this power to be displayed and I want to increase this. Okay, now I want to take this power, pass it to the child. Power equals bind power. Now the child component which gets this power will display it here. What is props? Something that we get here, okay, will be injected by the parent to the child. So the dependency injection is baked into React. Let's go check. Use state is not. Why? Maybe it's not imported. That is all. Yeah. Something is error. That is because this should have been in an arrow function. Happy? Okay. Click on it. So we are able to send this prop to the child and it is working. Now that child is getting the value, we would want to remove this element if the power is greater than, let's say 5. Cut this, use the condition, use this power greater than, I'll say less than 6 or less than or equal to 5. I want this component to be displayed, else I may want to display a message. Child component was removed. Working. Let's, for the sake of it, add one more property called version. Set version is another one. The set version will set the version. I will set this to, okay. Now I'll set the version as well. I'll now be able to use the version here. Go back, check, working. Okay. Now the child component goes through some lifecycle events, which is a component will be mounted, a component will be updated, and a component will be unmounted as well. How do we track all of them? This is not a class-based component. If a class-based component was there, we could have used these lifecycle events, but this is a function-based component. So what we have here is this hook called use effect. What will this use effect do is it will allow you to pass in a function which will be called when the component is mounted and when a component is updated. Watch. So I will simply use a console log component was rendered, because this use effect will be called when the component is mounted and when the component is updated, both. If I go refresh, see the component was rendered first time, increase it, the component was rendered again. Okay, let me add the math.random here. That way we will always get to see. Okay, so you see the component was rendered. It was called many times. You set the version, Of course, after 4, it will be removed. So set the version, be rendered, set the version. Okay, this time, this is not, there's no need for this component to render, but the component actually is rendering. You know that for a fact, right? Oh, it is not. That is because it is set. That's because there is one more thing which is happening behind the scene. I'll explain it to you. Because we have passed this version to be the same value, and this use effect did not take any specific dependency. Okay, so as of now, this use effect is called when the component is mounted, and it will be called when the component is getting an update. Okay, see, it's being called. But next time, when this version is set again and again with the same value, this component is not rendering. So it is implicitly implementing that memo behavior in this case. But what is happening here is this use effect will also take a dependency array. We'll have to specify what properties are we waiting to change so that this use effect can be called. I'll say call this only when the prop.version is updated. So notice at this point of time, I'm saying only when the prop.version is updated, this function will be called. So this will be definitely called once, because the first time the prop.version will be undefined and later on it will become defined. Then we will set it to 101, isn't it? See, initial value is 0. Then it will become 101, right? So if I run this example, the component was rendered, click on it, the component 101 happened. So if I now set any other value to this, only then this render will be changed. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll go back. I think, this is not helping you understand. I will say version +1. I'll say increase version. That was a wrong example to illustrate what I wanted to say. Now you'll understand it better. Watch, save. And you see that, this function is tracking that property. And whenever, that property is changed, it will call itself. But if I call this increase power, the function is not being called. You agree? The function is not being called. It will only be called if the version is incremented, not when the power is incremented. Agreed? So that's the purpose of this dependency array here. But if you say, no, Vijay, I want to listen to both the props, then you can use the spread operator, ... props. So you are listening for everything. Optionally, okay, I suggest, you'll, let's check. Props is not iterable. Okay. I think, we'll not be allowed to do this. We have to give them as individual values. Let's say props.power and props.version. So it's listening for both of them. Okay, so either this or this, whenever I have an update, it'll render. But you can constrain through this dependency array that only when this property is updated, call this function. Make sense? Okay. But now you may ask, okay, Vijay, this is fine that, you are showing that the component is mounted is happening. When the component is updated, this function is being called. But when the component is unmounted, what is happening? So what we'll do is, we'll implement separate things. Watch. So in order to illustrate or make you understand all of this easily, I want this use effect function to be called only once. I don't want this to be called again and again, like the way, we just saw. So I will say this is component was mounted. It tells you that the component is mounted. And I will pass in a dependency array which is not getting called for anything. Because see, when you pass this empty array, this indicates that you are not waiting for any property to be updated, because this function will now be called only once. Now component was updated. Components power was updated. This is okay. Now here I will pass an array which will have props dot power, because this function now will be called only when the power is updated. Does that make sense? So if I go back, relaunch, the component was mounted was only called once. It's not going to be called again. So even if I increase power, the component mounted is not going to be called again. In case if I increase the version, the component is doing nothing about it. Does that make sense? So you have multiple implementations. Now I want to implement another callback lifecycle event, which will be called when the component is unmounted. Okay, so what I'll do is I will allow this callback function to return a function, and this return function will have a log component was unmounted. And we are expecting this to happen only once, so there is no need for me to log several times. So watch. So I have three different implementations here. The first one will be called when the component is mounted. The second one will be called when the component's property, a specific property, is updated. The third one will be called when the component is unmounted. Okay, let's go give this a run. See, 2, 3, 4, 5. Next time the component was unmounted will be called. So you see the entire life cycle here. Component was mounted, then the power became 0 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, 4 to 5. Sorry, I think this was 0 from undefined to 0, then 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Finally, the component was unmounted because the value became beyond 5, and then component was removed. Easy. Now, if you don't want to implement these three things, you can merge all of them into one, which is what you saw in the documentation. How can I merge all of them into one? Watch. So I can have this and this logged here. Component was mounted, component was updated. And I'm only looking for the power. So I can copy this, paste it here. And you should all know that the component or any function's lifecycle is complete only when the component, when the function returns something. So every time this function is called, it is bound to return. It will definitely keep logging, and that will create a lot of confusion. That is why I took this 3 steps approach to explain this idea, not the way that the documentation displays. Okay, this is what the documentation has done. But trust me, this implementation can only be understood when you are thorough with what this use effect does. Okay, so now that I have merged all 3, how does it differ between mounting and unmounting, as argument is null in both the cases? It's not going to differentiate at all, actually. In this case, this argument is nothing, correct? So this tells you that this function is not going to be listening for any property change, and it will only happen once. That way, we are confining this first function to be called when the component is mounted. But because we have passed this empty array, we are not listening for any change of any prop. Does that make sense? In the next case, we are looking for one of the properties update. Agreed? In this case, in the last one, although my argument is empty, notice, in this function, I'm not logging. The return of the function I'm logging. Does that make sense? Yes, no? Okay, cool. So here I've merged all 3 in one. Okay, so if I go back, this will still work. See, component was mounted, component's power was updated. But when I increase the power, component was unmounted is also being called. And this is what is tricky, isn't it? That is why I actually use 3 different things. three different use effect hooks. So that will be easy for you to understand. And once you have understood, it will become a lot easier, because although the documentation is quite clear about it, you may not understand unless you have these implementations in front. Okay, so if you want this component to do something only once, then pass an empty array. All right, guys, let's save this file. Go to this example where we'll use this exercise to make an AJAX call. And we all know that if you want to make an AJAX call or asynchronous call, you need another module, which is Axios. So I'll say npm install Axios. Axios is now installed. I should be able to use Axios in this project. When will I use? When the component is mounted, not when the component updates or when the component is unmounted. Okay. So we'll remove all of this implementation. We'll import Axios from Axios. And what we'll do is use this Axios to make a GET request here. Get what? Get this URL. Remember, we use something called as requests.in. And we are using this API request, this one. Let's paste it here. And what do we get is a promise. And we are expecting a response to come. What do we do with the response? Because we are using Axios, the response has a property called data. And the request API also has a property called data. So in order to access this, console.log response has a data property, and the request is responding with an object which has a data property, which is what we are interested in. So I'll save and run this example and see if this would work. When the application loads, okay, we have to run this application. So I'll say npm start. Come on. Yeah, it's compiled. You see, you got an array with the objects. Now, what do I do with this is the question. I will create a state. Let users use state hook, which will be an empty array. And this users is what I will update here. Instead of using this console log, I will now say update users and pass this data. The users will now be updated. Earlier we had an empty array. Now we'll have the information. So I'll now use an HR tag, and I'll use a OL tag. Inside that, I'll use an li, and we will use a map method to iterate through all these users. I'll say users dot map. We're expecting a callback function which will have access to the user information, and we'll return an li tag with this user dot username. I think it's called first name. I'm not sure. Let's go check. I'm not sure. Okay. Yeah, first underscore name. Okay. And we'll go use the key as user.id. So we are getting this ID here, and we'll assign it here to make it unique. Let's go check if my application is working, right? So when the application is loaded, you see the data is also fetched. Easy. So this is how you'd use this use effect hook to make an API call. Later, I guess in the next class, we'll actually create a create, read, update, delete application. Okay, so next class is going to be quite exhaustive. So make sure all of you attend it. Let me upload this file. Guys, take the link. Make sure you run this. See if you have got the data. If you did not, let me know. I can help you out. Step 6 is to understand the context. This is not a hook example. Why data.data? I did explain that, isn't it? Because Niranjan, when you make a request to this API, no, it will give you an object. This object also has a property called data. So we are interested in getting this data, which is the array, which starts here and it goes up until here. Correct? So the response.data is something that Axios provides us. So response.data is this entire object. From that, we are filtering out and asking only for the data property, this data. When changing the map to for each, is it not rendering the names? It is not rendering the names. Of course, it will not. Why? Because Harish, map gives you an array back, array of elements, correct? With for each, you will get individual elements. You will not get an array. So another alternate way is when you're using this for each, you'll have to have an array of elements and you'll have to push those values and then use that element to render. So the like 3-4 steps process can be merged to one using map. That is why you'll see me use map. Most of the examples online will use map. Makes sense? So for you to render, you need an array of elements, isn't it? Okay, I hope all of you have got this to work. Any questions? Did you get this to work, guys? Put your hands up if you got this to work. So let's say this is a typical structure of an application. Usually it will go beyond this. Okay, this is like the easiest flow that I could come up with to illustrate this idea. You'll have many nested components. Okay, so let's assume that no, we have a main app. The main app has a home component and an about component. Home component will have child 1 and child 2 component. About will have child 3 and child 4 component. Child 1, on the other hand, will have content 1, content 2, content 3, different components. There are 3 different components. Child 1 has 3 different components. Child 3 also has 3 different components. And let's assume that I want to display the user's name. Okay, I want to display the user's name in one of the places. Where will I want it? I want this username to be displayed in this content component, content 1 component. So where will I keep the state? Where will I keep the state? Where will be the state defined? Question to all of you. Where will you define the state if you have to display the user's name? In child 1. In child 1. Why child 1? Why child 1? Because you have to display it only on the content 1, not on content 2, content 3, correct? Yes, content 1 is the right place. correct? So you will display it in the content one. The state will be defined in content one. All of you are right. Okay. But now let's take a scenario. You have created the state inside the content one, and you are able to display the user's name. But your client comes back to you and says, hey, I see this content one that the user's name that you have used here. It's looking good. I want the same information to be displayed in the child 2 as well. Okay, or in this place of the component as well. What will we do now? Because now we have a requirement to display the same data in another component. So where will we define the state now? Because we cannot have the same state defined in content 1 and child 2. Correct? At home. Correct? Harish and Ajay. Correct. So what we do is, we define it in the home component. That way we can send it down as a prop to the child 2 and child 1. Child 1 is not displaying it, but it will forward that to the content 1. Make sense? So this is how you will move the state up. So this is known as lifting the state up. Why did we lift the state up? Because another component required the data. So home component will pass it down as props to child 1 and child 2. Child 1 will forward that again to content 1. Agreed? Now the client comes back to you with another request. Hey, this is fine, but I want this information in this component as well, content 6. Now, where do you think you will have to define the state? You'll have to lift it further more up, isn't it? Because you'll have to look for another component, which is common between all of them. So the main app in this case. So you put the state in the main app, send it as a prop to about, send it as a prop to home. Home will forward it to child 2. Home will forward it to child 1 as well. Child 1 will forward it to content 1. And on the other hand here, the about will forward it to child 3. Child 3 will forward it to content 6. This is how your program will work. All of you in line. Do you understand this flow? All of you, put your hands up if you have understood it so far. Yes. Okay, awesome. I see many of you responding. Great. But what is the problem with this? The boat is sailing, no doubt, but what is the problem? Do you see any problem here? Do you see any potential problem here? If you have realized there is a problem, then I would like to know what is that you have realized. It's okay to be wrong. That's totally fine. But did you spot the problem?
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, in which type of NoSQL database does MongoDB belong? Option A, document store. Option B, key value store. Option C, column family store. And option D, graph database. Please do mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
Did you spot the problem? Unnecessary prop passing. Yeah, that is one of the problem. Correct? Home is not using it. Child 1 is not using it. About is not using. Child 3 is not using. Only content 1, child 2 and content 6 are using. Correct? Not passing to other components. Yeah, only those who need it will be getting. Any change in content 6 will need to be modified. Okay. So if Archana also has spotted one more problem. Say, Vijay, if content 6 is updating that property, how will the other components know about it? They will not. Frankly, Archana, to answer that question, props are read-only property. Correct? It cannot be modified. If it is a state, it can be modified. But content 6 is getting it as a prop, so it has no control over it. It cannot be modifying it. Okay. So all of you have got this context, but there is a bigger problem. Okay, what is the bigger problem? See, now main app has this property called username, correct? About is depending on it, because about has a responsibility to accept that info, pass it to child 3. Child 3 has a dependency now. It expects that property called username, which then can be forwarded to content 3. Can I take this child 3 and use it another component or another project, another application? Can I take this child 3 and use it? No, isn't it? Why? Because child 3 has a requirement. It requires a property called user name from its parent. So you see, this components, hierarchy becomes tightly coupled. They cannot be reused. These components, in other words, cannot be reused. Over. They have the dependency. You are right. So it'll all become dependent on each other. So that's the bigger problem. You see that? So processing the prop is okay. Okay, we can still accept it. But there is another problem. So if you want to pass any property in your application, you'll have to put everything onto the main app, because you'd never know which component requires it. That way, the main app will become slower and slower, because it'll become bulkier, isn't it? So that's another challenge that we have. So how do we overcome this? Do we have any strategy as of now that we have discussed which can address this issue? Anybody? Yeah, higher order components, correct? There is a higher order component idea, correct? So what we can do is, we can create a higher order component, which will then pass the data to content 1, child 2, and content 6. That way, none of these components are now depending on it. Depending on the data from the parent. It is getting it from a higher order component. All of you agreed? Can we do something like that? Which is what we have been using, much before Redux, because we had to make the boat sail, correct? So we cannot use this hierarchy of these components. So we can create a component that will hold that data for us. Alternatively, you can also create a global data object, which then can be passing the data to content 1, child 2, and content 6. Exactly like higher order component. We'll have a JavaScript function which will have the data which can be passed to these components. That way, these components will now become reusable. See, home can be used, child 1 can be used, child 3, about, and main app can. All of these components can be used in another project, in another application. Okay, in another context, you can use them. Now, something very similar was introduced in React version 16.8, I guess, or 14.8, I'm not sure, but it was recently introduced, which is called as the context API. Now, what the context API does is that it can pass data to deeper children without having to pass it as a prop. Okay. So in my opinion, that is far efficient than using the external data object. Okay. Why? Because you have the ability to provide these information to a specific component that requires them. And it is a built-in solution. You're not using any out-of-the-box solution. You are using something that React provides you. Okay. And at situations where the data that you are dealing with is a little big, and then you are expecting changes also to happen. See, as of now, all of these will accept the data, but none of these components will send the data back to the data provider. So if you want a component to send and receive, that's when you would use Redux. But if your intention is just to get the data from top to bottom, you can use context. In most of the cases, your job will be to get the data from the parent to the child. And according to the Redux documentation, I think I've also mentioned in my slide. Okay, so here in my slide, I have mentioned it's a one-way data flow, a unidirectional data flow. In React, we follow that strictly. The data always is obtained from the parent to the child. Okay, the child is not allowed to change the data. The parent should change it. Okay, but in cases where the child can also update the data, that's when Redux is required, or else Context API is good enough for you to create a sizable application. I worked with several banks to create their application in Pune, in India, where we have created an entire application just using Context API. So I'm not saying Redux is not useful. Of course, Redux is useful from the interview perspective, because many companies are moving from Redux to Context API for several reasons. One of the reasons is Context API is very easy to understand. Redux has a larger learning curve. So we'll create a example to illustrate this idea of passing props down. Of course, it'll be quite a task to create all those components that I showed you on the slide. Okay, like home component, about component, and then we have a child component, child 1, child 2. Okay, what we'll do is we'll do something simple. Okay, the idea here is to drive this point. I think I've taken a backup. If no, I've not. There are so many things that we completed without taking a backup. Okay, nevertheless, let me take a backup now. It's all there in the steps file, so I'll include that in the backup. This is step 2 hooks. So now that we have taken a backup, we'll go to the app component. We'll delete all of this. App component. Let's just have the basic ingredients necessary here. This is all that is required. Let's delete all of this. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll go create a folder. Okay, I'll call this as components. We'll create several components here. All of these are going to be function. I'll make this class-based components, and later we'll convert it to a function-based component. Okay, and then you'll see me use context hook. Okay, first let's understand what is the context. Okay, only then you can use this hook. That is the purpose. So what I'll do is I will go create some series of components. Call this as grand comp.jsx. 1. We'll create something called as parent comp.jsx. I'll create one JSX, rename JSX. So we'll create one more called child component. So we have 3 different components. Grand component looks like this. We'll also add some margin here. I think I'll copy all of this, paste it here. It's called parent component. And we'll copy all of this, we paste it in the child component. Okay, so now we have one hierarchy, correct? That is, we have a grandparent, a parent, and a child. Now, child will be in the parent. So we'll add this child in the parent, and we'll add the parent in the grandparent component. and we'll take the grandparent and add it in our application. So if I run this application, you'll find this hierarchy here. We have the context API as this parent app component, and then we have the grand component, parent component, the child component. So what is the idea here is, I want to send in some information, some prop from the grand component to the child component without using the props. That's the idea. Okay, if I use the prop, then I have to tightly couple all of these components, correct? But if I don't use the props, then how do we pass is the question. There is a way using the context. So let's go create a context first. Usually you'll have more than one context in a sizable application. So you'd usually find a folder called context. So this context will have a file called family context.js. It need not have to be .jsx, it's a .js file. So what is that we are trying to define here? I mean, in fact, you don't have to necessarily define it in a separate file. You can define it in the grand component itself, and that would also work. But I'm showing you some good practices, wherein we can go create a context in the family context.js file. This can be imported in the grand component. Okay, so what is the purpose of the context component? The context is built around this publish subscribe model. So you have the ability to publish a value, and then you can also subscribe to that value. So in this case, who becomes a publisher? Because grand component is expected to send some information. So grand component becomes a publisher. Who's a subscriber here? The child component. Child component is waiting to consume some information. So child component will become a subscriber to the information that the grand component is sending. Okay, so we will have to implement these two steps. We need to create a publish subscribe model. So we need a provider and a consumer properties. So let's go create a const family context equals react dot create context. We need to import React, which is not happening. Let's do that. Import React from React, or we can import the create context. This will also work. So from this create context, we will be getting the context. So we are now creating a context, and this create context, that is family context. And notice, we are using an uppercase name here. That's a requirement. If you use a lowercase name, React will throw an error and say, hey, this is not fair, because see, eventually this will become a component. Okay, so you need an uppercase name. So we'll go create two properties out of that. Let family provider. You don't have to call the same name. Okay, so you can call this a potato and a tomato if you want. I am using a relevant name so that you understand the context. Equals family context dot provider. Okay, similarly, family consumer equals family context dot consumer. You can also set up a display name for it, okay, which is little beyond. For now, we don't need it. But what is a display name? See, we don't want to call this as a family context. You may want to call it a potato. Okay, in that case, you can create a display name for it. As of now, let us not do it, because that will again lead us to some confusion. We'll just stick to this. But can you give an alias name for this family context? The answer is yes, you can. So we can give an alias name to it. So now that I have got these, I will export both of them. So I'll say export family provider and family consumer, both. Okay, or you can also export this family context and then create this provider and consumer on the fly. But why? Okay, so we have this ability to assign them to a variable and then export them. Let's make use of that. This will be quite clean for us to work. That is all. Okay, so now that we have got this family provider, which is exported, we will, provider's job is to what? Provide. Consumer's job is to consume. Who is the provider? Grand component. Who is the consumer? Child component. Okay, we'll go to the grand component and we will create a property so that we can send it to the child component. So watch. So how do I send, or how do I create? Okay, so this is a function-based component, isn't it? Let's convert it to a class-based component. Okay, why? Because I just explained that we'll convert it to a class-based component first. So I'll show you how the context API works. Then I will convert it to a hook-based example. So a class called grand component extends component will have a render method which will return this. Any reason for context file to be .js? Yeah, JSX usually should return a JSX. Does that make sense? So am I returning any JSX element out of this? Nothing. So why? I can use it as a .js file. Makes sense? JSX files usually will return a JSX element. Okay. And .js files simply do not return anything. So this is now done. I think I'll have to do the same thing for all of these. The parent will also become a class-based component. Done. The last thing I have to do is this. I've got another question. One approach where we solve it using classes, and we'll change that approach to using function-based components. Okay, so see, when you're working with the context, this is what you do for both class-based component and a function-based component. The way the implementation is different for both of them. So I want you to be aware of both of these versions. That is all. Child component has a render method which will return this. No two returns, just one is good enough. You guys stop, done. Let's see if this is working. Yes, it is working. All of it is working. Create context cannot be used. Okay, so I think I answered that question. Let's go to the next. So now the grand component, okay, requires a provider to provide that information. So let's go create a state. State is an object. We'll have a message property, or maybe, yeah, I'll see the message property. Message, and this message is an empty string. I want to change that message. Okay, so I'll use an input. Type is text. We'll create a reference. Create a reference. We'll pass this reference onto this input. And we'll create a button. Set message. On click, we'll call a function that will change the message. Is an arrow function. Is an arrow function where we'll call this dot set state, and we will pass in message to be this dot ipref dot current dot value will be set, and I would want to call this set message here. Done. And now that with this message is available, let us display that. Display the message. See, I can set that message. Easy. Okay, so you are able to set the message. Now the idea here is I want to pass this state to the grandparent, the grandchild, without using the prop. How will I do that? So what we'll do is we'll cut this. We'll implement this family provider. Provider's job is to provide, correct? And we'll wrap this element inside. So that way, for the entire hierarchy, you have the ability to pass. What will you pass? This provider takes only one argument, which is called the value. And this value, we will assign it to this dot state dot message. So this provider will now provide it to the entire containership hierarchy. Parent and all the parent components and all its children will now get the information. Okay, but are we passing it as a prop? No, we are not. Okay, we still will have to pass it to the entire containership hierarchy. That's it. But can I use this outside without having to send any information? The answer is yes, I can. I'm not sending any prop there, isn't it? So I'm not making this tightly coupled with the flow. So the parent now has the child component. Child component is what will get the data. So in order to receive the data, we'll use this family context.consumer. This consumer is capable of calling a function, and this function will get a value. This val is what we will use here. So maybe I want to display that in an H3 tag. Oh, okay, got it. Because this should be an expression here. And that's where, this will happen. So basically, this family consumer will call a function, and this function will get that value, and the value can be assigned to a component here. Go back, save, relaunch, and see if it is working. Hello there, set. It's working. It did not come here, so something has gone wrong. Wait, value prop. Got it. So it says that it is some implementation is missing. Let me see. Now the error is also gone. It's not displaying. No error, no output. Syntax looks okay for me. Okay. Let me run this expression. Inside this expression, we'll have a function val. Let's see. Yeah, you are getting it here. So which means to say this is working. Just that now we have to use an H3 tag and wrap this val onto it. Let's see if this is working now. Oh, something is wrong. I'm missing on something. Okay, hold on. Return is missing. That is missing. Okay, so now see, you are able to send the information from the grant component to the child component without having to pass it to the parent component. Okay, so the idea here is that this family consumer is capable of calling a function. The function will accept that value or will be passed that value that you pass here. And that's what we return, assigning that value to a component. Okay, let us say I want to add another component called cousin component. I want the same data to be displayed here as well. Okay, so let's go copy some code here. We don't need this child. We don't need this as well. This is called a cousin component. Just select this parent text. Okay, so there is a cousin component as well now. Let us say cousin component also should get the data. So we'll declare it again, in between the family provider. See, now you have the grandparent component has parent and the cousin component. Now the cousin also wants to get the data. How do we implement it? Exactly the same. We'll use the family consumer. We'll allow to call a function. This function will get the value. We'll use the h3 bind that value here as well. Let's go check. Val is not defined. Yeah, this will be returned, isn't it? The very first line will be returned anyways, isn't it? In an arrow function. Okay, I think, it is not liking it. Let's wrap this into an expression. Return this. Yeah, now this seems to be working. So let us now set this. It is set to both of these. Okay, cool, isn't it? So if you get new requirements, okay, to display that data in another component, then you can always implement this consumer API and then you'll get this to work. Okay, so let's convert this example to a hook-based approach. Okay, watch. The only change here is this. So this will become a function-based component. Const grant comp equals an arrow function. It doesn't have to have a render method. It simply will have to return this. But now there is a challenge. We need to have a state, this one. So how do we have a state? We'll let called message equals and set message. We'll say use state. The message would be empty like this. So we have now created this part here. And on the message would be message here, displaying this. And I want to set this message down here. And this set message is what I will call here. Okay, set message will take the reference. So you can use this IP reference like the way we did here. That's totally fine. We have seen that. We can do something like this. This is fine. Or you can use the use ref hook. Okay, so use ref hook is also available. So a couple of things that we don't need, we will remove. Okay, so this use ref is done. Okay, now that we have got this, I'll say ipref dot current dot value is what I want to send. Remove all of this. Perfect. So there is this is removed. React is not being used. Are we using React anywhere? No. Done. So we've got our function-based component here. It is a lot slim, isn't it, compared to what you saw earlier. Now let us change all of this, the parent component. Const parent component equals an arrow function which will return this. Done. Let's go to the child component. This is where the implementation is different. Okay, how? Watch. So let's convert this to a const equals an arrow function which will render this element. So here, instead of using this family, consumer, blah, 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 all of this, we'll now use a hook, which is pretty easy. So I'll say let val equals use context. Now it'll ask you what context are we talking about. I'll say use this family context dot consumer. This val is what we will assign here. That way we don't need any of this. Done. Let's go check if it is working. So far we have, okay, some errors. IP current is not defined. Why? Let's go check here. Is undefined. Line number 13 in the grand comp. Line number 13. This is where it says there is. That is because we have to call this in a function. Okay. There is one more error. Use context is not supported. You may be calling use context. Be removed in a further major release. Do you mean call use context instead? Okay. There is a change. Okay, so in the new version of React, you have some change. What we'll do is this. I'm making some small changes here. Watch. Instead of exporting these two values like this, we'll export just this family context itself here. That way we go to the grand component and we will use the family contexts provider here. Okay, and then we'll be able to set the value. Similarly, now that we have the family context, we go to the child component. We'll use the family context here. Let's go check. Was not found, seriously. I think I have exported it. It's a named export. Let's delete this. It's not defined. Where is the error? In the grand component. Okay, it says that it is not able to find. Okay. We forgot to import this. Isn't it? Let's go check. There is another error. Okay. That is because there is an error in the cousin component. Of course, we will go to the grand component, suppress this for now because we have not fixed that part. There are some series of errors. Family consumer is not imported in the context, family context. This is in the, we're not using the cousin component. So what is wrong? Save it. It's still throwing an error in the cousin component. Okay, we'll fix that cousin component as well. It's not a big deal. Const cousin comp, an arrow function. This one again, we'll use a context. What context? Done. Okay, so this would be not needed. Remove this as well. So now I don't think there should be a problem. Okay, yes, there are no problems. Let's go to the grand component. We'll uncomment this as well. See, although we were not using this cousin component, it kept on showing an error that there is some error in the cousin component. So that is why I had to go and fix all of that. Okay, so now that I will send a message, hello again. See, I'm now able to get it. But using these hooks gives you a cleaner implementation. You agree, right? You have the previous example also. I've put that in the steps file. Okay, so you may want to compare the child components code. Okay, this versus this. You see, this versus this. This was about 13 lines, correct? And this was about 24 lines. So that's a lot of difference, isn't it? Remove this. So using this hook-based approach definitely has certain advantages.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with E&ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
Make sure you navigate into the Express folder, that is the name of the project, and then you run the command. You'll be able to find. Or maybe the module itself is not found, or you may it may happen that in the package.json we had main index.js as the main file, but when you're naming it, you probably did not name it as index.js. These are only few cases where you may get that error. Just check them out. I think that should help you. We learned about few templates that we can use. Pug and Jade are the ones that I'm using. You can use this middleware configuration, or this is a setting, basically a configuration that we can use. See, middlewares are usually configured on app.use. Okay, all the settings, the configurations come on the app.set. So in this case, we are setting the view engine to be Pug. Okay, so with this, home.pug would be the main file that would be executed when the user navigates to this route. That's what we did. Let's go check what do we have in the home.pug. Yeah, so we have written some basic content here, wherein there is this h1 tag will be displayed. I guess this file was uploaded as well, so hopefully you would have got that to work. So we'll go ahead and create a file or a folder. We call this as step 1 express templates. This is the name of the folder. So we'll navigate into this folder. Then we will install a new node project. So what do? Say npm space init space -y. The package.json file is now created, which is of course empty. You can change the author name. So just you put your name, and then we'll add some dependencies here. So npm install express pug and EJS. Okay, so with this, we'll go create another folder, call it views. You know that this is where we will keep all our templates. I can copy what we did in the previous example. Let's go create new here. We'll call this as home.ejs. And another one called home.pug. This in EJS, we have the template, and we can use an h1 tag and display some text. Hello from EJS. And in the pug, we'll create a template, and we will use an h1 tag and put this text. Hello from pug. We are done. So we have got 2 templates that we can use in our application. Let's go create an index.js. Now we'll configure the web server. Before we do that, I thought I'll also cover a few aspects that you should keep in mind. Okay. By convention, you would not use the port that is that is something that you come up with. Okay, so you cannot say create a port 8080, okay, or 8008. Usually you would communicate with your network administrator and find out what is the port that is available. Okay, so how do I find out? We can use a property console to log remember the process object we used? The process has an environment variable, env, and you have a port on that. So you can say process.environment.port if this is available. So usually these are constants, they will be in uppercase. So let's see if this port is set on my machine. So let's say node space dot. So it says undefined, which clearly tells you that there is no port, or there is nothing called port being installed or added on my machine. So we'll go create a port. So I suggest, you open the command prompt as an administrator. I mean, if you have launched VS Code as an administrator, that would work as well. But I'm using the command prompt, and there are many ways to set up a port. A lot depends on the operating system that you're using. So you can use something called as $env :port equals, and the name of the port that you would want to set. Let's say I want to set 5000. That's the port that I want to set. Okay, so let's see if this would work. Copy this, run this here. So it says it's a syntactical mistake. So I guess this wouldn't work. There's one more configuration that I remember of, something called as set port equals 5000. This is another configuration that we can use. Let's go check if this would work. Yeah, I think this is set. Okay, so now if I run node, okay, it still is undefined. Just checking the spelling if it is correct. Okay, I guess none of these commands are working. Let's relaunch VS Code as an administrator, guys. It seems to have accepted this. Let's go check. Because I'm not inside the terminal. See, Priyanka, this could be one of the errors. Okay, you always get that module not found is because you are outside the node project. So if I move this into the project and type node space dot, yeah, see now it is set. In my case, this command worked while I tried with VS Code. Okay, because I had launched VS Code as an administrator. So one of these would work for you guys. Please check, what with this operating system, with which operating system, which of these commands would work. Export port equals 5000. So now that we have set, so this is the technique that worked for me. So with this now in place, we have the ability to use this port using the process.environment. When you're actually hosting an application, this is something that you will follow. Okay, just keep this in mind. So we will check if this port is available. We'll use it. I mean, how do you know what port is used? So you'll use this process.environment and ask for the port. If it is already occupied, use it. So in this case, let's say I'm using port 5000. Okay. And since that was not occupied by any other process on my machine, any other services on my machine, I should be able to use it. So now let us go ahead and ask. Okay, I think I'll put this in the notes here in the index.js file. We can, okay, so we have the views folder, var express equals require express, let app equals express. So we're creating a server, and now I'll use app.listen. Now here I will use the process.environment.port, or if this is available. I know that this is available. If it is not available, then what to do? I'll use 50/50. Okay. So this is how you would usually organize a port. And the host would be usually local host, or you can use an IP address 192.168.0.1. both would still mean localhost. Okay, and then we have a callback function. So we'll use a function. This function will get the error object and we'll check if there is an error. We will do a console.log and log this error. If no error happens, we will log a message on the terminal so that we can start using the service. We can start using the port. So let's say console.log. So we don't know what is that, isn't it? So we'll say process dot environment dot port. Let's give this a run. So it says server is now live on localhost port 5000 because this port was already available. So it used it. So it is not using 5050. Okay. So if you're hosting a node application, this will be your domain name or an IP address. Usually it will be an IP address. Okay. So now that we are done, we should be able to use this for our advantage. So we have these views here. Let us go ahead and make some configurations here. So we want to use when the user makes a GET request to this route, to this /. I will be using this function which accept the request that comes in and the response that goes out, and we will respond. Okay, so I'll say response dot render what? Home dot Jade. Sorry, we don't have Jade, we have Pug or EJS, one of them. And let's see if this would work for us. Sorry, yeah, it is 5,000. Okay. Localhost 5000. There was a typo. You get this message, hello from Pug. Indicates that your Pug template is working. But let's say if I want to use EJS, I use the extension EJS. But if your application is huge and you have hundreds of templates, so running these would be a challenge. Changing them would be a challenge. So what we can do is create a configuration right here. It's a convention app.set. So what do you want to set? I want to set the default view engine as EJS. So view engine equals, let's say Pug or Jade or EJS, anything. So with this, if you don't mention anything, by default, it will be Pug. If I don't use this, then it will not know what to do and it will throw an error. See, you got an error. It says, no default engine was specified and no extension was provided. So it's clearly telling you that, there was no default engine specified and no extension was provided. So you either have to give an extension or you set the default engine. Now that I've set the default engine, let's go check if this would work. And sure enough, this would work. Easy. Now, I want to send some information to this Pug. How do I do? Or maybe EJS. How will I send some information from the index.js file to this file, to this home.ejs or home.pug. How do I do that? So what we can do is, we can pass in an object and say, let us say company name. Okay, and then we specify the value. Let us say this is Intellipaat. And we'll add few more. Subject, no training. We've got two different properties that we're trying to send here. And let's see, how do I get this to work? So now that we have sent this company name and subject, we go to the Pug, and then we will use an h2 tag just for the sake of it. And then we'll use hash. Hash is giving you an option to set a variable. And now what is the name of the variable? Company name. So this is what I want to render here. Let's go check, refresh, and we'll keep refreshing and restarting this a lot. So we'll use a module to do that. Okay, it says company. I guess I missed to add a brackets around it. Okay, it says Intellipaat. And now I want to take the next H2 and say training subject. And now I will change this to subject. Okay, so since we made some changes, it's important that we restart the server. Template changes you don't have to restart. Okay, training subject. Say for example, I will add this once more, thrice more. I don't have to restart the server. I simply have to refresh, and that would work. But if you change in the index.js file, you'll have to restart the server. Now, if I want to use Jade and send parameters, how do I do it? Because we have not seen that. So let me create an example for that. So all you need to do is use a sorry, it's not like this. It's not like this. I think it is just with exclamation. Okay. When in doubt, you go to the documentation. EJS template. EJS.co is their website. Okay, so you can click on docs. Okay, so you use not exclamation. See, I know that it used to be like this. So if you want to use JavaScript, you'd use this, or if you want to use a variable, how we get automatic here section in HTML. What do you mean? This HTML, I typed it, no, Sarita. I use this command to generate it, isn't it? You type an exclamation and then it generate. Is that your question? So it'll say angle, percent angle to represent a variable or a placeholder. So I'll call this as company name. And here I would want to render and this should be inside an H2 tag, isn't it? I want to render the subject here. Let's now go to the index file. We'll change this to EJS and we'll relaunch the project. Okay, I'm not getting. So I guess that is because I'm representing a variable, it should be a dash here. Let's go give one final run on this. There it is, working. So if you want to embed variables in Pug, you have a different technique. If you want to embed in EJS, you have a different technique. So just to illustrate, how you would actually go about creating a application, we can create a page like this. Say, for example, this is home.pug file. I'll now go create another one called about.pug file and another one called contact.pug file. So in the about.pug file, we'll copy all of this as it is. I said this is about page. And maybe you can pass any of these parameters if you really want. I'll just ignore them. And now how do I create a navigation? So I'll use a UL tag. Inside this UL tag, I'll use an LI. Inside this LI, I'll use an anchor tag. The anchor tag will have the link to navigate to this file. So there's an anchor tag, and the href is, let us say I'm looking for / home. So home will be just / that's it. And then I will say this is home, a clone one, and then say this is about, and this is link for about. Configure another one, contact. It's for contact page. So there is a UL tag which has an LI and it'll have 3 anchors inside. Let's go to the index file. Yeah, we have EJS, will change this to pug because we made changes in the pug, isn't it? So I will now restart the server. And if I go back, refresh, I get to see the pug folder, pug file with the links. Okay, I think it is not done in home page. Yes, because the links were created using the about. Okay, contact is still empty. Sad. Let's go create that. In the contact page, we'll say this is contact home page. So in the home page, we don't actually have to have a link. Makes sense, right? In the about page, we don't have to have a link for the about page. So we'll remove that. In the contact page, we don't have to have a link for the contact page because we don't have to reload that file every time, isn't it? So let's go check. So because we made changes. Okay. There is a problem. I forgot to add these li tags. So I can click on this to go back to the home page. So of course I'm in the home page, so it cannot work. But if I click on this, about has no response. Why? Because it says, sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. When someone goes to about page, I don't know what template to load. So let's go to the index file. We'll write 2 more configurations. One of them for the home page, another one for about. And what do I want to load for the about page? So I will load about template, and you can specify what you really want. Okay, so in this case, I just want for this about page, at the subject, maybe I'll call this as a message. So forget that message. Okay, so I'll have this as message. And let's say this message is what I want to assign from this application here. So I can either add some simple text like this. So I can also use some lorem ipsum text. So let me just generate some. I'll go create a index.html. So I have some 2 paragraphs that I can use. In the about page, we have the message. This message comes from this index file. I will use backtick to send multi-line strings. So there are a lot of text that I can send. That's the whole idea. And you may decide to display this in an h2 tag. I will display this in a div tag. Cool. So now that I have changed the route, okay, and I have made some small changes, so I can relaunch this application and it should work. Say about page comes. So home page, I have a response. About page, I have a response, isn't it? But if I click on contact, I don't have any response. Why? Because I need to create that route as well. So we have the home, about, and then the contact. Let's say the contact just has a message. This message, contact us between 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. This message is what I want to use in the contact page. Timing. This would be message. Apart from this link, what I will also do is I'll use a form. Action is hash. We can also add the method to be get. Get is the default anyways. So I can have a label. This label will have a for attribute, and we'll say your mail ID. And then finally, we'll have a input. We'll have them parallel. Input. Type text or maybe email. And this will have an ID which maps to this for user mail is what I will say. They both should match. Why? Because that's an accessibility requirement. That way, if you click on the label, that is your mail ID, this input will be enabled. And finally, we'll have a button to register. Okay, so there is a form. That's the whole idea. Let us now relaunch this application. Working, click on contact. Contact is it's not showing us contact.pug. It should actually show the, okay, it is redirecting to home page. I'm not sure why. Let's go check. In the home pug, contact. Sorry, this should be contact. Contact.pug, isn't it? We changed the index.js file, so we need to restart. There it is. The contact page is working. So I can, create a page like this. Of course, it's not a web page to boast about, but you get the idea. So you can create a simple website using this. I suggest you try and explore. You can use templates from Get Bootstrap, this website. Here under examples, you'll find some templates that you can use. You can easily convert this example or this one, or this one, or this one, up to you. Okay. So if you want to gear up for this or this or this, just decide. And then, you can easily create a page like that. And see, this has all the different pages as well. So you can also create links and make them work. So I suggest you give it a try and let me know if you have any questions on that in the next class. Okay. There's no hurry to create it right now and send me, hey, which I have done. I know some of you guys will do it. Some of you won't. That's up to you. But if you guys want to learn something, try to keep working on the technology that you learn, that you just learned.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is a primary advantage of using MongoDB as a NoSQL database? Option A, it enforces a rigid schema for data. Option B, it is not suitable for handling large amounts of data. Option C, it can handle unstructured and semi-structured data efficiently. And option D, it requires complex joins for data retrieval. Please do mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with ES6 Academy, IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
Now we can also create a default route. That is, we can have a page called not found. I think we'll do that in the next step, or else it'll become a little too cluttered here. So guys, let's close this project. So what is the takeaway from this? You have templates. Templates do take parameters. But what if the template is getting a list instead of a single value? That's something that we'll see now. Along with that, I will also club one more topic: how to send information from the template to the application. See, and in the process, we'll install another module, guys, which is extremely useful as a Node developer. So this is called NodeMon. What is NodeMon? if you just read that other way, it can be read as no daemon. Okay, so npm.js.org, you look for this module called NodeMon. So what NodeMon is, it is a tool that will launch your server, that will launch your node whenever you make changes. Explained in last class. Okay, did we use that? Awesome. I did not know. So we'll be using NodeMon. I'll say npm, or maybe we'll create a new project. Mkdir, make there, step 2, post. We'll call this as post. cd step 2 post. And I want to install some modules. Like what? npm install express hug EJS. Run. So these 3 modules are required. Fine. To have this node modules folder, packet.json, we'll go create an index.js file, var express equals require express var app equals express. You call this function, you get the create application, you configure that app dot listen. Now this time we'll create a configuration file outside, config.json. This JSON file will have a port. The port can be process dot no, I think I'll just use a port 6000, and I'll use host as localhost. This configuration is available here in the config.json file. I go to the index file. Let's add that configuration file to this variable. From this current directory, config.json is available. We have added that to this variable config. And now to this listen, we'll use the process.environment port or config.port and the config.host and a callback function which will handle the error. So if there is an error, we'll deal with it. Else, done. Okay, so we have now the ability to create the routes. So the routes will come here, the middlewares will come here. We'll talk about the middlewares now. That is in the same example, we'll stick some middlewares as well, but we'll create some routes. So what are the routes? We created 3 routes before without even explaining about them or talking about them. So app.get is a route. When the user comes to this home, what are we supposed to do? That's what we decided here. So when the user navigates to this route, what am I supposed to do? So I will handle the request that comes in and the response that goes out. And as a response, we will render. Because we are dealing with the template, we will go create that template. Now for so we'll go create this folder called views. We can copy some part of the code from the previous example, but I guess is home.pug. Read and write data using express is what we'll call. And let's see if this would appear. Okay, so the same in home.ejs. What was the text? Read and write data using express. This is Pug. Cool. Let's go check. Render will ask for a string. I'll have this title, which we can use here. It's called title. That's what we called title. So app title. Or maybe I'll call this as, okay. So if this is the same value that you'd be using, you can also create an external variable, title, and assign this value to that. Title equals. And now this title equals, the title here can be assigned here. Okay, so I think we'll just use this for now. Okay, so now this home.pug is the one that will be rendering, because we will say home.pug. Later, I'll configure this home.ejs as well, but let's just do one thing at a time. And now what I'll do is I will use this project to execute it, to be executed with NodeMon. Server is now running. Let's go check. Localhost port 6000 now. No, sorry. If it has the port, it will be 5000, isn't it? Because here it clearly has said it would be the port. So I will use this instead of this. If this is not available, then the 6000 would work. Okay, so we have got this application. It should be Intellipaat. None of them could have noticed it, but let's go check. Intellipaat application. Perfect. Okay, so now we will go to the pug file. We'll create that form. The form that will now use the post method. The action is it'll submit to the same page. And inside this form, this time we'll have a label. Label for, let us say, username. I'll call this as hero maybe. Title. And we'll have an input type text. We'll add a name for this. A name is a requirement, because without this name, we'll not be able to ascertain what was being sent. So I'll call this as h title. What is h title? You'll know what it is, because this is exactly what we receive on the server side. Okay, finally, we'll have a button, which is inside the form. Button will say add hero, and we'll add a attribute called type equals submit. This would submit the form. Okay, maybe I'll show you the get method, and then we'll see the post method as well, because with this get, you'll be able to see the data without the URL encoding. Let's go check. Refresh. See, in the address bar, if you carefully observe, I'll now be able to send Batman and add hero. See, I get this title. H title equals Batman. So basically, this is going on the server, and server does not seem to know what to do with this data. So what we'll do is we will ask the server to receive this data and then display it. See, we have a get And on the same route, if I get a request, I would be able to display it. So if I get a request, I'll console.log. Request if I get, I'll be able to display the URL. No, request.body actually. Okay, so let's say changed. And now I will refresh this page. And you see, I get something called as undefined here because I did not send any. But let's say I'll send something. Spider-Man. And let's click on add. Okay, it still says undefined. So from this request.body, we will change something called as request.params. Let us see what is that I get now. Okay. There is something called as body as well. We'll definitely deal with it. Okay, so I'm getting an object, and this object has a property called the name that we have used here for the input, htitle. So let's go check htitle and see if that would work. Okay, it still says phantom. It says untitled. So I'm getting an object, empty object that too. So I'm not getting this. Okay, so I know that this is htitle. So we need to set up a middleware to basically access this. Guys, copy this. You guys can put your hands down, put your hands up only when you're done with this code. It's done. Copy, paste it. We'll talk about the params. I guess it should be body if I'm not mistaken. Let's say htitle because that's what I called here, and see if that would work. So it says undefined property called htitle. Yeah, this is not by default set anyways, isn't it? So that's where this error is. What I'll do is I'll make some small changes here. In the pug, I'll use the post this time. And I should be able to use the next route. Okay, I'm making some small changes just to make sure that this is working, or else, if we are on the wrong route, why? To continue. Post. Pug. Maybe we'll simply say line 20, what is added extra? Extra T added, is it? Extra T beside the port. Which one? This one. I don't see any T. Line 22. Ah, okay. Okay, got it. Good. Okay. Okay, so I'm now changing my approach. So I've changed this to the host, and I should be able to send. We will deal with that also, Harish. As of now, since this is a form, this would actually send something called as an URL encoded data. It would not come as a parameters. You are right, but we'll see that approach as well. Okay, we'll see different approaches to get the data, not just one. So as of now, my priority is to make the boat sail, which is what I'm trying to do here. So if you see, it says, cannot read the property of undefined htitle. See, this request.body is not working. The reason behind that is we need to configure a middleware which will deal with the request that comes in and the response that goes out. As of now, the request.body does not have the property. Let's go check. See, it says undefined, isn't it? So that clearly tells you that there was nothing that was being sent. Now, how do we construct this? You'll set up a middleware. So it's a configuration that we'll use. We'll say app.use, like the example app.use express.static. You have another property called express.url encoded. This URL encoded takes a parameter. There are several configurations. I think this is a issue that Express is working on. There are two URL encoded code that is available. So the one that we need to use is called the external one. So you use this attribute called extended and set it to true. And with this, you are allowed to use formatted data or data that is URL encoded. Let us now see if this would work. Refresh. Let's send Batman and get to see the Batman is appearing. So what is the magic that we did here is we have configured that we are capable of accepting URL encoded data. This is because in the home.pug, when you're using the form, it actually encodes the data and then sends it to the server side. And with this configuration, we are allowed to receive the URL encoded data. Now what we'll do is we will take this data and we will push this somewhere here. At the same time, if we send the data, we should be capable of using it somewhere. So how to nodemon run? Just say nodemon space the name of the file you want to run. Nodemon space dot. Aman. That's what you do. Okay. So here in the index.js file, apart from rendering and passing this title, we'll send another property, which is an array. Okay. So there are two steps to this example. One, we'll go create a variable, hero list is an empty array. Yeah, nodemon space dot. Aman Mullah. Type nodemon space dot. Yeah, that is because you have not enabled the configuration. See, click on that link that you have sent. No, there is a Microsoft link. Click on that and then you'll find some configuration. Let me copy that. See, this is the link. If you scroll down here, you have some configuration to set the execution policy. I suggest you set this policy on your computer. I've sent that to everybody in the chat window. Okay, so if you click on that link, you should be able to copy this code and then use on your machine. You need to enable to run scripts or else it is by default disabled. So that's something that you can do. And what I'll do is I'll add some heroes already. Batman, Superman, and Aquaman. Let's say there are some three heroes. I would want to take this and set them here as hero list. This hero list that I've sent is now available here. Okay, here. What I'll do is I will create a world tag, world for ordered list. Under the world tag, I will add a li tag. And I want to actually use a logic to do that. So you can use a each method and I can specify a name for each one of them. I think we can call this as var hero. No, I'll just use hero because it will create that variable anyways in hero list. And now that I have iterated through each one of them, I will go to the each loop and then I will use an li tag with this hero. And what I'll do is I will use a HR tag, horizontal rule. Now with this, we should be able to get our application loaded like this. See, you've got Batman, Superman, Aquaman already there, isn't it? So I think what I'll do is I will put this HR down, and let us use this old tag also down. Changed. What is the big idea? See, if I keep adding some hero, I want to add them to this list. So how do we do that? Okay, so you see, this is the small logic that I've added. You should be able to add this. I'm using a each loop, and in each one of those loops, I'll create a variable called hero, which represents the value for that iteration. So in this case, that Batman, Superman, and Aquaman will be assigned. Okay, so now here, when we are getting the data, so when we get the data, we will take the data, add it to this variable hero list. How do we do that? We'll say when the post request comes, we'll say hero list dot push the request dot body. Okay, so we don't have to console.log. We'll just push that into the array. Okay, from the request.body, we need to use this property. Which one? Yeah, this one, h title. Okay, this one. This property is what we will read. You remember that, we were getting an object. That object has this, this property. And the value for that was Batman. How that surfaced is, we have this input. The input has a name. This becomes the name of the property. And whatever value assigned to this input will be the value that is assigned to that particular property. So on the server, we will get that property and then we'll push. After we push, you know that the post page becomes empty, isn't it? Let's go check. See, as of now, we have Batman, Superman, Aquaman. Let's add Flash. Added. So this post page became empty. Of course, if I go back, I have Flash here. But now how do I move the user from the post to the get? So I need to redirect him. So I will not end without redirection. I will use response dot redirect. Redirect will ask you where you want me to redirect. I'll say /. So by default, the redirection is always with the dot get. Now with this, I think the cycle is complete. Let's go check if it is working. See, I've got Batman, Superman, Aquaman. Let's add Flash. Add hero. See, it added and then he rerouted back to the same page. Cyborg. Added. Wonder Woman. Added. So you're able to add to the list. And it's quite temporary because the moment the web server is restarted, that is, if I restart the server, everything about this will be forgotten. Because in the page, we only have these many heroes, isn't it? So what we'll now do is we'll take this example and see if we can hold it into a into an external page and then read it. So can we do something like that? The answer is yes. Okay. So you see that now, like the way we created this config.json file, we'll also create a file called data.json. So this data.json file will have an object. This object will have a property called heroes list. And this has a value, empty array. Now, this is where we'll have to write to this file and then save it. Okay, I hope you guys are following. What we'll do is, instead of this hero list being displayed like this, I will use var hero list equals, or maybe I'll call this as data equals require from this current directory data.json. So this data that I've got has this property called hero list. I would be able to assign it like this. Okay, it is called heroes list. Convenient. Okay, so now I have this heroes list, which will be applied to this hero list, which is what I'm sending here. And when I redirect, I would actually have to take this value right to that file, isn't it? So what I'll do is I'll use the file system now because we have to write. So I go create a variable fs equals require fs for file system. Now with this fs, we have access to the file system with which we can write to a file. So I come here and then I'll say fs dot write file. It can be write file or write file sync. I'll say write file. This is asynchronous operation. The question is, what is the file that you want to write? I will say there is a file called data.json in the current working directory. Okay, so that's the file that you'll have to write. Now, what do you want me to write is the question. Whatever you find in this heroes list is what I want to write. So of course, now I'm pushing here. Apart from pushing, I will now write to this file. So I'll say JSON dot stringify. I'll convert this to strings, that is hero list. Okay, hold on. This would be the entire data, guys. So from this hero list, we'll derive the heroes list and then assign. And when we are pushing, we'll push to hero list dot heroes list dot push. If you're finding it a little confusing here, let us say I'll call this as temp data. This temp data has a property, has everything that this provides. This provides an object. This object has a property called heroes list, or heroes list. Okay, and this is empty as of now, isn't it? So let's add some to heroes, Batman. Okay, we'll have to use a double quote instead. Double quote, Batman. So Batman is already existing. Now we will read that entire object, push it here. From this entire object, we'll only take the heroes list and then pass it as hero list to the template. The template will then be used. Template then will be rendered with the list, and the user will update through the template. When he updates, we will be able to get the data and we will push to this temp data.hero list and push it. And now that we have pushed the data, we'll have this temp data, which includes that object, everything. So I'll put that into this data.json and I'll have a callback function. So this callback function will either get an error or I will get the, I think, in this case, I'll just get the error. If I get an error, I know that something went wrong. So I will use a console to log so we can find out what went wrong and we can fix it. We know that nothing went wrong and we'll be able to redirect. Okay. Let us see my logic would work or not. Let's go terminate this. I didn't have to because Node1 was already restarting this file. But nevertheless, let's now take this, restart. Batman is already displayed. Let us add Spider-Man. Add hero. Spider-Man is assigned. And see, as of now, if I go to data.json file, you get two heroes there. Let's add Superman. Add. See, Superman got added in the list. Flash. Added in the list. Wonder Woman. Added in the list. Isn't it? Now I may say, hey, Vijay, can I delete some? Well, that's an assignment for you. Okay, so I suggest work on this. See if you can also delete that particular hero that you may want to delete. So I'll give you some hint, okay, if you want to. See, when we are iterating, apart from this li, we can also iterate a button. Okay, button will have an X. So with this, so you got this button for each one of this. Okay, I think let us put this right beside this. No, I don't think this would take it. Yeah, it just takes this. We need to put it in the same line. Yeah, so one way to do that is nest it. So we got the button in the same line. Okay, so we have a X mark. Now this button can also have a attribute, or you can assign a listener to it. So I can use a listener. I mean, let me not solve this problem. See if you can. Okay, it's slightly tricky, but you should be able to pull it off. See, submission of a form will trigger a post. That's a new request on the server, correct? If I'm not using the post, then, you know, with using the get method, I can, Nirja. Okay, so if I'm using get, then I can submit the form without using, without leaving the page. We'll be addressing that issue as well using the get. See, if you're using post, then you have to submit the data to the server, and on the server, you can decide what's happening. But the very fact that, you know, that information went to the server means to say that you have asked the server to send you an additional response for that action. So we can solve that with just get without using the post. Or we have to use some additional third-party library using jQuery or Lodash. Okay, so where you can use an HTTP request to send the data to the server. And HTTP request can be post as well. It says that, you know, the server is already using that port 6000. Maybe you have 2 terminals running. Yeah, just close those terminals. Yeah, you can use any port. There is no restriction. Okay, so see, I have one port, one application here. I have another application. There are 2 different applications running. Here I will add, see, Flash, I'll add Cyborg. That doesn't mean that this instance would have got it. So this also gets it, because as of now we are running the same server, isn't it? So these are 2 different users running the same application. Step 3. So this time we are going to take a big leap. Okay, so we'll use Express to connect to a backend database, and then we'll be able to read from that. So I'll use something very simple like MongoDB, whereas you can also use MySQL, Postgres, Firebase, any other cloud-based database out there. Why MongoDB? There are 2 reasons. The first reason is that, you know, all of us here can have access to it. We can actually see the data if it is being inserted or not. Apart from that, MongoDB is an industry standard. Most companies prefer that you have knowledge on MongoDB. And the course that you've enrolled, I guess, the full stack development, has MongoDB in it. Mean stack is what you would have enrolled, or MERN stack, right? MEN stands for MongoDB, Express, Node, and Angular, or MongoDB, Express, Node, and React, MERN. So step 3, we'll just do the read from database. Because looking at the clock, we have what, another 45 minutes left. We should be able to complete this exercise. And in the next day, that is tomorrow, we'll create an application which does all the 4 parts: create, read, update, and delete. And if possible, I'll also show you how you can set up something called as authorization authentication using few modules. So we have the step 3, read DB. I will shift to that. Step 3, npm init -y. So we're initializing a new project here. It has nothing here, so we'll add few modules. The first module I would prefer is Express. So let's say npm install Express. Now we'll also need a template, so we'll use pug. We'll also need an database engine to connect to a database. So we'll use I think we can use MongoDB, we can use Mongoose, we can also use something called as mean.js. There are a couple of options that are available for us to work with, so we can use one of them. So in this example, I think I'll use something called as Mongoose. Again, why? Mongoose is an industry standard which is used by many developers across. Mongoose implicitly uses MongoDB. So if you go to npm.js website, look for Mongoose. This is the module that we'll be using. This Mongoose does use something called as MongoDB implicitly. See, this has some dependencies, 7 dependencies. Out of those 7 dependencies, MongoDB is one of them, isn't it? So MongoDB is a utility that you can use. This gives you all the native capabilities, but this Mongoose is like Express for HTTP module. HTTP was a quite low-level module, isn't it? Then we used Express, so we can use some default configuration. Similarly, MongoDB is a low-level module which is used by Mongoose, and they have some enhancements on top of that. So this is what I'll use. We also have something called as mean.js. You can use this as well. This is also quite popular, just that it is not all as popular as Mongoose. Search mean.js. So this meant for mean application, that is MongoDB, Express, Angular, and Node applications. No. Okay, hold on. I think this is, no, I think this is not the one, mean.js. What happened to the mean.js that I used to use? No, sorry guys, this is not the module. This was some this developer has launched it 9 years ago, but this is empty. It's not the one. Okay, nevertheless, we'll use Mongoose to solve this problem of communicating to the database. Let's install Express pug Mongoose. All right, so this is installed. Now, before we can connect to MongoDB, we need to create a database so that we can connect. Okay, so guys, watch carefully and do this along with me if you want to. I suggest all of you create an account with MongoDB. So you go to MongoDB's website, and on the MongoDB, you have a utility called Atlas. If you go to MongoDB, you'll find a utility called Atlas. You also have something called as Compass. So from the products, you have Atlas. What is Atlas? This is a cloud-based database that we can use. And it gives you about 512 MB of database free. So I think that is good enough for all of us to learn. So you click on try free, and you can use your Gmail account to create a login. Okay, I'll give you guys a minute to do that. Once you have clicked on the try free and you have filled up all your credentials. So this is your Gmail details. So you can either provide your username, password, or you can use a Google credential. So I suggest use the Google credential because this will save you a lot of effort. So once you have logged in with the Google credential, you should be able to get access to the database. I have some databases. I will actually delete them. That way we'll be even. Let us delete. Okay, so I've removed all the credentials that I already had. I'll be creating everything from scratch with you guys. MongoDB.com when you go to MongoDB.com /MongoDB.com, you'll find a link for Atlas. So if you are creating it for the very first time, guys, this is what you should see. If you click on the database, you'll see this icon. You click on this, build a database. It'll ask you a couple of options. This is something that you will see when you are registering for the first time. Okay, so when you create a username for the first time, it'll ask you what plan you would want to select. I will select the free. Why? Why free is it's quite inviting, isn't it? So we'll go use this free. As of now, we are learning. So when you are deploying a project from your client, okay, so you can pay. They definitely deserve because they've done a lot of work, isn't it? So I will select free. I'll select AWS. So you have three options. You can use Google Cloud or Azure. I'm using AWS. And from the dropdown, select a server which is closer to you in the proximity. See, I stay in India, and in India, you have the Mumbai, which is closer to where I stay. So I'll select this. So if I scroll down, it'll ask you what is the name of the cluster. By default, it will be cluster 0. You can change it if you don't like it, but I suggest you all keep it the same, cluster 0. Okay, and then we can click on create. See, what are the changes? Select the free, select AWS, select a region which is closer to you in the proximity, select a name for your cluster. I have used the default cluster 0, and I click on create. Guys, I can't repeat this once again because the moment I say create, it'll create a cluster, and then if I have to delete, it'll take some time. Okay, so just follow along. I hope you can remember these three configurations. Yeah, and I click on create. This should take some time and it will create. And it'll ask you for some configurations. It's still working. See, guys, now we need to create a username. I suggest create a name which is something simple. And when you're creating a password, don't use @ in it. Okay, so I'll call this as admin. And I'll use this password. And it's important that we'll make a note of it. Okay, I will create a file called temp.txt file. So where I can store all this information. So username is admin. Not that I would forget it, just that I need a place to keep this safe. This password I would definitely forget. So I'll copy and store it somewhere. See, as of now, this password is something that you can see. Okay, but after this training, I'm about to delete this credential, so you'll not have access to it. So I suggest you can create your own username password. Okay, now that we have this username password ready, you click on create user. A user got created, and now we need to set up an IP address. So I'll remove the current IP address, and I want to add an IP address which is 0.0.0.0/0. You may want to make a note of that. 0.0. There are 4 zeros separated by ./0. Okay, and description, we can call this as wildcard. One word. I can add an entry. So a couple of things that I've done. I've created a user. I've now created a network access. So I've created a user access and a network access. I don't need to copy this because this is something that will be there. But those who have missed, you may ask Vijay, what is the network access? 0.0.0.0/0. There are 4 zeros separated by a dot and a /0. Not necessary. Okay, so description, I put wildcard, put your name instead. Okay, it really doesn't matter. Done. So I can now click on finish and close. So it says congratulations on setting up access rules. Go to the database. Let's do that. Now we should be in this page. So I can click on browse collections if there are, okay. If there is no database yet, it will ask you to create one. We'll complete this, Monica. We have just few more minutes. We should be able to complete. If we take a break now, we will lose the flow. We'll complete this process. Okay, and then we'll take a break if you really want one. We would have taken before we started this. Anyways, okay, we'll just complete this part. I click on add my own. And now we need to add a database name. Any name is fine, okay? But make sure you have at the end you have DB to ensure that this is the name of the database. Any name is fine. So I'll call this as online DB. Yeah. Collection name is I'll call this as Heroes, HEROS. Notice here, I called it as HEROS. I did not call it HEROES. I did not do that. I said HEROS. Why? Because I'll be creating objects which are by name hero, HERO. And on the server, on the database, it should be a plural form. So HEROS. I click on create. Online DB is the name of the database. Let me copy that here. And the name of the collection is HEROS. Click on create. So now my database is ready. We can add some fields here. So I click on insert document. And now here I can provide a name for the field. Let us say title. And value for that would be like Batman. So this value is of type string. I'll add another field. This one is, let's say, first name. Bruce. I'll add another one. Last name. Wayne. I think this should be good enough. I have 3 fields now. Title, first name, last name. We also have an ID. Click on insert. This record is inserted. See, I got this record where online DB heroes, HEROS. Now, how do I access this is the question. I hope all of you are done up until here. So how do I access it? We can click on the database or the overview. I think we'll click on the database. And then you should get this button called connect. So click on connect. We'll get a connection string. You should either have a database or it'll ask you to create one. Okay. So now you click on the connect. The connect will ask you what kind of connection you want to use. I suggest, guys, select the first one because this is appropriate for NodeJs. Click on this. Don't fiddle around with this. Okay. And we'll copy the path. So I have copied this on my clipboard. Let me paste that here. A string, entire string. And we should proceed further. I click on close. Now I have the string here. And let me just walk you through what is in this string. I'll run Notepad. I'll paste this as it is, and let me walk you through what is the significance of each one of them. Your link will be different by my link with this name. Okay. So in my case, I've got the username, this one. I've got the password. I'll replace this with my actual password. Cluster 0, because this is the name that I gave for my cluster. This is my database string. It will be different for each one of us here. The next thing is the name of the database that I want to use for this project. Go to mongodb.net / and after the / before the question mark, add that DB name. Okay. So are you guys done up until here? So changes that I've done is I've replaced the password with my password, and then I've put the name of the database. Yes, Monica, you can use special characters, but @ should not be used. Why @ is not used? Because @ is used as a separator. Ravi, you go to the browse collection and you click on insert document here. Okay, so I guess, with this, we have all the configurations ready. So I'll be using this configuration to connect to the database. This is the actual configuration that I would need. You figured it out? Good. Okay, so now coming back to the application, guys. So here in the packet.json file, we need the index.js file. Let's go create one index.js file. In the index.js file, we'll add 2 modules. Var express equals require express. Var mongoose equals require mongoose. So we have both of these modules. Of course, let us configure our express. So these are all imports. Then we have our middlewares configurations and the database configuration and the web server configuration. Database configuration comes here. This is where, okay. I think I'll do the database configuration here. And this will be routes. This is where all the middleware configuration comes. You may ask, Vijay, what is a middleware? Don't worry, we'll talk about that moving forward. And this is where all the settings come. What are the settings? What are the changes that we'll have to make? Maybe we simply call this as module configurations. So we have this express, so we'll assign that to a variable app equals express. Now we get a application, which is what we'll configure here. App.listen. This listen asks you where to listen, and that is what is the post, what is the host. The port is, let's say 5050. Host is localhost. And then we'll have a callback function. This callback function, if we get an error, we'll use a condition to check error. We'll deal with it. Console log error, else console log, and spread the word that the server is running. So we have, these configurations, right? There's nothing new here. And we'll add some route configurations. We'll say app.get. If someone makes a get request to this default route, we'll have a function. This function will take a request that comes in, the response that goes out, and as a response, we will simply send. Send what is the question. So we will send the response that we get from the database. Now we need something to render this request. So we'll go create a template. In the views directory, I'll create a file called home.pug. Is read only. Okay, we'll do the CRUD tomorrow, I told you. Why? Because CRUD would take us more time, and looking at the clock, we don't have much time. So we'll do part of this. That way, at least we'll be able to complete some part of it. So we should be able to show all the records that we have here. So it'll come down here. We'll probably display that in a table. The table will have a T head and T body. T head, we'll put some headings, TR. Under the TR, we'll have a TD, a TH for table heading. First one is for serial number. The second one is for hero name or hero title. Then we'll have hero first name. Then we'll have the last name. Now in the body, we'll have more or less the same. PR. This will be TD now. Of course, this what will be displayed here, assuming that we are expecting some database value. We are expecting the Batman and his first name, last name, Bruce and Wayne. This hard-coded as of now, but we are expecting this to come from the database. I'll save this, and when someone makes a request, I would load that here. Response.render. Render what? Home.pug. And we'll pass an object. This object will be the hero list, which is empty as of now. But when we get it, we'll be able to use it to display. So this part is done. Let us now node mon, run this file. If I go to localhost 5050, I get this data here. Of course, we don't want to display the serial number like this. Let's say we would want to display 1. I guess let us not complicate this. I'm just thinking that, let us use a world tag. Guys, sorry about that. I'll use an li. And in the li, we'll have like this, maybe Batman and bracket Bruce Wayne. And if we add more heroes, they would all be displayed one below the other, like so. As of now, we'll just display this. Once you get the data, how you'd want to glorify is up to you. Now, in the index file, we need to make some configurations. In the middleware, we will create a configuration as if we are sending the data as a JSON file here. So I'll call this app and call this use you know about this configuration. Express.static is something that we have used. Express.url encoded is something that we have used. We'll now use express.json. What this does is it'll actually transform the request and response from the server to a JSON object. So this works like a intermediate between the server and the client. Whatever client sends will become a JSON to the server. Whatever server sends will become JSON to the client. Now we need to make some configurations onto the database. So what we'll do, we'll be done. We can complete this in another 2-3 minutes. So just stay focused. So this is what we are trying to access, guys. Is what we are trying to access. And if you notice, this underscore ID is of type object ID. This would be a string, this and this is all these 3 values are strings. This is an object ID. You see that object ID here. So how do we derive that object ID? Is this Mongoose has a property called schema, and that schema provides us an object ID. So we need to hold that schema into a variable so that we can access the object ID. So I'll go create a var object ID, schema first, which I derive from mongoose.schema. Now that we have got the schema, we'll go create a variable called object ID. We derive that from the schema.object ID. So now that we have obtained that object ID, we should be able to use, see, there is something that we can do is, we can also do something like this, okay, to derive the object ID. But we would anyhow be using the schema moving forward. So it's a good idea that we create an instance for that. And in order to connect to the database, we need a URL. So create a var URL equals, we'll paste this. Okay, so once this is done, guys, we have all the ingredients necessary for the database to connect. So I'll go create a model. Okay, there's one more ingredient missing. Var hero equals mongoose.model. Basically, this will be the ORM, the object relational mapping part of the database. So on the server, on the database, we have hero objects. Each document is a hero object. A collection or a group of them is called heroes. Similarly, on the client side, each record that we'd be sending is hero object. Here, I would say mongoose.model. And the name is hero, which is identical to the name that we have assigned here. The second part is the schema. And for the schema, we need to pass in the ID equals the object ID and title equals a string. First name is a string. Last name is a string. We're done. So we have the ID, title, first name, last name. We have all of these. And now we should be able to make a connection to the database. I'll say mongoose.connect. Connect will ask you for a URL. We have the URL. And we get the promise back. Then, and the catch. You remember these terms. So the then will get the response. When I get the response, I do something out of that. In this case, I would simply say console log db connected. If I get an error, I would log that error here. So we are done. So this will tell us whether the connection was successful or not. Now, if the connection is successful, we should be able to read. So let's go give this a run. See, it's already saying DB connected. So which means that, so far all the connections have been established. And now apart from rendering, we will see if we can read the data from the database. So we'll use the console.log. So we'll make a request to that hero dot. I guess the command is find. When you call the find, you get the promise and you'll get the DB response. And when I get the response, I will do a console.log and I log the database response. So it says DB connected, but if I make a request here, you get this object, Batman's object. Yes, you're getting the response. Now what I'll do is I'll take that object and then I send it to the client. Instead of logging that response, we'll say response dot render. The name of the template is home dot hug, and then I need to pass in that object, isn't it? Hero list. That hero list will be dbres, the database response. Okay, so with this, we should be able to send that data to the client side. What do I get? I get an array with an object. And now that when I sorry, when I get the object, I should be able to what do I do? I should be able to use that data and then display it like this. We have done this before. We'll use a each method, hero in hero list. We called it hero list, isn't it? This one. So from this hero list, we will be able to say hero dot title. You're getting Bruce Wayne. Where am I getting it from? From the database, isn't it? So let's go check. If I change this to Superman, Clark Kent, and update, I should be able to get this as Superman, Clark Kent here. Okay. So this part, I guess, was something that we had already discussed. So all the things that you found here, if it is new, please go through this code once, twice.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, in CRUD, which operation is typically used to retrieve data from a database? Option A, create. Option B, read. Option C, update. And option D, delete. Please do mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with ES6 Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
So let us begin by taking a look at full stack developer beginner interview questions. First, what is the use of a namespace in web development? A namespace is a single global object that contains methods, properties, and other objects. It adds ease of use via modularity, thereby providing users with the ability to reuse the code and avoid naming conflicts. Second question, what are the latest trends in full stack development? Candidates interested in full stack development should be aware of the following trends according to industry experts. Increased use of frameworks and libraries such as ReactJs and Vue.js, as well as progressive apps, real-time web apps, and mobile web development. JavaScript enhancements are beneficial to programmers. Finally, the development of a more compatible extension. Third question, is it possible to reduce the load time of a web application? Using image optimization, keep JavaScript and CSS in external files, reducing redirects, load CSS and JavaScript files asynchronously can reduce the load time of a web page. Let's move to the fourth question. What is the use of CORS? CORS is an acronym that stands for Cross-Origin Resource Sharing. It is a mechanism that allows multiple resources to be requested at the same time from a domain other than the current request domain. Fifth question, explain pair programming. Pair programming is the practice of having two programmers share a single workstation. Formally, the code is written by one programmer, known as the driver, at the keyboard. The other programmer is the navigator, who looks over each line of code, spell checks it, and proofreads it. In addition, programmers will switch roles every few minutes and vice versa. Sixth question, what is long polling? Long polling is a web development pattern that is used to improve data push from the server to the client. The client requests information from the server using a long polling pattern. Instead of sending an empty resource, if the server does not have any information about the client, the server holds the request and waits for some information to become available. Let's move on to the seventh question. How is GraphQL different from REST? The primary distinction between REST and GraphQL is that GraphQL does not work with dedicated resources. Instead, everything is viewed as a graph which is connected and can be queried to meet the needs of the app. Eighth question, what is a RESTful API? REST stands for Representational State Transfer. It is a compositional style used to create web services. It accesses and uses the information via HTTP solicitations. We can create, update, read, and delete data. A site's API is the code that allows two programming projects to communicate with one another. It enables us to write mentioning administrations from a running framework or another application. Ninth question, how is multi-threading used? The primary goal of multi-threading is to provide multiple threads of execution concurrently in order to maximize CPU utilization. It enables multiple threads to exist within the context of a process, allowing them to execute independently while sharing process resources. 10th question, explain inversion of control. It is a design control used to invert different kinds of controls in object-oriented design to achieve loose coupling. Controls refer to any additional responsibilities a class has in addition to its primary responsibility. Control over the flow of an application as well as control over the flow of an object creation or dependent object creation and binding are examples of this. So now let us look at full stack developer intermediate interview questions. First, what do you mean by data attributes? Data attributes are used to store application or page specific data. They enable us to store additional data on standard semantic HTML elements. The saved data can be used to enhance the user experience on the JavaScript page. A data attribute is made up of two parts. There must be at least one character after the prefix data and no uppercase letters, and a string value can be used as an attribute. So let us move on to the second question. Explain the distinction between blue-green deployment and rolling deployment. Blue-green deployment strategy. This deployment strategy creates two distinct infrastructure environments, blue and green. A blue environment contains older code, whereas a green environment contains most of the up-to-date code. At any given time, there is only one live production environment. Whereas in rolling deployment methodology, This deployment strategy completely replaces old versions of an application with new versions by completely replacing the infrastructure on which they run. The third question: how do you protect against screen scraping? A simple and effective technique is to use JavaScript to set a cookie value that is checked by the web server. Captchas are also an effective method of preventing scraping. If an IP sends too many requests, captchas can be presented to the end user to validate human interaction. Fourth question: which technologies and languages would you need to develop a project from scratch? So this is a hypothetical question designed to help you understand how the hiring manager will evaluate your readiness to start the job. It is a simple method for distinguishing between a good full stack developer and a novice. Therefore, it is important that you choose your answer accordingly. Fifth question: explain mean stack. Mean, MongoDB, Express, Angular, and Node is a well-known set of software development tools for breaking down language barriers. A mean stack is built on MongoDB and a NoSQL data storage text. The Express and Angular HTTP servers are used to build the JavaScript frontend. The stack's top tier is Node, which is used for the server-side programming. Next question: explain event loop in NodeJs. Asynchronous programming is possible in JavaScript thanks to the event loop. Every operation in JS occurs on a single thread, but we can create the illusion of multi-threading by using smart data structures. Any async work is handled by a queue and listener in the event loop. When an async function or an input-output function needs to be executed, the main thread relays it to another thread, allowing the V8, that is the JavaScript engine, to continue processing or running its code. There are various phases in the event loop, such as pending callbacks, closing callbacks, timers, idle or preparing, polling, and checking with different FIFO queues, which is first in first out queues. Next question: what is a connection leak in Java and how can we fix it? So a connection leak in Java is defined as a situation in which the developer forgets to close the JDBC connection. When using a connection pool, the most common type of connection leak is encountered in Java development. We can resolve it by disconnecting the connection and paying close attention to the error handling code. Next question: what is dependency injection? Dependency injection is a design pattern used to execute IOC. Object injection and object connection are handled by the container rather than the object itself. There are three types of classes involved. First, client class. It depends on the service class. Next, service class. It provides service to the client class. Finally, injector class. It injects service class objects into the client class. Ninth question: what are the two phases committed in the database? Explain. So the two-phase commit, 2PC, is a feature of transaction processing systems that allows databases to revert to their pre-transaction state in the event of an error condition. The two-phase commit strategy is intended to ensure that either all or none of the databases are updated. As a result, the databases remain in the sync. 10th question: what is closure? Give an example. So closures are made whenever a variable that is defined external to the current extension is reached from within some inward degree. It grants you access to an external function's degree through an internal capacity. Closures are created in JavaScript whenever a capacity is created. To use a conclusion, simply characterize and uncover a function within another function. Now we take a look at full stack developer advanced interview questions. First, what is the difference between event bubbling and capturing in JavaScript? In JavaScript, event flow refers to the propagation of events within the DOM, that is the document object model. The event flow specifies the order or sequence in which an event is received by a specific web page. As a result, event flow in JS is determined by the following factors. First, event bubbling. An event is captured and handled by the innermost element first and then propagates to the outermost element. And in event capturing, the event is captured and handled by the outermost element first and then propagates to the innermost element. The second question, what do you mean by temporal dead zone in ES6? So the variable declarations were only possible before ES6 using var keyword. We now have let and const in ES6. Let and const declarations are both block scoped, which means they can be only accessed within the quotation marks that surrounds them. Var, on the other hand, does not have this restriction. Unlike var, which can be accessed before its declaration, the let and const variables cannot be accessed until they are initialized with a value. The time elapsed between the declaration of let or const variables and their initialization is referred to as the temporal dead zone. Let's move on to the third question. Do you know how to prevent a bot from scraping your publicly accessible API? It is technically impossible to completely prevent data scraping as long as the data within the API is accessible to the public. However, bot activity can be reduced by throttling or rare limiting. Rare limiting can prevent a specific device from making an unlimited number of requests within a specified time frame. A 429 too many attempts HTTP error is thrown if too many requests are made beyond the defined limit. Fourth question, what is callback hell and how to fix it? Many full stack developer interview questions are all about explaining certain technical terms. Callback hell is a JavaScript phenomenon in which the developer attempts to implement multiple asynchronous operations concurrently. The nesting of callback functions to produce difficult to read, error prone, and difficult to manage code. We can efficiently resolve it by employing the following methods. First, dividing large functions into smaller ones. Then, use promises. And finally, use either async or wait. Next question, what are the types of design patterns? A design pattern, in general, is a repeatable solution to common problems in software design. These patterns demonstrate the interactions and relationships that exist between classes and objects. Design patterns are classified into three types. First, creational. These are about the creation of objects or the instantiation of classes. These patterns are further subdivided into object creational patterns and class creational patterns. Next, structural. These are concerned with organizing various classes and objects in order to form large functionality and provide new functionality. Finally, behavioral. These are concerned with identifying common communication patterns amongst objects. Sixth question, what are the advantages of using a content delivery network in jQuery? CDNs are widely used in jQuery because they provide numerous benefits to the users. The server's load is significantly reduced as a result of CDNs. They result in significant bandwidth savings. jQuery frameworks load faster due to optimizations. And finally, CDNs have caching capabilities which contributes to faster load times. Next question, what are the types of CDNs supported in jQuery? So there are two widely used CDNs with jQuery. First one, Microsoft. It is used to load from jQuery Ajax CDN. Then Google. It is used to load jQuery from the Google Libraries API. Eighth question, give an example of a project you have worked on and the technology is involved. How did you make these choices? So this allows you to understand the full stack web developer's methodology as well as his sharpness and precision in selecting the right toolset. When discussing why you chose a specific toolset, you should be as specific as possible and go into detail. Demonstrate your ability to develop both the front end and back end of a web application. Ninth question, what do you think of AMD versus CommonJS? So both are methods for implementing a module system which was not native to JavaScript until ES 2015. AMD, that is Asynchronous Module Definition, is obviously asynchronous, whereas CommonJS is synchronous. CommonJS is geared towards backend development, whereas AMD, with its support for asynchronous module loading, is geared towards browsers. Most people would find AMD syntax quite boring, whereas CommonJS is more akin to how you would write import statements in other languages. Most of the time, AMD is unnecessary because if you served all your JavaScript in a single concatenated bundle file, you wouldn't get the async loading properties. Furthermore, CommonJS syntax is more similar to the Node style of module writing, and there is less context switching overhead when switching between client-side and server-side JavaScript development. The last question, what was your best implementation or debugging in the past? The hiring manager will gain an understanding of the type of complexity of previous projects you have completed by asking this question. You should describe the difficulties you encountered and the steps you took to overcome them. You can also discuss the lessons you learned from the situation.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with E&ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.